It is really a beautiful day for cricket, and we welcome you to what will be an interesting tournament. Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships, and we're looking at some beautiful pictures, which really tells you that it is fine weather today here in Grenada. This are 3 square miles island with lots of history, and the players are on the field, and as you can see, they're getting ready for a moment of silence to remember the former Dominican Windward Islands, Combined Islands, and West Indies batsman Irvin Shillingford, who passed away last Thursday at the age of 78. Shillingford was born in Dominica in 1944 and made his first class debut at the age of 16, but had to wait another 5 years before playing his second match against Australia in 1965. Both teams on the pitch that will be used today, along with the match officials, to observe a moment of silence for the right-handed batsman Shillingford, who was a prolific batsman for the Windward Islands, the Combined Islands, throughout the 1960s and 70s. He was 32 years old when he played his first test against Pakistan at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago in 1977. He scored 39 and 2 in that test, but followed up with 120 in the following test at Border in Guyana. He was not selected for the first 2 tests against Australia the following year, but was recalled for the third test at Border after the Packer players withdrew from the match. In all, he played 4 tests, scored 218 runs, including a century at 31.14 runs per innings, accumulated 5,449 runs, including 11 centuries, 92 first-class matches between 1961 and 1962. After his career ended, Shillingford had several roles in regional cricket, including manager, coach of the West Indies under-19 team, selector and coach of the Windward Island side, and made a major contribution to the development of the game at all levels in his native Dominica, where a stand at Windsor Park is named in his honour. So it's very fitting to see that the players observing a moment of silence for the great man. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. Welcome to day one of Cricket West Indies Regional Championships. It's the first class season that we're about to begin, and it's going to be a big match here in St. George's, Grenada. Match number one, round number one. Home team, the Windward Islands Volcanoes against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. We had a toss already. The toss was won by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and they will have a bowl first. And like I said earlier, it is extremely good weather for cricket. Just to run through the teams for you before we have the first ball. The Red Force, Darren Bravo, captain. Vikash Mohan making his debut. Tian Webster, Amir Django, Terence Hines, Brian Charles, Uthman Mohammed, Kari Pear, Yannick Carrier, Jason Mohammed, Jeremy Solazano. Missing out today, Jad Goli and Imran Khan, the former captain. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, the home team, will be led by Alec Athanaze, who is now the 25th captain of the Windward Islands side, at this the first class level. Preston McSween is vice captain. Team includes Sunil Ambris, Kenneth Demba, Kavim Hodge, Ryan John, who's a late replacement for Nicholas Redhead, Darius Martin, Kimani Milias, Jelani Robinson, Justin Greaves, and Tevin Walker, the wicketkeeper. Missing out today, Kieron Kotoy and Teddy Bishop, the 20-year-old former West Indies under-19 player. Alongside me this morning is Jason Keith. Skeet, we call him the voice of the Caribbean, one of the radio broadcasters here in Grenada, and you can hear him around the world. Good morning, Jason.
Hi, good morning, John. You say the voice of the Caribbean. You give me a huge hat there. Not sure if I'll be able to live up to it, but I'll try my very best. Good to be with you. Welcome to Grenada. Again, I should say.
Thank you very much.
You're no stranger to this beautiful part, and it's good to work along with you today.
Yes, it is going to be my pleasure indeed. We call this match for the entire 4 days, if you go to that. Umpires are out in the middle. The players are out in the middle. The umpires today, Nigel Duguid from Guyana, my hometown, and Gregory Brathwaite from Barbados. They're both 53 years old. Gregory Brathwaite in his 60th first class match, and of course Nigel Duguid with him in his 59th. So they've been hunting in pairs. This pair of umpires have been doing very well. Jonathan Blaze is the reserve umpire today. He's also from Barbados, and the match referee Patrick Felix. So you're getting ready for the first ball, and it's going to be Terence Hines who will begin from the media center end. I understand you guys call it the Dabo end.
The Dabo end, yeah. The Dabo Hills are just to the back of us. very populated area, and when there's cricket, you can climb up to the Dabo Hills, enjoy the scenery from up there. The folks up there never miss a beat when it comes to cooking and preparing food and all of that. So let's go. It's cricket.
Here's Hines, first ball. It's cut away, but it looks as if it's floored. Very first ball. It was very wide, and the fielder sprawling away. It looks like Yannick Carrier. Kimani Milius getting a very wide ball. First ball, a gift. Wanted to take advantage of it, and he almost lost his wicket.
I think it took him by surprise, really. I mean, he wasn't really anticipating such a loose delivery to start with. Nice wide ball, something that you want to put away. It stayed in the air for a little bit, and yeah, he dropped it. I think it kind of caught him by surprise. That's the kind of thing you want to take full advantage of earlier on in the game.
Yeah.
But I think he may have been injured somewhere in the process as well. It looks as if one of his fingers on his right hand, it seems, may be just a little bit damaged. We're going to wait and get some reports on that.
Yeah, so Milius and Robinson starting things off this morning, and that fielder now making his way up. Looks as if it's Brian Charles. So we still have to confirm who it is, but it is very much a surprising start to this championship, to this match. Very loose delivery, first of all, from Terence Hines. A loosener from him. It was wide. There's Milius cutting with that width. Anyone would want to take advantage of that loose delivery.
It was a gift on both sides. It was a gift to the batsman. It was a gift to the fielder, and just made a mess of it, really.
Yeah, well, it's not a good sign to see the very first ball of any match and a player leaving the field. Oh no, it's the debutant, Vikash Mohan. It is Vikash Mohan who's leaving the field.
That's not a good sign. You want to make a very good impression first time around, and something like this, as unfortunate as this happens, it kind of puts a little bit of damp on you. But he's a tough guy. It's his left hand, I think it is. Yeah, he's a tough guy. From what we know about him in Trinidad and Tobago, he's a tough guy, so he can come back.
Yes, so it looks as if it's his right hand, because whatever it is, he's injured and he's off. And that is not a very good sign. So the substitute fielder is Jad Gooley, who's now trying to get dressed, actually, because he is one of the persons, I'm sure, who is surprised that he's going to be called upon after one delivery in this match.
All right, so here we go again. Things are settling down.
And usually, when you're on debut, you'd hope that the ball does not come to you very early. You want to have a sighter, you want to have your nerves and so on, and the butterflies to be settled. But there it was, Vikash Mohan, very first ball. He floored a catch in first class cricket. As we resume, Hines gets it right this time, and Milius right in behind it, and plays it down to that very short mid-on, where it's fielded by Jeremy Solozano. So the substitute field is on, but he's not going to pick up that backward point position. Jason Mohammed is there now, and Jad Gooley, who's a substitute, is going to go to the square near the square leg umpire. So he's in that square leg position. 3 slips, a gully and a backward point. So on the attack, Terence Hines and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and bowling first. Your thoughts?
You could understand why they want to do that, because the Windwards didn't give too much of a good showing last season, so they want to take full advantage of that.
This one is in the air, over the slip cord, and it's going to run down towards the third man boundary. Bounce and pace for Terence Hines. Not handled nicely by Milius. He gets off the mark. The Volcanoes are off and running, 4 without loss.
Yeah. Runs on the board are runs on the board. How you get it, well, that's a different story. But it was a good delivery. He got some bounce on it. It caught the batsman by surprise just a little bit. Was fending somewhat. Yeah, just look at the replay. You will see he was fending at some point. Just over a second slip, I think it was.
Yeah, it went very high over the slip cordon.
Yeah.
And into the boundary. Here's Hines again. Good technique this time. Just very wide and not going to be forced into playing another shot. Kimani Milius. So we're off and running. Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships.
Trinidad Red Force really looking to stamp their authority early in this game, because they missed out last season, and a lot more was expected of them. So I think really and truly they're coming out to make a statement earlier on in this game. This one is on the line of a leg stump and nicely tucked off. And there's Jad Gooley, the substitute fielder, getting his hands on the ball. So very eventful first over that we're in so far. See the new captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force
Darren Bravo having a chat with umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
He too is under a little bit of pressure himself, Darren Bravo. He really wants to show some grit and determination here, especially when it's time for him to pick up the bat. He wants to show also that he can really lead this Red Force into something spectacular.
Looking to make his way back into the West Indies Test side as well. This one is outside the off stump again. A little bit of a way movement from Terence Hines. That's his natural delivery. A dot ball to end the opening over. Quite an opening over it was. And at the end of it, 4 without loss. The Volcanoes sent in by the Red Force.
Yeah, the Volcanoes, I think they you can see a little bit of a tentative movement in the batsman here and there. They need to settle down and settle down very early because this Trinidad squad, this Red Force squad really and truly seems as though they're out for business. A nice attacking field to start, and I do believe that they're really looking to pick up some early wickets. The weather is good, the conditions are great, the pitch looks like if it has something in it for the bowlers, and they're gonna exploit it.
You mentioned last season they want to come better, both sides. Last season, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who played all of their matches in Trinidad, finished in the 4th position. 2 wins, 2 defeats, and 1 drawn encounter. 54.2 points. The Windward Islands, 1 drawn game. That last game that was badly affected by the weather. Other than that, they lost all other matches. So 4 matches they went in that season that they've lost. They could have won that first game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Queen's Park Oval. That was a really good game. But they lost all 4 on paper.
That's not a good sign.
And they finished in the setter position. So defending champions Barbados Pride will be taking on Guyana Harpy Eagles tomorrow at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. So it's going to be Carrie Pear. His first over. It's a good start to him. Bowling a new ball in a 4-day match.
It's not easy for a spinner to do that. I mean, a spinner takes the new ball first up. He looks as if he's going to be getting some bounce and turn. I think the captain paid particular attention to that. The pitch looks lively.
Here he is again. Just bowling outside the off stump, and Jelani Robinson just allowing it to go by to the keeper. Amir Django with the gloves. So that's another surprise, well, for me at least, that spin in the first class match very early with the new ball. Nice flight from Carrie Pear.
Darren Bravo doing some early experimenting and trying his very best to keep these Windward Islands batsmen totally unsettled. Don't give them the opportunity to settle. I think that's where his head is at this morning.
So far his bowlers giving him good showing. This is Carrie Pear landing in good areas so far, forcing the batter into the shots. Good delivery coming back into the right-handed Robinson. He's a tall lad, stretching long forward, killing whatever spin is there. Good delivery to end the second over. The first from Carrie Pear. It's a maiden. 4 without loss. The Volcanoes sent in.
Volcanoes need to just see out these few overs, because I think the first 5-6 overs are going to be very, very important for them. They need to make sure that they have a tactical approach to these 5-6 overs and see things out, and it's going to get a little bit easier. But as it is now, I think they're doing the right thing by not taking any loose chances. The first delivery, it was an eye-opener, it was a loosener. You have to put it away. That didn't happen, but all's well that ends well.
So Carrie Pear just in his 18th first class match. He's been around a long time, Carrie Pear. But it's going to be Hines to continue. Caught behind. Loose shot from Kimani Milius. Edge found. And Amir Django did the rest. Comfortable catch to the wicket keeper. And the first wicket going down over number 3. Terence Hines striking very early. And it is Kimani Milius caught behind for 4. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 4 for 1.
He just stood there. He just stood there and had a swing at it. I mean, I think he had to, move that back foot, come across, pick up the line of the ball a lot earlier. I think he just stood there and just stretched his foot forward and had a swing at it. Moving your back foot, coming across, getting into the pitch of the ball, that would have been 4 down to a long off or somewhere. But it was pitched right up. He should have taken advantage of that. But as I said, with little or no foot movements, it's difficult to score, especially on a wicket like this.
So he's gone for 4, and the new batsman is Kavim Hodge, with lots of experience. Hodge, former captain of the Volcanoes, coming out to battle. But good movement, good bowling from Terence Hines with this new ball.
Yeah, Terence Hines has shown that he can get some movement. He's generating some good pace earlier up. Putting aside the first delivery, which was basically a loosener, he's showing that he can get some movement. He's dropping the ball in the right areas, and that's good. And that is going to assist him. The wicketkeeper knows that. So I think they had some bit of communication in and between the delivery. And once you're pitching the ball up now on a wicket like this, you're going to get movement. And the batsmen need to start using their feet and getting into the line of the ball more and playing more comfortable and respectable shots.
So Hodge, about to face the music, approaching his 30th birthday, and now his 46th first-class match. Lots of experience for him, averaging just under 28. Down the leg side, that's another loose delivery, but good pace you're seeing from Terence Hines. Good bounce and carry as well.
Yeah, the wicket has a lot to offer this morning, and with the wicket offering this much, the good thing about it is that the outfield looks good. So once you get bat onto ball properly, I mean, you can score some runs here. The outfield looks good. It's hard. And I think, they just need to settle down. The Windwards just need to settle down just a little bit. Once you settle down just a little bit, everything is going to be fine.
3 slips a gully backward point, and a man at extra cover in the offside. This one shaping away after pitching as well. So this is good bowling, good controlled stuff from Terence Hines. Bowling to his field. Look at that ring of fielders on the offside.
Yeah, the man at is it short mid-off? He has not really come into play just yet.
Yeah, because he's not getting into full deliveries for the batters to drive. Not the captain himself.
I'm doing a whole lot of navigating there, making sure that he gets the field exactly how he wants it. He has just pushed back. There's a man on the square leg boundary now. He just pushed him right back onto the boundary ropes. Maybe there's a plan somewhere in the making here.
So 4 slips now and the gully. Short delivery just on the line of that 4th stump. Handled nicely by Kavim Hodge. So putting more pressure now on the new batsman. Very fresh track. No one knows how it was going to play. As you can see, good assistance to the bowlers so far. There's a 7-2 field, just 2 fielders on the onside, one at long leg and the other at a very short mid-on. That's Jeremy Solazano. Good bounce and carry again.
He's bowling nicely to his field.
Just what his captain is asking him to do. So this is the first match in this year's tournament. Tomorrow will be the order of the round 1 matches. 2 matches will be played in Antigua and Barbuda. Defending champions, 2-time defending champions, Barbados Pride will take on former champions, the former 5-time champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's a very good delivery this time, much fuller to end Hines' second over after 3. The Volcanoes 4 for the loss of 1, a wicket maiden from Terence Hines.
Yeah, Hodge is... He's looking comfortable, giving the bowler some credit. Hodge is looking comfortable. The bowler is not giving him anything to put away, so to speak. He's keeping it very tidy, and I'm quite sure that is what Darren Bravo would have asked of him, and he's delivering on that.
Also tomorrow at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the other match. It will bring together the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the home team, against Jamaica Scorpions. So 2 matches will be starting tomorrow in Antigua and Barbuda. As we see Uthman Mohammed marking his run-up. He's going to be coming from the River Road End.
Yeah. You're going to get it right. Don't worry. We're going to make sure you get it right. He's bowling now to a 7-3 field. There's a man on the square leg boundary, or maybe no. Look at the man down on the fine leg boundary. There's a mid wicket and a short mid on.
So Uthman Mohammed, right arm fast bowler.
Still pretty much attacking.
Yeah. So just one over from Carripier. And now seam. 3 steps of gully, backward point. Short ball. This one is hit over the infield. That one's cut nicely. No danger in that shot. It was a short and loose delivery from Uthman Mohammed and got the treatment. 4 runs.
Yeah, then that is what you have to wait on, because the loose balls are going to come. The loose deliveries are going to come. When they come, you take full advantage of it, especially with an attacking field like this. Anything that gets a decent edge or that is properly struck will go to the boundary. The outfield is a fast one, and you're going to get the results.
So good morning to all our friends in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, getting ready for Carnival. For the moment, it's Uthman Mohammed. It's a full toss and it's driven through extra cover. Lovely shot, flowing cover drive from Robinson. He gets his 2nd consecutive boundary. That was a gift as well.
Yeah, it was a gift. The bowler is still trying to find his right line, so to speak. He's generating some pace, yes, but he's still trying to find his right line. This one was pitched up just a little bit outside the line of the off stump, giving the batsman some room. It was a full toss, was it?
Yeah. It was a full toss,
yeah. And giving the batsman some room to free his arms, and that in itself is the kind of gift you want in the first 5 overs, to loosen things up and put the fielders under a little bit of pressure.
So maybe it's a nervous start, you may want to say, for Uthman Mohammed. Very good fast bowler. First time I saw him was about 6 or 7 years ago at the Queen's Park Oval when he was sharing a new wall with Marlon Richards quite some time ago. Then he went off the boil and came back on now, looking to make an impression. Here he is again. Yes. Just trying to get it in the right areas first of all before looking for pace. That's exactly the encouragement and the good words you're hearing from his teammates.
I think this one was just a little bit slower.
Yeah.
It dipped twice before it got to the wicketkeeper. But he's already gone for 8. And so the only thing he can think about now is trying to keep it tidy. Find the right line, find the right length, and then generate the pace.
This one is it. Over the slip corner again. Take outside edge. It was a ball that was outside the off stump. And it got big on Robinson. He's looking to go through cover. The outside edge was found, but it went down to 3rd man for 4.
Yeah, as we said, once you get decent bat onto the ball and it goes anywhere at all, once you pick it up nicely, it goes anywhere, it's going to run out to the boundary. So I think he would have made up his mind that, you know what, anything loose, he's going to go for it, because they're a little bit on the back foot now. They want to make sure that they score some runs, find the loose delivery, score some runs, put the bad ones away, and pay respect to the good delivery. He's gone for 12 already.
Should
Mohammed.
not be too worried with Mohammed. It's a 4-day game, lots of time. And now we're seeing some protection and in the cover with Tion Webster going down towards extra cover. This one was a nice delivery coming back in after pitching and cutting Robinson his half as he was shaping to defend. Good comeback.
Yeah. This is what he was looking for since the over started. This is exactly what he was looking for since the over started. It's a little bit difficult for him coming in from that end because there's a little bit of a lift as you get to the wicket. So he's going to have to put some more energy. He's going to have to put some more back into it, so to speak. But he's going to be all right. He has the height and he has the good form. Much better delivery here again.
So that's the end of Mohammed's first over. 12 runs conceded, but after 4 overs, the Volcanoes 16 for 1.
Yeah, he's Trinidad Red Force needs him to keep it tidy. He's gone for 12 in the over. That's way too much. His captain will obviously have a word or two with him. He's gone for way too much. He needs to settle himself down and find the right line and length. The Volcanoes, on the other hand, they are happy right now. It's a good position for them to be in. Yep, you lost the wicket earlier on, but they're bouncing back nicely. They want to make sure and gather their nerves and take full advantage of this one. You're on home soil. It's your first game for the season. You're coming from the bottom of the table last season. The only direction you can head now is up.
Just to remind you of the teams, as Hines will begin his third over. Alec Atanaz, the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. First time as captain, and this is the first class level for Atanaz. Preston McSween is vice captain, Sunil Ambrose, Kenneth Demba, Kavim Hodge, who's at the crease on strike now. No! Ryan John, a late replacement for Nicholas Redhead. Darius Martin, Kimani Milius, the lone batter to be dismissed so far. Jelani Robinson, who's at the crease as well. And the Barbadian pair, Justin Greaves, the all-rounder, and Tevin Walcott, the wicketkeeper. So that's the Windward Islands Volcanoes side. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain, Darren Bravo. New role for the left-handed batter. Vikash Mohan on debut. He's not on the field. Got an injury to his hand. Very first ball of the match. Edged again, caught behind. Second wicket for Terence Hines. Kavim Hodge falling to the trap. And he's gone without scoring. 16 for 2 in over number 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting this Terence Hines guy. He's bowling very well. He's keeping it tidy. He had the unfortunate incident of one delivery going down, his very first delivery going down. But since then, he has picked up 2 wickets and he has managed to keep it nice and tight and tidy. And Darren Bravo is going to be totally elated with that kind of bowling.
So that's the fall of the second wicket. Kavim Hodge, with all of his experience, making a long walk back to the pavilion. No score today. And the Volcanoes, you mentioned at home, and they're not comfortable at the moment, losing 2 wickets very early before the 5th over, and 16 for the loss of 2. But Hines, very much cock-a-hoop at the moment, getting good purchase from this new ball, from this track as well. He won't mind at all.
Yeah, and his confidence is going to grow. His confidence is going to grow, and he's going to keep on pushing, because now that you know the pitch is offering you some assistance and you're picking up early wickets, I think he's gonna probably, Bravo's probably gonna keep him on for about another over or 2, just to see how much he can milk from him, and then of course he's gonna give him a breather. But up until now, he has done very well.
So Terence Hines, with his tail up, will be bowling to the new batsman, who is the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, becoming the 25th person to captain the Windward Islands in first-class cricket.
He too is under a little bit of pressure. Your first time as captain, and a whole lot is expected of you. I didn't think he was contemplating going in so early in the innings. I thought he saw himself, maybe going in closer to lunchtime, if anything at all. Not now.
He's also from Dominica, so replacing Kavim Hodge, his fellow Dominican, at the crease. Quite a young man, 24 years old. Here he is, left-handed batter, about to receive his first delivery. Looking for a single that is not on. Playing with his soft hands. And the field hanging back. Here's Solozano coming in very quickly to prevent that single. So this is going to be a very important passage of play, especially for the Volcanoes. They need to build a partnership.
Yeah, that would have been suicidal, easily. It would have been easy. You would have just kept on running all the way back to the pavilion. Yeah, but you want to settle down. Now you go out there as the captain. This is the perfect opportunity for you to show that you're made of something. You're worthy of this task, being the captain. Settle yourself and Robinson down and look for something huge.
Nice delivery, beautiful shot as well, and that will be 4 runs to the captain. He's off the mark in convincing fashion. Very full delivery from Hines, given the treatment.
Yeah, it was always coming back into him. The bowler changed his run up and started to come around the wicket, but it was always going back into him. Nice foot movement, walked into the shot elegantly, and as I said, this outfield, it is lightning fast. You're going to get runs.
That is a word I was looking for, elegantly.
I had it there. I could have loaned it to you a long time ago.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think we must thank Alec Atanaz as well for bringing it out. We haven't seen any shot like that all day. Follows up with a single. So this is good batting so far from the captain in his 21st first-class match. He's had 6 half-centuries. He's looking to go very deep.
Yeah, he's talented. He's talented. I mean, he reads the bowlers well. He needs to just settle in and get a real big score to show, you know what, this is where I'm at. This is who I am. You know, he just needs to settle in and get a really big score and keep talking to your compatriot on the other end. You know, make sure that he understands the task ahead. You want to make sure and do that.
It was not too long ago in the Super 50 that was played in Trinidad and Tobago that he got back-to-back centuries in the first and second rounds in that tournament, but then tapered off. I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that performance, but a different format. This is the red ball format, like they call it these days. Very capable, just 24 years old. For the moment, it's Robinson who's going to be on strike. The 29-year-old. Good delivery, well bowled, Terence Hines. That's the end of the over. 5 gone, another successful over coming to an end for Hines and the Red Force. 21 for the loss of 2.
Not where the Volcanoes hope to be at this stage of the game, but all is not lost. You still have a long way to go. As you said, this game is 4 days. Try and at least get through the day today in a respectable form. But before you even consider the day, let's take it in parts. You know, see what happens between now and lunchtime. You know, and go from there. Take it session by session, and really build on something huge. The captain, he needs to really settle in and look for a really huge score here today. He is capable of getting it, and the wicket will offer him some assistance. He has to stay behind the ball, use his feet. The outfield is fast, so he has the shots to play. He has the shot in his arsenal to play. So once he continues playing those shots, it is going to work out well for him.
Uthman Mohammed will get his second over. First went for 12. This time he's on target to the Windward Islands Volcanoes captain. Nathaniel just plays it back up the track. A good pressure as well being applied to the new batsman, the new captain. No doubt to be feeling a little bit of nerves in that stomach. In the air, but just short of the fielder at mid-off. Jeremy Solozano ran around the ball. That could have easily gone to hand. He got a little bit more connection into that one.
It was a little bit of a slower delivery too. I think it caught him by surprise. It slowed up just a little bit on him. So he was well into the shot long before the ball got there. He moved a lot earlier as well. He came across the wicket a whole lot earlier, since before the bowler was into his delivery. He came across the wicket as well, and the bowler slowed it up a little bit on him. Better ball, better shot.
Tight in defense. Mohammed got the previous ball to jump on the batter just a little bit. This time it was much fuller. You're seeing some footmarks developing from the Darbo end. Terence Hines, where Terence Hines is running, as you can see from our vantage point. You're not seeing it on the monitor just yet.
The spinners are going to be looking at that closely
as the game goes on, yes. Good support as well for the bowler. You can hear the TNT Red Force players encouraging him. Uthman Mohammed. Need all the support he can get. This one is clipped away nicely off the pad. There's a fielder, Terence Hydes, right back on the boundary at fine leg. He collects, so just a single. So Atherley is looking very composed at the crease despite just being there for 8 deliveries. Looking the part so far.
And you saw how quickly the delivery got to the fielder on the fine leg boundary. You know, so and he got a whole lot of bat onto it. Probably was looking to guide it maybe just a little bit finer to pick up some runs, but the bowler understood his line, understood his feel, and kept it nice and tight. He has what? Final delivery of the over, just one more?
Much better over from Uthman Mohammed. Short ball, very well bowled, and showing good respect. Robinson allows it to go by to Django. So that's the end of 6. The Volcanoes sent in 22 without 22 for the loss of 2.
I think that's what they would have probably wanted, 22 without loss. It's not. And really it should have been, because the two shots that got the batsmen out were really loose shots. I didn't think that they it wasn't a case of the bowler beating the batsman, so to speak. I think they just got a little bit loose too early, and at this stage of the game, with the wicket offering that much assistance, you want to show the bowlers some respect as well, because they're going to be coming with an attacking field. They're going to be coming.
I don't think Darren Bravo will get the ball out of Terence Hines' hands anytime soon. He's bowling very good. Now into his 4th over. 2 for 9. But this time he's bowling to a left-handed batter. Comes round the wicket. The call is 2. Nice
Easy.
firm push into the onside by Atenes. And the captain himself chasing right down to the boundary in front of the Jumbotron, which tells a picture as the electronic scoreboard on that side in front of a manual scoreboard.
We're well equipped.
I was actually going through the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force side when the second wicket fell. So Darren Bravo, Vikash Mohan, Tion Webster, Amir Django, the wicketkeeper, Terence Hines, Brian Charles, Uthman Mohammed, Kari Pear, Yannick Carrier, Jason Mohammed and Jeremy Solozano. No Imran Khan and no Jadguli. Here's Hines again. That one was squeezed down to fine leg. So with his natural angle, his natural delivery will get that ball to in swing to the left-handed batter.
And it is looking dangerous. I mean, Atenes is playing it very well. He's keeping his eyes on it. He's coming down with a straight bat, and he's not giving the bowler any room to get it to squeeze in. But he is looking very lethal coming in from this end, especially to the left-hander.
So to the right-hander, he's going to go back over the wicket. 3 slips. Gully. Jason Mohammed is moving towards a backward point position. And the substitute fielder, Jadguli, is at extra cover. Captain himself is at mid-off. And the lone man on the onside is at that very short mid-wicket. It's Lozano.
It's not easy having to switch up, bowling to a left now and a right now. But Hines, he has kept it pretty tight, even with the switch, left to right. He has kept it pretty tight.
So good morning to all of you in Dominica, in St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the other islands, the other territories that make up the Windward Islands. We're here in beautiful Grenada, beautiful sunshine, beautiful weather for cricket. Here at the Grenada National Stadium. News is that TNT Red Force won the toss this morning and they're bowling first. Loose delivery, loose shot. As if he had not learned anything from the previous 2 dismissals.
And his captain at the other end was not happy. There was a little shake of the head. You can tell that his captain was not thrilled with that shot. Sometimes you just have to let things go. Yeah, and that was one of them. You just needed to let it go. You don't really want to be getting out to a kind of delivery like that.
But on the other hand, as a batsman, you see those deliveries, you back yourself. You say, you know what, I can cut this through backward point. I can beat those fielders in the offside.
When it is within reach.
When it's within reach. Here is Hines in his 11th first-class match. Good delivery again, just on the line of the off stump. This time Robinson forward. Took the outer part of the bat and went down to Gully. No danger in the shot, however. So Hines, before this match, 16 first-class wickets. He's been around since 2020 at this level. Some adjustments now to the field. The fielder going down towards the backward square. So this could be the 3-card trick as well. maybe telling the batter that we're bowling a short ball for you to hook.
He might fall victim to a trap like that.
Let's see. This is the test of temperament for Jelani Robinson. He's on 12.
Oh.
And there is Hines outside the off stump again. So that's the end of over number 7, 25 for 2.
I'd like to say good morning also to Pastor Stevenson Worm. He is not too well. He's a little bit under the weather. Pastor Worm, we're missing you here, but we know that you will be joining us at some point. If not this match, well, maybe the next one. But he's not doing too well, but he is following the game.
I remember working with a good pastor in 2015. It was in Trinidad and Tobago for the Super 50 Cup. Quite a while ago. So good morning, Pastor. Looking forward to seeing you very soon. So Mohammed will continue. Here he is again. 3 steps and a gully going down. Looks to be running in much quicker now. That ball on the line of the middle stump, and good defensive technique being shown by Hatanez.
Hatanez looks comfortable. I mean, he looks as if he has been there for a while. Somebody just walking in the ground wouldn't realize that he was there. He's there for maybe, 2.5 hours? But he's looking comfortable. I really hope he goes on to get something really huge in this game.
Nicely driven, comfortably. Nice technique. Stylish from Hatanez. Mohammed, 33 years old, getting closer to 34. We celebrate that birthday on the 1st of March. 17 first-class wickets before this match. This is his 10th match. Made his debut against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. That game, I remember him in that debut match. He was very quick.
Yeah, Hatanez continues to look comfortable, and I think that is what you really want to show, especially as a captain at this stage of the game. Your team is under a little bit of pressure, losing 2 wickets very early up, and you want to just show that, you know what, it's time to steady the ship, and you're going to do that from the front.
He has his work cut out. Remember, the Volcanoes finished last season. Beautiful delivery. And nice shot as well, driven down the ground, will not get to the boundary. It was timed well, not with a lot of power, so we'll come back for just 2 runs. Looked very good in playing that straight drive again, Hatanez. He's now with the double figures, he's at 111. So here we are in Grenada, home of Kirani James, the lone Olympian from, the Olympic gold medalist, I would say, from Grenada. He won gold in the 400 meters in 2012 in London. Single not on.
Another suicidal call sent back. Hatanez is looking to be a little bit adventurous, so to speak. Doesn't really need to get into that at this point. He's looking good. He's shaping up well. He's striking the ball nicely. You really don't want to get into any unnecessary chances, not at this stage of the game. Yeah, but you mentioned Kirani James. We are also the home of Anderson Peters, #1 javelin thrower in the world. Yeah, he's ranked above Keyshawn Walcott. Remember that? Oh.
In the air, but in the gap as well. Runs for the Volcanoes. Captain will come back for the second. And that's all he will get. That's the end of Uthman Mohammed's 3rd over. 8 gone, 27 for 2.
I think Hatanez was looking for a 3rd one because he wants to hold on to the strike. I think he was really looking for a 3rd run there. It could have been on depending on how they went through the first 2, but I think they made up their minds from early in the game that they were going to settle for 2, but 3 could have been on.
So Kirani James, we have the Kirani James Athletics Stadium right next to us here at the Grenada National Stadium. Kirani James also won silver in 2016 in Brazil Rio de Janeiro, and bronze in 2020 in Tokyo.
He's got a full set of medals, full set of Olympic medals. Also the home of Junior Murray and Royal Lewis. The stands are named in their honors. Junior Murray, the first Grenadian to play cricket for the West Indies. You know, the Ninja Man as they call him. He's with us. He's going to be joining us pretty shortly.
The Ninja Man, he made his way into the commentary box without us even knowing. Hines starts a new over. This is his fifth on trot. Chance for run out and the non-strikers in.
Athenis wants to show that he's leading. He wants to get on to strike. He is seeing that, you know what, the pitch is pretty much even, and once you settle in and you play decent shots, you're going to get runs. All right, nothing extra for the bowlers, no major advantage in this wicket for the bowlers. Similarly, it's not placid, so the batsmen, they have to, you know, apply themselves properly, and he has shown that he can do that. But with Hines coming in looking ever so dangerous, well, it's a good contest here, bat and ball.
Jelani Robinson got a single. That's his 13th run. Remember, he had 3 fours consecutively, or in one over, of Uthman Mohammed. Since then, he's kept very quiet. He's faced some 19 deliveries, of which 15 are dot balls. Should not be too worried at all. Lots of time in this game, in this innings. Outside the off stump, a bit of room. We see now Hines not going round the wicket at the left-hander, but remains over the wicket with 3 slips still in play.
Yeah, with his natural action allowing the ball to cut back into the left-hander, is he looking to maybe just drop it just outside the line of the off stump now with a little bit shorter and you know, coming back in with some bounce to the left-hander? Is that what you think he might be contemplating?
Yeah, look at the close of that angle. This one is loose. Good shot. Nice flowing cover drive. 4 runs to the captain. Anthony's got a give. That was outside the off stump, very wide, and a flowing cover drive. And then he got another boundary. Score moves on by 4.
Once the bowler's experimenting, the loose deliveries are going to come. You know, and I mean, he's showing good form. I mean, he was well into it. He just leant into it really nice, you know, and got enough bat onto it, and didn't even really look as if he was contemplating running seriously, because he knew it was going to go all the way for 4. So Hines has got some thinking to do now. Is he going to... No, he's staying.
So one of the slips has been removed. It's gone now to extra cover to plug that gap. Here he is bowling on the 4th stump now, Terence Hines. Still attacking the off stump of these batters. 2 fours so far from Malik Anthony. It's a beautiful straight drive, and that flowing cover drive down through extra cover. He has looked apart. The last first-class match that was played here was March 2020, when the Volcanoes won by 2 wickets over the Jamaica Scorpions. That was just before the outbreak of COVID-19 that stopped that tournament prematurely after 8 rounds.
Yeah, boy, did we suffer for that? Did our cricket and our sports really took a hit because of COVID-19? It's good now to see that things are basically opened back up and folks are getting back to, you know, some sort of normalcy. Just over the weekend we had the National Sports Awards, and that was one of the things that was spoken of by the president of the Olympic Association. You know, it's good to have all sports being played again, you know, cricket included, of course.
Good delivery to end the 9th over. So Hines, 5 overs, 2 for 17, the lone successful bowler of 3 so far for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the Volcanoes losing 2 wickets. Kimani Milius caught at a wicket for 4, and Kavim Howard, similar dismissal, no score, 34 for 2 after 9.
It's good. The Windwards are now looking with putting some respectability to the total, so to speak. Yeah. So 34 for 2, I think they're going to be all right. We're going to be joined shortly by Junior Murray after the 10th over. Yep, Junior Murray is going to come in and join us. Former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. He would have loved to be on a wicket, showing so much bounce and you know, for a man who doesn't spare a thought in going after the ball. When he goes after it and he hits it, back then it stayed hit.
So Mohammed starts a new over, his fourth of the morning. There is Robinson, tight in defense, plays it down towards mid off, and it's knocked down by the bowler in his run, in his follow through. Like I said, since 2020, cricket, first class cricket at this level did not come back to the Grenada National Stadium. Not necessarily one of the familiar hunting grounds in terms of no ball signaled by umpire Nigel Duguay, the first of the morning, and it was a short, hostile delivery as well. So looking for the extra pace with Mohammed, overstepping, but was a short ball, showing some aggression as well.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that really, especially at this stage. The batsmen have been getting stuff that has been pitched up, just outside the line of the off stump, a little bit wide here and there. You want to let the batsman know, hey, listen, with some effort I can, dig it in and it's going to come looking dangerous. So, yeah, I know some of the coaches might say, well, unnecessary, but you want to instill some fear in the batsman as well.
And it's good to see that umpire Duguay did not go up with his hand and show a circular motion, which means there's no free hit with this red ball. We have grown accustomed to seeing free hits with that white ball in all sorts of cricket. But it's good to see the whites, that's a uniform, and the red ball being used again.
The test of temperament.
Yeah.
Tenacity.
Like I was saying, so the Grenada National Stadium, not necessarily the best hunting ground for the Volcanoes. They've played 21 matches in the West Indies domestic tournament. They've won 8. They've lost 8. And the other 5 were ended in draw.
And this one's going to tip the scale.
Not a short delivery again from Mohammed to Robinson. Robinson this time ducks under it nicely. Taken by Amir Jangu, goalkeeper style, Junior Murray style.
Yeah, you want to let the batsman know that, I'm here. Not everything is not pitch up hunky dory, maybe a little swing here and there. You want to know you put some thought into the minds of the batsman. Put some fear into him. You're a big man with a red ball, and you're coming in quickly.
Relatively new ball as well, just in his 10th over. Not a short ball, this time outside the off stump. Following that one, Robinson looking to uppercut. Made no contact and went by to Django again. So this pitch really showing some good bounce and carry very early. This is the first morning of this 4-day match. You expect that sort of bounce and carry very early. So Uthman Mohammed, 16 wickets in his career so far. He's also wearing number 16 on his back. Not a short ball.
And I think he realized that Robinson is clear on maybe attacking these short balls. So he's digging it in ever so often, trying to see if he can lure him into something, maybe get a top edge down to third man or somewhere of the sort, maybe a shot that would spoon something to gully or somewhere in point. So I think he realized that this batsman seems as though he's clearly intent on going after the short delivery. So he's testing more and more of the waters.
There's a deep backward square and also fine leg on the boundary. To go with the third man right back on the boundary. So that's the end of Uthman Mohammed's 4th over. None for 18 so far for the Seamer. 10 overs gone. The Volcanoes 35 for the loss of 2 wickets. This is the opening morning of Cricket West Indies regional 4-day tournament. Round 1 match between host Windward Islands Volcanoes and visiting Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here at the Grenada National Stadium. Lovely weather for cricket. And we had a change in Cummins' personality. Junior Randolph Murray has made his way into the commentary box. Just recently celebrated his 55th birthday. Hello, Junior. Good morning.
Pleasant good morning. It's good to be here at the National Stadium. Looking at this lovely game of cricket that I love so much. It's always a pleasure to be here.
It's going to be a change of bowling as well. This is over number 11 that will be started, and it's going to be Tian Webster replacing Terence Hines. Hines 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17 out of the attack. He was very impressive with that new ball, Junior.
Yeah, I think we had a very good spell of bowling from the open bowlers. They did a fantastic job, bowled the ball in the right areas, and he got result.
First ball, this one is cut away nicely by Atenes. Just a little bit of room outside the off stump, and there he is, treading that gap there and got the boundary.
Yeah, first thing I must say, I think Atenes is looking pretty well. He's look as a batsman full of confidence. I can see believing in himself. He has been getting a lot of runs for the past few games he has been playing. So I think he's full of confidence. I think he should be the leading batsman in this team. He got to play the Devon Smith role in this team, and carry the team on his back as a captain. And I hope that he can continue, getting runs. He looks pretty well at the moment.
It's good that you mentioned Devon Smith, because it's the first time that the Windward Islands will be starting without Devon Smith, who made his debut back in 1999. And this is the first match that they're doing without Devon Smith at the top of the order.
Yeah, it's a very long time. He played at least 22 years. At least I played 20. So I think he did a bit more than me. But I think he idolized Devon Smith. They're very close friends, and I think Devon will be very proud of him now, looking at the way he's getting the runs, and I think he's doing a fantastic job at the moment.
Outside the off stump, Webster. Devon Smith, 149 matches for the Windward Islands. Overall, 222 first class matches.
That's a lot of runs, a lot of cricket.
Yeah, 11,321 domestic runs.
That's a lot of runs. I think he did a fantastic job for the Windward Islands, carried the team on his back. And kudos goes to Devon Smith.
Quite interesting as well. 50 half centuries and 32 hundreds, 44.05 on average. Nice slow delivery from Webster.
Yeah, I see the bowlers are bowling in the right areas. I think Alec, he come out here with a mission. You can see he's jumping along in the crease, and you can see he says he's a batsman like to play under pressure. So let's wait and see what happens.
The pressure is on indeed. Got to the crease, fall of the second wicket at 16 for 2. Slow delivery in the air, over the fielder, diving, jumping in the air, just could not hold on to it. And the second boundary of the over, this time not in total control, but 4 runs.
Just a little loose over there, but he saw the white ball over there, and I think he can have a go. He went pretty hard over the slips, and I think he was luckily not close to the fielder, but he got 4 runs at the end. So 4 runs to the score.
Kerry Peer looking to pull down that catch, similar to what you used to do with that glove with Curtly Ambrose and Cuddy Walsh and the others, with the extra bounce going way over your head.
Looking at the game now, looking at the field settings, and there's no bat pad. I wonder what's happening with the cricket now. There's no bat pad. What happened to the fast bowlers?
Oh yeah.
This is a 4-day game. It's not a T20 or 50 over game. And you wonder what's happening. But unless time has changed, probably I've played too much with the great guys. But I think time has changed a bit, and probably things are a bit different now. But I think it's a 4-day game. We need to see some aggressive fields.
Here's Webster, the end of his first over. Just ambling in. This one is pushed down towards mid-off. It's the end of 11 overs, 43 for the loss of 2.
Well played by Alec there. He looked man of business. Head right over the ball. Very circumspect, and he's on course to get a big one. So I know he's hungry for runs. So I hope that he can bat there, stay to the first over, and try and take it to lunch.
So when he got to the crease, it was 16 for 2, so they've put on 27 runs so far. Very valuable runs for
Very
the third
valuable
wicket.
runs. Yeah, so far I think they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. I think Robertson on the other end need to be a little more disciplined, to be more selective with the shots. He's a very aggressive batsman. As you can see, the field settings for him. So let's see what happens now as the spins come back on. So let's see what happens, how he approaches this time now.
Carrier is back into the attack. Sent down 1 over, the very second over of the match with the new ball. So he shared the new ball with Terence Hines.
Was wondering for a while what was happening there. First day of a 4-day game.
Yeah.
A lot, nice hard ball, nice flat pitch, bit of moisture in it, and you open ball with a spinner. But as I said, different times now, different tactics, different things. So let's see what happens.
For me, I still see cricket as a fundamental game.
Stick with the basics.
Stick with the basics. It was a loose delivery to start this match from Terence Hines. Kimani Milias actually cut very hard, and it went to the debutant Vikash Mohan. Floored the catch, hurt his hand. He's been off the field ever since.
Yeah, very sad for him. Sorry for him. Hope that he can get his injury sorted out and probably come back and play his role. Unless he may be disappointed now. First regional game, and got injured.
Yeah, not very good at all for him.
Not very good at all. But these things happen, so I think he will bounce back.
There's also Brian Charles, who's going to be bowling some off break, but Vikash Mohan is also quite capable as an off break bowler.
Trinidad team full of spinners.
Here's Carey Pierre.
Well done by Jelani. Let's get behind. Have a look. I know once he gets in his area and his arc, he's gonna hit him back over his head. So I think he got to be very, very careful now.
Carey Pierre with international experience. 31 years of age. Now into his 18th first class match. 37 wickets at this level.
Been around for a while.
Yeah, started in 2016. Backing away, making some room, but cannot pierce the gap at cover.
Well, boy, I think Jelani got to be a little more tighter, I think he can get carried away a bit. The spin, so he just batted for just under an hour, so hope he can carry through.
Oh, the bat part has emerged. This time for the spinner, and that one fall short of him.
Yeah, that's a well bowled. Right areas.
So on the way to the Grenada National Stadium, I passed the Tantine Recreation Ground, and every time I hear the name Tantine, I always remember 218 by Junior Randolph Murray.
Yeah, you have good memories. One of my best innings, I played there against Guyana.
Yes.
218, I think, is an innings I will never forget as long as I live.
And I'm sure our good friend German Nablet would never forget as well.
Okay.
He was making his debut.
Debut at the time.
Yeah.
Right. It was a lovely innings. Can't forget the innings at all, I think that innings got me back into the West Indies team. I think I was out for a while. I think that innings got me back into the West Indies team.
So Carey Pierre finishes his second over, the first after coming back. 12 overs gone, 43 for the loss of 2. There's some school cricket I understand was being played yesterday at the
Tantine location. Yeah. So school cricket started back for the last couple of weeks. So it's started back. So hope the kids can do the thing. It's good to be back playing school cricket after this long period of time. So I think they're enjoying it. I don't play a game or two. Being a worker at the Ministry of Sports, we all started there. It happened there for me. So I hope that we can produce some more youngsters, some more Devon Smiths, some more Raw Lewis.
Yeah.
We all played at the school level. So I hope that that the kids can go there and enjoy the cricket.
T.N. Webster will continue. But it's good to see that first class cricket has returned to Grenada as well.
It's very, very good. Yeah, it's very good to see the first class cricket. It's very good to see, the outfield on the whole, everything looks, the first class. Look like
Yeah.
test venue. We looking pretty well. We always do a good job here in Grenada. Just hope that we can get people to come to the stadium and support the Windward Islands and support regional cricket.
Yeah, admission is free, I was told.
Pretty good.
Full delivery. We're driven straight to Solozano, who's at extra cover. Admission is free.
I hope that people can take advantage of it and come,
Yeah.
to the games. But unfortunately, probably the days. I think it'll walk into the teams of the cricket. I think people are walking at the time, so I hope that, something could be done probably for the next game.
There might be a few that are unemployed, may want to come and take a look.
Let's hope.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Extra bounce from Tian Webster. And Athenaeus, a little bit of tangle.
Yeah, well balled, good area. That 6 feet area there, where the batsman not too sure if he come forward or go back. That's a very good area, good ball. Well left by Athenaeus.
Good morning to all of you in Trinidad and Tobago as well. Lots of persons following this match. Lots of for various reasons. Some of you checking in on Vikash Mohan, who's on debut. I want to repeat that the first ball of the match was cut straight to Vikash Mohan. He floored the catch but hurt his hand in the process and has been off the field ever since. So not good news for TNT Red Force supporters. But I'm sure he's going to be back, Vikash Mohan.
Let's hope we can get an update about him so we
Yeah.
can inform the region.
Driven hard into the ground. No timing of this one from Athenaeus, the captain.
Yeah, just have to be a little more. I know confidence can be good, but it can also be a downfall. And he's batting full of confidence, so he just got to be a little tighter. It's a long day to go. Lovely pitch. I know. And after the first hour, we all know in National Stadium, it's going to be a run's paradise. So let's hope he can stay there and fight it out.
Played straight to backward point. Mohammed collects. That's the end of 13:43 for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago preparing for Carnival this year. Carnival is back. We had 2020. There was Carnival. 21, no Carnival. Last year they had Carnival, but they were in the pods.
In the pods, yeah. But so
this time they're going to be on the road.
On the road again.
On the road again.
Trinidad, right now, I think Trinidad is very hot at the moment.
It is.
I think we have our own Calypsonians along there, Trinidad, promoting the music and enjoying themselves and having a good time, So, it's good to see Carnival back again in the Caribbean, in Trinidad on the whole. We had ours all year, So,
yeah,
it's all good.
So that's the end of the first hour of play. 13 overs in that opening hour. The Windward Islands Volcanoes sent in by the TNT Red Force. They've reached 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. Kimani Milius and Jelani Robinson started this morning. It was Milius who was first to go in the third over, caught at a wicket off Hines for 4, and 2 overs later, Kavim Hodge, batting at number 3, caught at a wicket as well off Terence Hines. No score. It was 1 for 4, 2 for 16. Robinson is still there. He is joined by his captain, Alec Athenaeus, who's playing his first game as captain. Robinson 13, Athenaeus 25, a partnership of 27 so far. Rebuilding the job is on. Terence Hines, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17. Carrie Pear, 2 overs, 2 maidens. Uthman Mohammed, a bit loose, 4 overs, none for 18. And Tian Webster, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. The 4 bowlers used. This is the opening round match of Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day First Class Championship. Match number 1. 2 matches on that will begin tomorrow in Antigua and Barbuda, with Guyana Harpy Eagles taking on defending champions Barbados Pride at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The home team, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, will take on the Jamaica Scorpions at Coolidge. Both matches starting tomorrow, 10 a.m., weather permitting and everything else being equal. But we are off and running in Grenada with a regional 4-day tournament.
Yeah, lovely, and it's, lovely conditions, lovely pitch. The sun is out in its glory, and I hope that the Volcanoes can capitalize on this start. The building process now with the captain and Robinson there, trying to build a partnership there now. I think once they settle in there now, I think we are in for a good day. I think a good day of runs. I think once these two settle in, I think runs will be on the board and it'll be on the board very quickly.
So how do you assess the first hour?
I think it was a good hour. I think Hines, Terrence Hines bowled fantastically well, and I think he bowled in the right areas. You know, I think the 2 wickets he got. I think Millers was a loose shot, but I thought that Kevin got a very good ball, pitch in the right areas, and I think he hit the right area. But I think it was a good hour. For Trinidad. I know Windward Islands is in a rebuilding stage right now, so I just hope that they can go from strength to strength from here now.
43 for 2. Grenada preparing for independence as well, getting ready for the 49th anniversary as an independent nation.
Yeah, it's an oil long season, obviously.
Hey, well, I haven't had any as yet.
You're in an oil long country, so I hope that you can, take full advantage of the oil long. Be very careful on what you eat in that oil long. Yeah, it might have you coming back to Grenada. It's our national dish, so it's our time now to show off our national colors and our national dish, and it's a time. It's 49 years. We're looking forward to the 50th next year.
Ever conscious of God, we aspire, build, and advance as one people.
That's it.
That is the motto.
That's the motto.
Hello and good morning to the Right Honourable Decon Mitchell, PM of Grenada, as we back with the action now. Carry Pier to continue from the River Road end. Bowling to Robinson. Robinson there on 13. He's been there for a long time now.
He's been there
Robinson.
for a while.
Yeah.
It's a 4-day game, so we're not in a hurry. So he's been batting it for over an hour. I hope he can have a good score.
Quick delivery effort ball from Carry Pier. And there he is, just backing away a little bit, Robinson, looking for a little bit of room.
Oh, yes, I think you got to be careful with the arm ball.
Yeah.
But just be a little more selective.
There he is again. Is he losing a little bit of his patience?
Yeah, I think the captain should have a word with him. I think he wants to score. He's a batsman that likes to score. I think he got a couple of dot balls and he's not scoring, so he got a bit on the edge. So you got to stay a bit tighter.
Playing his 13th match, the Grenadian. The Dominican.
Dominican. I think he's
29 years old.
It's good to see him in the team. I think he had to work pretty hard to get himself fit and everything to be a regular member of the team. So I'm really happy to see him in the team.
Good delivery from Carry Pier. This time it's right behind it.
That's better.
Robinson.
Looks a bit better. Looks a bit tighter. Keep it Trinidad in the sun. Don't let them come out of the sun too early.
Backing away this time. We get a single at least. Good work in the outfield as well from Jad Gooley, the substitute fielder.
Well stopped. Put short, well fielded. Good cricket all along.
In fact, it's Steven Webster. Stop that ball. The end of the 14th over. Score moves up to 44.
Let's hope that we can keep rebuilding. Captain is over there. Let's keep talking to Jelani and be a bit tighter over there and see if we can bat to lunch without losing another wicket.
Yeah, Robinson made his debut in 2015 against Guyana at home in Dominica.
In Dominica, yes.
Yeah, but his last game since 2017, he's been out of contention for a little while.
He has been out for a while, so as I said before, it's good to really see him back, work on his cricket, work on himself, and got a contract with the Windward Islands, and so he's here now doing his thing, and I really hope that we can get a good score on the board. It's all about performance for me. It's all about performance. Once you get there, keep performing. Believe in yourself.
He hasn't had a half century in the last 5 games he played at this level. He's had 2 half centuries overall. This is his 13th match, like I said.
Yes, he got some work to do.
Webster starts a new over and is testing Robinson outside his off stump.
Yeah, I think Webster is bowling in the right areas. He's not a quick, fast bowler, but he's bowling in the right areas. And I think the batsman got to be a bit watchful. I think as an open batsman, I think the more balls you leave outside the off stump, I think it's better for you. Get the bowler tired, I think he got to do something different.
So Bravo maintaining 3 slips on the gully. Edge the first slip, and he's gone. All the talk about Robinson trying to survive in his comeback match did not happen. Edged and is taken at first slip.
I think it's kudos to the bowler. I think that's fantastic bowling. I think he's been doing it from the time he gets on to bowl. I think in the right areas. I think Jelani, was a bit anxious there. Because the ball I think he could have left. It was pitch in the right area, but I think it's downfall now. So I think kudos to Webster. I think it was a fantastic ball.
So Tian Webster getting his first wicket. Is Jelani Robinson caught at first slip, and he's gone for 14. Is now 44 for the loss of 3 wickets, and the partnership broken. 28-run third wicket partnership. They needed to get more, but good bowling, like you said, from Tian Webster.
Yeah, good bowling, but I think good bowling again. So skipper now we gotta rethink again. We gotta build again. We have a batsman coming out, Sunil Ambrose. He's a seasoned campaigner, a former West Indies player. So I know he got a job cut out for him now. So I'm looking forward to see if he can dig in and do his best for the Windwards.
So lots of experience in Sunil Ambrose, number 99, and the players are wearing that black armband today because Irvin Shillingford left us.
Yes, that's a very, very, very sad moment. My manager, my mentor, I think, may his soul rest in peace. I think he was a good player. I haven't seen him played, but I think he was a great player in his time, was in his player, and my kudos go to my sympathy go to him and his family, and hope everything goes well. And to my own home and my own mate, Pastor Wom, cricket is playing in Grenada. There's no Pastor Wom, so that tell you something. So I wish him a speedy recovery, wherever he is at the moment. Hope that all goes well.
So Webster getting his first wicket, and that has brought Sunil Ambrose to the crease. Ambrose, the Vincentian,
Former captain.
29 years old. You call him the former West Indies player, but at 29 years old, he may, with some good performances, you never know, Junior.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's hope that he can perform well and get back in the team.
Yeah, he's played 6 test matches already. This is his 61st first-class match.
He's a veteran in this competition. Another good ball by Webster again, hitting the areas consistently. I love to see that. I think our fast bowlers are trying too much thing these days. We need to hit the one spot consistently. I think Webster is doing a fantastic job at that at the moment.
So Ambrose batting outside his leg stump, then walks across. Gets a short delivery and allows it to go by to Django. So now Webster actually working up a little bit more pace.
As you can see that's what a wicket does to you.
Yep.
I think the keeper is catching the ball over his head now. That's pretty nice to see.
Yeah, reverse cup as well.
Reverse cup as well. So I think the pitch there's something in the pitch. So once you put your back in it, at least you can get some results. So let's wait and see what happens.
So all 3 wickets this morning coming from bowlers that are bowling from the Darbo end.
Yes, at least it tells me something.
Yeah.
There's something there. There's something from that end. I can see the ball is swinging nicely. It's lovely how it's swinging over there. Keeper say catching above his head. I love to see that as a former keeper myself. As a former keeper, I used to always tell my fast bowlers, it's new and hard. Put something in it, bend your back. Let it carry to the keeper.
3 slips and a gully still in play. Short ball. Ambrose will get off the mark, and it's going to get into the boundary at mid-wicket. 4 runs. Sunil Ambrose, he's off the mark.
Played by Ambrose.
Yeah, a little bit of bottom hand into that shot.
That's his trademark shot. As you all know, Ambrose, he loves those shots there. You come on his pads, he's going to flick it through mid-wicket. So trademark shot. Well played by Ambrose.
Still to come, Justin Greaves, Preston McSween, Tevin Walker, the wicketkeeper, Kenneth Dembo, Darius Martin, Ryan John. So that's the Windward Islands Volcano side for you. 48 for 3. Captain Athanase is there, former captain. Ambrose just gotten off the mark.
Yes, I think these two here have to build a nice partnership. I think they are two seasoned players, so they need to better be responsible. And hope that they can carry the team to lunch, and then we can take it from there.
So 3 wickets to fall this morning. Kimani Milius caught at a wicket off Hines for Jelani Robinson. Last dismissed caught Brian Charles at first slip off Webster 14. Kavim Hodge caught wicketkeeper Django off Terence Hines. No score.
We said Brian Charles a while ago. Hope remind me of my good teammate.
Yeah, Brian Charles Lara.
Brian Charles Lara himself.
Working with the West Indies Test side now as a mentor.
Love to see.
Yeah. Carrier continues. But these 2 rounds in this regional first class season are very important to the careers of many of these players.
These two, very, very important. I think it's only five games.
Only 5 games before the Tri-Series, the Headley Weeks series. With those 2 teams against the academy side as well.
Okay.
In the air, in the gap as well. Not in total control, Athanaze. But we get a single coming back for the second. There's a field at extra cover, field at mid-off, and it went in between them.
I think that's well bowled by Karim. Slow, flag it outside the off stump. I think Athena's got to be a little tighter there. He was a little loose there with that shot. But I said his confidence can be his downfall, so he gotta be a bit more tighter.
Yeah.
And be more responsible.
He's taken off his helmet. Not matter with any headwear at all.
As you probably can see, he's batting headless.
I was getting there.
That was well played, Athena's. Hit him right over the ball, well played.
Reverse sweeping, but this time it fall well short of anyone. Perhaps losing his concentration as well.
I'm wondering what's happening there. But I know it's just modern day cricket, I think, the guys, they have lots of shots on the plate anytime. Test cricket, one day, they just enjoy themselves. So let's hope that he can be more tighter.
So Carriers realized that he has his man a little bit circumspect. Now attacking him outside that off stump. There we see now the captain, Athene, is trying to gather some composure.
Yeah, he's bouncing around in his crease.
Yeah.
Think about it. He'll be more selective, a bit tighter.
Testing over coming to an end. 2 runs from that Carrier over. The Volcanoes bringing up their 50 as well. So 50 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, that's a very tight 50, first 50. Lost a couple of wickets. Let's hope that we can, keep this going for a while. At least these 2 senior players in there, former captain and captain, have a big role to play for the team. So let's hope that they can do it to the best of their ability. Be a bit tighter. I want to see the batters be a bit more tighter there. We have 3 days left. It's a long time.
So Webster looking for more success will continue. Starting his 4th over now. Well left outside the off stump by Ambrose.
One thing I can say is bowling to his field. He's very consistent. You can see we have 3 slips to goalie a point, a cover, a mid-off, so he's very, very consistent with his field.
Webster, one of 8 players in this 11 that plays for the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
Wow.
Vikash Mohan, Jason Mohammed and Amir Django are the 3 players that are not playing for the Queen's Park Cricket Club in this 11. So the guys are very familiar with each other, playing for the same club.
So you can say Queen's Park is a mecca of Trinidad cricket. Ball again, consistent line and length, a little bit of out swing there. And he's sticking with the out swing, he's not trying anything. He's out swinger is working today, he's not going to work with out swinger today. He's not going to try anything, he's not going to go hunting. So love his consistency.
That's his call name, Webby. They call him Webby or Webster. Into his 17th first-class match now. He has 12 wickets before today, so 13 now overall.
Played a lot of T20s and one international for Trinidad. Okay, then.
27 years old, 15 list A matches, 25 T20.
Still a youngster in coming up.
Full toss. Not totally dispatched. Good feeling by Jeremy Solozano at cover.
Got away with a loose one. Full toss outside the off top. Hit very hard, but straight to the fielder. Ambis will be kicking himself there now. Should have a boundary there now.
He's patient, Sunil Ambris.
He loves to bat long.
More than 3,000 first-class runs. Not over pitch delivery this time. The outside edge found, but cannot get past. Looks like Terence Hines at third slip. 714 half centuries for Sunil Ambris at this first-class level.
Season campaigner.
Season campaigner. Did some wicket keeping as well, Sunil Ambris.
Yes, he does. Yes.
Yeah.
I think he does a bit of off spin as well, also. So he's doing it all.
Brother of Romel Currency, former Windward Islands player as well. Full toss again from Webster. This time runs for Ambris. We get very close to the boundary at mid-wicket. We get into the boundary as well. So that's his second boundary. That was a very naughty delivery, you'd say, from T.N. Webster.
Yeah.
It was dispatched.
Another full toss on leg stump. That's where Ambris loves it. You know, just flick it straight through. Yeah, straight through to mid-wicket and get 4 runs.
So this is the 17th over. Umpires checking to confirm the number of deliveries that have been bowled. Webster got his cap, and now you got to give it back to the umpire.
Yeah, I think got one more ball left in the over.
Yeah. Umpires Gregory Brathwaite from Barbados and Nigel Duguid from Guyana. Both 53-year-old. Brathwaite 60th first class. Duguid 59th first class.
Seasoned umpires in the weekend.
So that's the end of 17 overs and the end of my opening stint as well. So you're going to be joined once again by what I call the voice of the Caribbean, Jason Skeet.
On many occasions he gives me way too much credits, but so Darren Bravo still staying on the attack. Clearly he has decided that come what may, only just over 50 runs on the board, 54 runs on the board. He is going to stay with whatever is working for him. If it hasn't broken, he's not going to try to fix it, and he's staying on the attack. He's basically telling these Windwards Volcanoes, listen, the runs are there, but if you want to get it, you're going to have to go for it. All right, so here comes Pierre. In good shot, but straight to cover. Athene is looking comfortable, always, shaping up nicely. He reminds me of a left-handed version of a Carl Hooper, very effortless in his striking of the ball.
Yeah, he's very confident. He's been having some good form recently.
This time he's looking. He goes over down to backward square. There's only one. The ball traveled quickly. He got some meat onto it actually, and would pick up just a single. He now moves on to 27. And Ambris is moved into strike now. Athenes is on 28, and Ambris moves into strike now on 8.
Yeah, I think Alec is a batsman now full of confidence. He's believing in himself. He obviously performed well under pressure. He's the leader of the team now, so I think I'm looking forward to bigger and better things, from him. I hope he has a good start to the season, and I hope I can But you know, just put someone on the board for Wood Islands. You know, get us in a good position. We got to rebuild now. He's there with his former captain. So let's hope that they both can put someone on the board together and get a good score for Wood Islands.
Alright. Pierce in, and this time right there, right in front. The batsman just kind of squeezing it off into the onside, a very short mid-on. Silly point, so to speak, there for him, is it?
Yeah, but obviously a bad pad.
Bad pad, yeah. You gotta work with me on this here now, Junior. Squeezing it into bad pad, nothing there. Similar shot again, this time it rolls up in front of him, nothing to worry about. Darren Bravo is right there, just collects and, sends it back to the bowler. The bowler is getting through, Pierce getting through this over very quickly.
Yeah, I think Kari Pierce is doing a fantastic job. He's bowling pretty well in the areas. I think the batsmen got to be a bit more selective with him. I think they're trying to rush him, as we say in cricket, so we just got to be a bit more patient. We have a long day ahead of us.
Ambrose has the authority to slow things down. He doesn't have to fall victim to the rush of Pierre. This time he comes forward nice and gently and squeezes it into the onside. Nothing there, no damage done. And Pierre gets through the over.
Another good over from Pierre. I think he's bowling, he's doing a fantastic job with the ball. He's bowling in the right areas and building pressure. So just for the batsman now to just be a bit more selective, and be patient with him. And sooner or later we're going to get a bad ball.
55 for 3 after 18. The Windward Volcanoes in a spot of bother, so to speak. But with the repair job on the way, Ambrose and Athenaeus, they've got a whole lot of time ahead of them. What they need now is some application and some good skill. We're seeing a change of bowling, are we?
Yes, we're going to see Hines is back.
So Hines is back for his second stint. He's going into Athenaeus. Athenaeus looking very confident, very comfortable. Nothing to bother him really and truly. He squeezes into the offside. There's no threat, no damage to the scoreboard.
I think the captain we're looking for another wicket here, so he bring back his strike bowler. Once you get one of these batters out here now, I think they get into the team. So I think it's a very good plug by the captain.
Similar format again. It looks almost like a replay from the previous delivery. And Athenaeus very comfortable, very confident again. Hines has done a fantastic job. In the meantime, Athenaeus and Ambrose wants to make sure that they stay steady at least until lunchtime. Don't do anything reckless. Stay in control of the game. Stay in control of their innings. Don't allow themselves to be rushed. And keep going. Lunchtime has to be the target now.
Yeah, be a bit more selective, be a bit tighter. This is the time to be a bit tighter now.
This time Hines is in and Athenaeus driving well, and it runs out to the boundary, and that's 4. Good for us.
That's a lovely shot by Alec. I think Hines looking for a bit of more swing. He went up a bit too much, and Alec has bent his front knee, hit it through the covers for 4. I think it's a lovely shot.
Excellent cover drive. As you say, he bent his knees and he got into it elegantly, gracefully, and the left-handed version of that sort of reminds me of Brian Lara himself.
Typical Brian Lara, but I will stay home. I will say Devon Smith.
Okay, all right, okay.
I think
fair enough.
His father figure, so I think Devon should be probably listening and watching his son. Not biological son, but his cricket son. And he'd be proud of him at the moment.
Good work, Devon Smith. Good morning. If you're listening or you're viewing, good morning, and always a pleasure. This time there's some thought into Hines' bowling. What is he going to try now? He still has a nice attacking field. Goes in, and Athenaeus doesn't. He thought about the single earlier on, but was sent back quickly by Ambrose, and no damage done there. You don't want to take any chances, not now.
No, I think if you look at the field placing, I think the captain realizing that Alec is playing very comfortable, nothing bothering him. I think he put a sweeper over there now, so it tells you something. that Trinidad is just releasing a bit of attention of the whole of this innings here at the moment.
Yeah. Right, well. Hines is in, and this time it's outside the off stump and lifting. Nice carry to the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper taking it nice, just above waist height, just below the chest, taking it nicely. Good bounce in this wicket.
Yeah, there's something in here in the wicket. You know, one thing once the bowlers put some back in it, I think they can get some pace out of this wicket. So I think the Volcano guys, you know, this is their home territory. They should be used to this pitch. They should be used to the settings here. You know, so they're at home. So let's apply ourselves.
Right, Hines is up again. This time lifting, still lifting and turning, angling a little bit into the left-hander. But Athens is equal to the task and squeezes it into the offside. There's no run. That brings us to the end of the over. The Windwards are 59 for 3 after 19.
Well played by Alligator. I think his confidence is growing as we can see. Nicely behind the line of the ball and just tucking in front of him. I think well done.
Yeah,
let's hope that he can continue. I know we still got a few minutes to lunch. Lunch should be the target. So let's hope that he can carry it to lunch.
Yeah, all right. Good day for cricket, as we said earlier on. No threat of rain anywhere. The clouds are very far and few in between. A little bit of shade might be expected. There's some shade just as you come in over the River Road end, but nice sunny outfield and a good day for cricket.
Lovely day for cricket. Lovely that we see Carey Pierre coming again and
Ambrose just rolls it back down the turf, gets the bowler into the action again. He bowls, he does some feeling, he picks it up and turns almost immediately. A man of business comes and looking to cut away on the offside. A little bit of room there, some bonks. No real turn, just some bonks.
Just a bit of bonks. I think Ambrose might think he missed out there. I think it was a nice short ball outside off him, but he still got to be selective. You know, we just launch around the corner.
Very, very, very businesslike into his cricket. This time he's driving, and Ambrose is driving well all the way down to long on. It goes into the boundary, yep, and that's it. Another 4 runs.
I think it was really nice to see Ambrose there using his feet, and that he's just released a bit of tension there, chip and hit the bowler right over here long off for 6, not 4, 6.
6 actually, went for 6.
He went for 6, yes.
Right.
Lovely shot by Ambrose there. Good to see the batsman using the feet to the spin. You know, it's always a good sign.
Yep.
Still got to be selective.
This wicket at this stage will not offer very much turn for the spinners. There's a whole lot in it for the seamers, and a lot in it for the fast bowlers if you bend your back really. But it's always wise at this stage of the game with this kind of wicket offering this kind of assistance for the batsmen to use your feet and get to the pitch of the ball when the spinners are in play. And Ambrose did just that. He moves on to 14 just after 17 deliveries. We're still in the 19th over. We're halfway into the 19th over. And Pierre is maybe getting some drier hands, going into the turf, getting some drier hands, looking for some more grip, hoping to get some turn. And he comes in again. This time it's a little bit fuller in length, and Ambrose has absolutely no trouble, no worry, no bother. He just prods it back out to Darren Bravo, who's at short cover.
Yeah, well bowled, well played. I think Ambrose is looking pretty well at the moment.
This time he's looking for some room and cutting away nicely. It runs down to third man, and yep. That's it. He gets 4 runs onto the third man boundary, kind of opening the face a little bit and cutting late because he realized that there's no turn, a whole lot of bonks, waited on it and gave himself the right opportunity to score.
Nice shot by Ambrose. Short ball outside off, something wide. Ambrose would miss it on those short wide balls over the first bed for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
So Ambrose racking up some total here. Pierre wants to stay in control. Maybe he's turning a little bit too fast and running in. Maybe he needs to just slow down just a little bit and give himself some breathing room. He's got time on his hands. Good delivery again. This time he rolls it straight, sends it straight up the line, and the batsman comes forward and shows him the full face of the bat and rolls it back down. The bowler does his own work.
Yeah, well played by Ambrose. At least he's playing his ball on his merit. Good ball, for defensive around the pitch, back to the bowler.
Oh, well, we're on the verge of celebrating independence, as you guys mentioned earlier on, and coming up for the 49th anniversary of independence. Um, what is your favorite part of this of independence generally? A whole lot of things comes out of independence. People talk about the food, some talk about the parade, some talk about the camaraderie and the colors. What stands out for you the
I
most?
like the colors. I love the color. I think we have a very outstanding in color. You know, I know you like the oil long part.
Of course, of course,
The
of
eating
course.
part. You know,
You
but I
don't
love the colors.
you don't miss the oil, though. An amalgamation of sorts with a nice blend of coconut milk on a slow fire, pigtail and breadfruit and ground provisions, with the right saffron and callaloo, and that bubbles down nicely. But this is Hines into the left-handed Athenaeus, who hooks and hooks well, rolls along the ground down to down to the square leg boundary. There's a man running around, picks up nicely. They only get one. The score moves on to 69 for 3.
Nice
70,
nice shot there by Alec, and a short ball down the leg side, went back, swizzle and pull it. Lovely shot. I can't help but saying he's a batsman of confidence. You know, so let's hope our confidence can get him a big score today.
Rolled on his feet nicely, turned nicely, and got into it very quickly. Got inside the line of the ball and played it down. No threat at all. Got a single for it. Nice shot, kind of shot that probably deserved 4 runs, but he'll be happy for a single, especially once he has his wicket intact.
Yeah, I think they were all also looking to bowl a shorter ball to try and set him up, because I had a man set in the field for the shot, but I think he played it nicely. He rolled his wrist and played it down. Pretty good.
So Hines now has man at mid-wicket, mid-on, sorry, and a man down on the boundary, and the mid-on comes into play almost immediately for a quick single. He misfields. They will not take the opportunity to go for 2. A bit of tidying up done quickly, and the score moves on to 71.
Well played by Ambrose. You know, rotation of strikers are also important. Quick single on the onside. Misfield by Webster, but there's also a second one there. But I think Alec ran a bit too quickly. You know, but nice to see the rotation going. Not only boundaries, but nice to see the rotation, the 1s and 2s. You know, lovely by the batsmen. As I said before, they are 2 seasoned campaigners, so I think that they have a job cut out. They know what to do, so they're going to do it to the best of their ability.
Hines is in good form, good stead. He has 2 wickets already to his name, and he is a bit of a bother for the Windwards. But so far to this point, Athenaeus and Ambrose, they have done well in negotiating him. Darren Bravo, on the other hand, brought him back on, looking to create some chaos in the Windwards camp, hoping to get a quick wicket before lunch. Let's see how long he's going to keep him on. He is into the 3rd delivery of his over now. Good, and turning into the left-handed Athenaeus. Athenaeus squeezes it into the onside, gets a single at mid-wicket. Comfortable single eventually. Nothing to worry too much about, but good rotation of the strike, as you said.
Well played, good rotation again. You know, have the bowler thinking, the left and right combination. So you got to keep changing his line. So hoping I can get a loose ball in between there. You know, so well done by the batters. Doing a fantastic job so far.
At this point, the ball is just in the 21st over. Now is where you start to make sure the seam is held upright, to look for whatever little swing that might be there, look to milk whatever might be in the atmosphere, and Hines is very much capable of doing something like this.
Yeah, just keep one side of the ball shiny so we can get the ball moving in and out, in swing or out swingers. Take care of the ball, as we say.
This time he's looking at Ambrose ahead of him, and he comes up. Nice ball, straightening nicely on Ambrose. Ambrose equal to the task and just opens, shows him the full face of the bat actually, and the ball goes out to extra cover.
Well played by Ambrose. Well bowled by Hines. He's bowling in that zone, in that area. Well done.
Ambrose looks comfortable.
You look at home, as I said before, is their home ground. They're training here every day, so they should know what to expect.
Alright, Hines at the top of his mark, turns in again. This time he's drifting a little bit down the leg side, and the man down at the fine leg boundary runs around, and square leg bungee actually runs around, comes into a short position. They get one, no threat really. Was a comfortable single, but Ambrose really equal to the task there.
Yeah, it's a typical ambush shot. Once the ball between middle and leg, he's going to tuck you in the corner. Typical ambush shot. If you know ambush all his years, once the ball in that straight, you're gonna milk you in the corner. So I think,
he uses his back foot with a whole lot of confidence, so he gets into the line of the delivery very quickly.
Yeah, walks across a bit also. Yeah.
All right, here comes the ever glamorous and graceful Athenaeus. He's on strike, looking to face up to Hines, and Hines is in, and the ball turning into the batsman, dipping a little bit slower, and Athenaeus pushes out to mid-off, and no damage done.
No damage done. Another confidential well ball, Yorker length. You can see the ball hitting the bottom of Alex's bat. Couldn't get a single there, but they're doing a good job so far. The two guys are doing a fantastic job so far. Yeah, now we're building stage. Let's hope that we can take it, as I said before, take it to lunch and take another 18 minutes to go before lunch, and then see what happens after lunch.
All right, so 73 for 3 after 21. The Windwards losing some early wickets in Robinson, sorry, yes. Milius and Hodge, right, all going down. 2 wickets to Hines and 1 to Webster. Now we've got a change from the River Road end. This looks like Charles. Charles now operating from the River Road end. This looks like Charles. Yep. He is an off-break bowler, I think he is. Yes, he's an off-break coming in from the River Road end. He's in conversation with his captain. What is Darren Bravo thought pattern here? What do you think is Darren Bravo's thought pattern here now, giving his seamers a rest, and hopefully that they can recuperate in time for after lunch?
Yeah, I think he's also probably looking for a wicket here. Before lunch, have a different look, have a different opinion on what's going to happen over there. I think he's going to be on a spin. Let's see what happens, and hope the batsman doesn't fall in that trap, and they can still keep it tight. They can still play the ball on its merit, and look for the bad ones. And once you get the bad one, they can put it away.
All right. Well, there's some adjusting to the field here now. Ambrose is on strike. Just one slip in. There's a man at point, and Ambrose turns this one onto the onside. The fielder from the fine leg bungee runs up and just one.
Ambrose turn it around the corner. Nice single. Have a look at the new bowler. Let's see what's going to happen. Play him on his merit. Don't get too anxious.
Right, this time Charles now, he's going to face up. He's looking at Athenaeus in front of him. Athenaeus is equal to the task, turning it quickly, a quicker ball, looking for one. It goes into the onside. They get one. No, they will settle for one. A quicker ball, hurried a little bit onto Athenaeus, but Athenaeus was equal to the task. He's always very alert, an alert batsman he is.
He's very, very nimble on his feet. Ball into him on the leg stump. He just tuck it around the corner again. I went for a quick single.
He spent a little bit of a time in the air, but nowhere near any sort of real danger. The strike rotates, and that's a good thing between left and right. Ambrose is on strike. This time he goes, and he goes hard, and he goes high, and he goes all the way 6 runs, down to long on 6 runs.
Lovely shot. Ambrose again using his feet. Bowler with a bit of flight. He uses his feet. Chip and hit him way over long on for another 6. As you can see, he's a batsman with confidence.
Got to the pitch of it very early. Very, very early. So the second 6 of the innings for him.
Yeah, that's his second 6. You can see he's battling full of confidence. Hope he don't get too overconfident.
Well, you just got to play each ball on its merit. If it's there to hit, you go with it. I think he saw that one being held up just a little bit. The bowler held it up just a little bit, looking for some turn, so holding back, gripping the ball a little bit tighter. But Ambrose was onto him quickly and got to the pitch of it nicely and gave it the full treatment. Charles again. And this time he's very respectful to the bowler. Ambrose is very respectful to the bowler. Got 6 already off the over. 6 and 2, 8 already off the over. So that might just be enough to not take any more unnecessary chances.
Yeah, I think he's playing his ball on his merit. He's looking very, very confident at the moment. Very confident.
Charles again into Ambrose. Ambrose just prods it back down and allows Charles to do his own fielding.
The two batters are looking very, very confident over there. Captain and ex-captain.
Turns quickly, giving the batsman very little time to settle as he turns and comes in. This time Ambrose turns it into the onside. That brings us to the end of the over. No run coming off the final delivery. 81 for 3 after 22 overs.
Well done by the two batters. Good, nice rebuilding at this moment. I think they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. Playing the good balls and scoring for the bad balls.
Yeah. Lunch on the horizon, just under 10 minutes to go for lunch. So no doubt that will be in the mind of the batsmen. Someone's probably coming out now to just give them the news. Substitute fielder coming out to just give the news and remind these batsmen, you know what, take it easy. Captain and former captain outside there, they really don't need the talking to. They just need the advice and they just need the confidence.
Yeah,
I
think they have the confidence. I can see they build a nice partnership of 37 so far, and they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. So let's hope I can continue back to lunch, and then we can take it from there.
All right. So all protective headgear has been sent off the field. So now we're looking at possibly spin again coming in. Is it that we're going to have Pierre coming up from the Dabo end now? So Kyrie Pierre is coming in. He's changed ends. Darren Bravo has decided to turn things around and bring Pierre in now from the Dabo end. It's a good contest here because he's going up against Athenaeus, and there's a little bit of a rough area down there already. It might be a little bit more visible to us from the commentary booth, but there's a little bit of a rough area developing down there. So Pierre is looking to exploit that now as he's in and going to Athenaeus, and Athenaeus hooks and sweeps, but hard, very hard. Struck the fielder close in very hard. You could have actually heard it from the commentary booth.
A lovely shot by Alec. Well stopped by the man at that part there.
It had 4 written all over it.
All over it. I think he took a blow for his country. That's pretty good to see.
Yeah, he's going to feel the pain of it later on tonight. This time he's in, Pierre is in, and Athenaeus is forward nicely, confidently. No threat. He shows him the full face of the bat and the confidence to go with it. The score stays on 81 for 3 inside the 23rd over. He's again this time a little bit short, giving it some height, and Athenaeus hooks well. There's a man running around that square leg. They get 1. And a nice, hard, stiff throw into the wicketkeeper. Just 1 coming off of it.
Well played by Alex. Short ball from Kyrie Pierre. Went back on his back foot, swizzle around as we say, and pull him through a deep square leg for a single. Full of confidence. He's a batter with a looking to show of himself and look pretty set to get a big one. Let's hope that he can go on from strength to strength.
Yeah, he needs something big here. He's capable of it. He's capable of it by every sense of the word. So let's see. This time Pierre is shaping up now. He's getting ready to go into Ambrose. Ambrose is up. This time he flicks hard into mid wicket. They get 1, and only 1 there will be.
Well played by Ambrose. Is a typical Ambrose shot. Anything nice and straight, you're going to flick you through mid wicket. And let's hope that he picks the right one to flick.
Yeah.
Hope that he don't look to flick the arm ball and get struck in front. So He did pretty well. He's confident, so let's see what happens.
Athenes is on strike. This time he's forward nicely. A lot of chatter and boost of confidence coming in from the wicketkeeper, talking to the bowler all the time, staying in his air, staying in the air of the batsman as well. Wants to unsettle him, but Athenes is not even bothered slightly. This time he's in and going back, the ball lifting just a little bit, and Athenes pushing it into mid-on, short mid-on, and that brings up the end of the 83rd over. The Windward Volcanoes are 83 for 3.
Well played by Alec.
Yeah.
And he's looking pretty well. And just a few minutes to launch. The partnership is going nicely on 39. So let's hope that they can go on from strength to strength from here on.
All right. And the Windwards, no doubt, looking to make a very strong and steady impression here, because after finishing at the bottom of the table last season, they want to make sure that folks realize that there's no slouch and they are coming in a much better position. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, they've got the opportunity to show that this team is a well-rounded team, some experience in this team, some West Indies experience in this team, some steady players in this team. Darren Bravo in particular, looking to make a very strong and serious impression. Here's Charles again. He's into Ambrose, and Ambrose is forward, pushing it up to mid-off. There's no run. And as he pushes it up to mid-off, John comes back into the chair to my left. Make me feel a little bit distinguished there. And distinguished is the word I wanted to say. You made me feel a little bit distinguished there. I will take that any day of the week. No run of the last delivery.
Yeah, nice partnership developing here, and that's exactly what the doctor has ordered for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Brian Charles coming into the attack, searching for success. No bowler from the bottom end has picked up a wicket as yet, with Ian Webster 1 wicket and Terence Hines both wickets coming from the top end.
Yeah, there's a bit of a mountain at the stump there, so the bowlers have a whole lot more to do when they get into their delivery.
There's not much wind. Not much wind here today either.
Let's let it flow, Charlo. Let's push up on the right back, Charlo. Stay back. Let's stay back, Charlo.
So not a windy day today at all.
Not at all. When you look up to the hills, you can see the trees are still. And the bowlers would need the wind. They would need that assistance. The seamers particularly would need that assistance to get some swing as the ball pitches. Charles looking for a wicket. And Ambrose is nicely forward. That brings up the end of the over after 24. 83 for 3.
Athenes 36 and Ambrose 28. This is a very important passage of play, especially for the Volcanoes, because the longer this pair stays at the crease, more runs they were going to get, put some pressure on the TNT Red Force, and of course at the start of a new tournament, you want to come off of the ground on a good note. You want to have a good start. So both teams looking to really get in early. Early exchanges definitely with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but now it's a fighting partnership, bringing back the balance into this game.
Trinidad and Tobago not letting up at all, even though they moved out a very packed slip cordon. They're still very much on the attack here. And Pierre comes in, and Athenes is nicely forward, no threat whatsoever, showing him the maker's name on the bat, and Pierre does his own fielding and hurries back to the top of his mark and turns almost immediately. And it's like in similar form, a replay fashion. Absolutely no difference in the ball, no difference in the shot.
We have lots of sunshine momentarily, but I don't think that's any threat of rain now, is there, Jason?
Just a quick cloud passing over, providing some much needed shade to the fielders. This time he turns and turns it well, just a flick of the wrist, and Athenes gets a single down to long on. Gets a single, and that prods the total onto 84 for 3. The Windwards still in repair mode. They've got to maintain this kind of attitude to get them into lunch. Here comes Pierre now. He's into Ambrose. And Ambrose is forward. Pierre showing that he's getting just a little bit of turn down there. And Ambrose is forward. There's a mid-wicket that runs in, short mid-wicket that runs in and shuts down any threat of a run. Here again on the attack. This time just a little bit more room, and Ambrose looks to cut, but nothing there. Finds the fielder and probably rehearsing his shot, thinking, you know what, he could have maybe waited just a little bit longer to get some more out of it. Better delivery. Well played.
Yeah, just a single from that over, so 84 for the loss of 3. The field set a bit defensive now, realizing that they want to plug the gaps, want to get some pressure on the Athenaeus and Ambrose to break this partnership. 40 runs to the value so far for this, the 4th wicket. Very important one for the Volcanoes. They want to bat to lunch and then come back after lunch and continue to build on that 40 run.
Partnership is critical at this stage of the game, because right after this, you're into the middle of the team, and then no real resistance coming up after that. So a lot rest on the shoulders of Athenaeus and Ambrose here today.
Amir Django trying his level best to cheer up the bowler and to get the fielders rallying behind the bowler.
Yeah, and he comes in, turns and opens the face of the bat. Single, 2, they cross for the second one, down to third man. Just one, they took one. There was always 2 inside there, but settled for a jog, just one. I think Athenaeus was eager to get on strike, so he probably chose, just one.
In fact, they came back for the second indeed.
Yeah.
Good run in. The ball went way down to the boundary. And I'm noticing, as I was on my break, looking out to the stands, you see a few spectators building up. And there's a little bit of buzz next door at the athletic stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, because they're preparing for Independence next week.
Yep. Independence next week, and also with a few of the secondary schools on the island preparing for their annual sport meet, their annual athletic sports meet. This vicinity is generally a buzz at this time of the year. It's going to be like this all the way back to April, as Charles is in, and a little bit of a quicker ball coming on to Athenaeus, but Athenaeus is equal to the task. Doesn't really show that he's flustered by any means, and no damage done. But Charles is showing that he is intent now on making something happen. This time he comes in a little bit faster again, and Athenaeus pushes out to mid-off, a short mid-off in play somewhere there. Trying to get through this over very quickly. This time he's in, this time drifting down the onside. Nothing really. Athenaeus rehearsing the shot after, showing a little bit of a frustration sign there. Maybe he should have done a whole lot more with it, wanted to get it away, but he has to be careful because there's a man down on the square leg boundary.
And he's also looking at time, getting closer to lunch. Don't want to be too reckless getting towards a break.
This time he's nice and forward, nicely played, well played. Composes himself quickly, Athenaeus. He's showing a whole lot of maturity, and he is showing some confidence with it. I heard you and Junior speaking about his confidence, and he's not lacking there at all. Forward, nicely, confident. And that brings up the end of the over. Charles is out. Yeah, that's it. Charles is at the end of the over. The Windward Island Volcanoes are 86 for 3 after 26 overs.
Yeah, Charles ending his third over there, looking for his first wicket. And the players are walking off. It means that it's lunch here on day number 1, and umpire Duguid lifting the bails to suggest that as well. So lunch on day number 1 of this opening round match in Cricket West Indies regional first class season, the 4-day tournament. And 86 for loss of 3, 26 overs bowled. And at lunch, you'd want to say that it's even Stevens. 3 early wickets being picked up by the Red Force. but then a nice partnership of 42 so far unbroken for the fourth wicket between Captain Athenaeus and Ambris, 39 and 28 respectively, not out, bringing things back even Stevens. We'd want to say heading to lunch, Jason.
Yeah, I think that the batsmen who got out earlier on would be kicking themselves now, because really and truly all that was required basically was just a little bit of a toughening up and staying composed, because now you see the wicket has started to become just a little bit more placid unless the bowlers bend and really put something into it. So there's a lot of runs here to be scored, and I think they would have realized that they would have missed out on a golden opportunity. But the repair job has been done to this point. It has been going well, and Ambris and Athenaeus showing that they can tough things out, and the Windwards really need that.
So the day started with a TNT Red Force winning the toss and asking the host, the Volcanoes, to bat first. Kimani Milius and Jelani Robinson started. Milius was forced to go in the third over, caught at a wicket off the bowling of Terence Hines for 4. Kavim Hodge did not last too long, caught at a wicket by Amir Django, the wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Hines with no score, 2 for 16. And Jelani Robinson, the other batter to be dismissed, caught at first slip by Brian Charles off the bowling of Tian Webster for 14. It was 3 for 44 at that time. And then Athenaeus and Ambris joined forces and have taken the score to 86 without 40 loss, so 86 for 3 at lunch. And remember, this morning, teams observing a moment of silence in memory of the late Dominican player, Combined Islands player, Windward Islands player, and West Indies player, Irvin Chillingford, who passed away last Thursday in his native Dominica at the age of 72. So it's lunch on day number 1. Red Force bowling first. The Volcanoes 86 for 3. We'll take a break and we'll be back after lunch to continue this intriguing match. To the Grenada National Stadium. It's day number one of this opening round match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships 2023. Welcome to the post-lunch session. The Windward Islands Volcanoes sent in to bat this morning. They've reached lunch, 86 for the loss of 3 wickets. Alec Athanaze, the new captain, is on 39. With him is the former captain, Sunil Ambris, on 28. In a fighting 42-run partnership so far for the 4th wicket, which is a very important wicket for this team. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force picked up 3 early wickets this morning. That of Kimani Milias for 4, Kavim Hodge, no score, and Jelani Robinson, 14. Since then, it's been all Athanaze and Ambris. So Hines, like I said, 2 for 25, and Tian Webster 1 for 16, the 2 wicket takers of the 5 bowlers used so far by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So lots of work for the Red Force to do if they want to bowl out the Volcanoes very early on day number 1. But so far they have the work cut out because of good batting from the pair at the crease, Athanaze and Sunil Ambris. John Ramsing with you, and alongside Junior Murray, the former Grenada, Windward Islands and West Indies wicketkeeper batsman, welcoming you to the second session of this opening day. Junior, you had a good opening session this morning. Lots to look forward to on session number 2.
It wasn't a bad session this morning. I think the Trinidad had a very good start. You know, Windward Islands had a bit of a shaky start, but I think they bounced back nicely. They're in a building stage now with the captain, the former captain, and the present captain at the moment, and Sunil Ambris and Alec Alize. So I think they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. You know, hope that they can continue their good job, and I hope that we can go from strength to strength from here on. We need these two to really bat as long as possible. It's going to be a very important hour here now, so they got to start all over again, you know, and we build again, you know, and hope that they can continue the good job what they did in the first session post lunch.
Uthman Mohammed will be switching ends. He started at the bottom end this morning, be coming from the top end now. The end that produced all 3 wickets, with Terence Hines and Tian Webster picking up wickets from the top end, the Darbo end. So you're looking for some success now coming from this end.
Yeah, I think the captain probably is hunting. He's looking for another wicket. At least he started pretty well this morning, but he wasn't a bit consistent. You know, so let's hope that that he can continue in a good vein, and the batters can have a look, you know, and see what he brings to them.
So it will be Mohammed to begin. He's bowling to Ambris. Good delivery to start. Right on target. So I guess it presents a different challenge running from the bottom end here at the Grenada National Stadium.
Yeah, I think right now where he can, and it's a bit easier coming in from this end now, from the Darbo end. It's nice and flat. You can run through and express yourself. You know, so I think let's see what happens from this end here now.
Ambris on 28. Gets his first run after lunch. We'll be looking to get a second. Django just ambling to his left from fine leg. For 2 runs. So looking to continue to extend this partnership.
Well played by Ambris there. You know, I think the bowler, I think he's middle and leg. I know that's where Ambris loves it. You know, we just come around and tuck you around the corner for 2 runs. So pretty good start so far to the over.
Hello to all of you in Dominica, in St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Nice delivery coming back in after pitching, but too full and on the leg stump, and it's flicked away nicely for 4. The first boundary after lunch in the opening over after lunch, and it's Uthman Mohammed being punished.
Well played by Sunil Ambris there. Very, very straight ball, nice and straight. Ambris walks into the wicket. That's typical Ambris shot again, and whips them between the wicket for another boundary. I think his pitch is very placid now. I think once the batsmen settle themselves now, I think all the moisture out of his pitch now, so I think it's going to be a batting paradise. We're going to see some runs here today at the National Stadium.
Uthman Mohammed looking to make amends. The Volcanoes getting close to three figures now, 92 for the loss of 3. 26 overs bowled in the opening session. The average is 15 overs per hour, 30 per session. So TNT just behind that. This one is cut away nicely by Ambrose, backing away and getting some room outside his off stump to not get to the boundary. Good chase in the end from Carrie Pear, who pulls it up. Cannot prevent the third run. Good positive start after lunch.
Well played by Ambrose. I think the batsman looking very, very positive. A nice rotation of his strike. Ambrose looking very, very positive there. So I think the two batters are very, very confident at the moment. Like I said before, nice. The pitch is an easy playing pitch. Nothing, no devil out there. So once you apply yourself, I think you're going to get runs on the board.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force left out Imran Khan, the former captain, the leg spinner, and Jad Gooli, the exciting all-rounder, while the Volcanoes left out Kieran Kotoy and former under-19 player Teddy Bishop.
I was really looking forward to see Teddy Bishop, but the selectors of the team have different choices.
There's an appeal for leg before. Umpire Gregory Batchett had some work to do. He says not out. Confident shouts of leg before from Uthman Mohammed and the rest of the team supporting him as well.
That looked as a very, very close call. It looked at the only thing to me, like, see him there, I think he got a nick on it, because he looked very, very, very close there. Close call. But I think the umpire probably have a different idea.
So umpire Gregory Brathwaite now in his 61st first-class match says not out. So Uthman Mohammed will have to wheel and come again. Very confident shout. Maybe a little bit of height as well. You never know because of the extra bounce.
Extra bounce, yes.
This one is flicked away. Runs for Athenaeus. Gone for 1. Captain Bravo is after it. 2 runs to end the over. So the opening over after lunch, producing some 11 runs. So 97 for 3, 27 gone.
Good start to the next session, to this session here. I think the batter looking very, very positive. Rotated the strike very nicely. Just an observation. I think that the bowlers are bowling very nice and straight. So I just hope that the batters, they don't go too much across and get hit in front of the wicket. So they're confident, and so far they're doing a fantastic job.
Last season, Alec Athenaeus played all 5 matches, batted 9 times, 222 runs, highest of 68, which is one of his 2 half centuries last season. Averaged just under 25 runs per innings. So he had some runs, leading run scorer for the Windward Islands Volcanoes last year.
Yeah, at least he been in a good vein of form probably from last year for the whole of last year. I think he, even in the white ball competition, he had a good vein of form too. So I think he's confident. His form is growing. So let's hope that he can get some runs on the board.
Charles to continue. He started just before lunch. He's approaching a milestone as well at this level. Brian Charles, the off spinner, 98 first-class wickets under his belt.
Okay, so you're looking forward to 100. Hope we can delay him a bit.
Kotai, who's not playing, he got 199 runs from 4 matches last season. Kavim Hodge, who was captain at the time, 195 runs from the 5 matches. Devon Smith, 173. Turned into the onside quite easily by Sunil Ambrose.
Batting looked very, very easy over there. The pitch looked very, very easy. The ball is turned a bit slow and nicely onto the bat. So I think with a bit of application, I think these 2 batters, can bat as long as possible for the day.
Last season, TNT Red Force started very well. They won their opening matches, first 2 matches. After that tapered off, they lost the next 2 and the last game was drawn. They finished 4th on the table.
That's not normally that's not Trinidad and Tobago's position. They're always up the order.
Quite strange enough, at this venue between these two teams, they've played 3 times in what is called. This was a big hit. This one is in the air. Mid-on comes around. And Yannick Carrier settles, takes it. And that's the fall of the captain. Ali Katane is looking to go through the onside. In fact, Terence Hines, who took off his hat to take that catch, completing the catch. And Ali Katane goes looking for the big hit, got a top edge. And Brian Charles gets his 99th first-class wicket.
Oh, well, I'm very disappointed with the shot. I think he should have been applied himself a bit more. What's the reason for this big shot now? We are in a building stage. You are the leader of a team, but these things happen. So let's hope that he doesn't really put in a deeper hole than we are at the moment. Because we need the batters over there to battle long as possible. It's a nice flat pitch, lovely sunny day. Why you want to go and sit down in the stands? Just stay there as long as physically possible.
So he's gone. And Justin Greaves is going to be the new batsman. Greaves from Barbados. It's a franchise system as well. So he's the all-rounder of the side, and he's making his way into the middle now. 41 from 69. And Brian Charles getting the breakthrough. That'll be very important for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're looking for that breakthrough for quite some time.
A very important breakthrough for them. I think they're getting, Alec Alizé at this point. I think the tiers are even higher. The tiers are up now. I think that he's the one who's a very informed batter. So I think they think they did a very good job. Early on in the second session. So let's hope that now those two even more experienced former West Indies player, Justin Grace, is in there. So he's been a season campaign. I've been around the first class season for a very long time. So I hope that he himself and Ambrose can really sit there and build a nice partnership, and we can do some rebuilding again.
Well, Ambrose is still there. He's on 38. 54-run partnership just ended. So they got to that 50-run mark. But just could not carry on for much longer.
Not a bad partnership, but I thought that we could have carried on a bit longer. There was no devil over there happening to really, cause that downfall of that partnership. But it happened, and hope that these two can continue to rebuild.
Yeah, I was saying that these two teams met 3 previous occasions. 2003, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force onto Darren Gang at that time, won by 75 runs. 2017 in March, Trinidad and Tobago won by 172 runs. And then January 2018, the Windward Volcanoes won by an innings and 38 runs. So the last 3 times these teams met right here. Short ball, a loose shot as well. Uthman Mohammed starts a new over. There is maybe a little bit of lapse in concentration from Sunil Ambrose, or maybe he's backing himself for that big shot.
I think he's backing himself because to me it was a very short and wide ball outside the off stump that deserved to be put to the boundary. But I think he thought he missed out there. So you have to get a bit, be a bit more patient, at this time, and we can't afford for a wicket to be fallen at this moment. We just lost the captain, so let's see if we can keep rebuilding at this time.
Here's Mohammed looking for his first wicket. This time again outside the off stump, and there we see again Sunil Ambrose backing away looking to cut. Missed it again and into the gloves of Django.
I think he has to rethink that shot now. I think it's too loose shot. I think the good thing is his non-striker partner is coming and have a chat with him. So I think he can rethink that shot and probably can leave it alone and let the bowler come to him. I don't want to see him go into the bowler. Let the bowler come to him.
With Mohammed a bit low on confidence, you may want to say. Strays down the pad. This time is going to get punished. Just a flick of the ball and goes into the boundary to bring up the 100 for the Volcanoes. 100 coming up in over number 29, 102 for a loss of 4.
Well played by Ambrose. I think the bowler straight a bit there. But they have 2 lovely balls at the off stump. No result. They went longer leg side. I would say he went hunting again, and he went into Amber's sweet spot, Flick him down the leg side for 4. But well played, Ambers.
So we mentioned TNT Red Force winning the last 2 or 3 meetings between these two sides here at the National Stadium in Grenada. This one has cut away nicely, forward of square this time, and will get the boundary as well. So Sunil Ambrose dealing in boundaries, and that one is just too easy.
Well played, Ambers. Short and wide again. He's not going to miss out on this time around. So got a result. 4 runs to the boundary, to cover boundary. Well played, Ambers.
Ambrose looking to take the attack now on the TNT Red Force, and he's getting closer to half century. He's now on to 46. Sunil Ambrose.
Scoring very quickly. He's 46 already. He's scoring in boundaries. He's scoring in boundaries. Very confident batter. And I think what I love to see, I've been around for a while, so I think you should dominate this tournament. You know, you've been around for a very long time, a former West Indies player. You should come here now and show what you got.
6 test matches, 16 one internationals, and now in the 61st first class match. Good comeback from Mohammed. Ambrose closing in on what would be his 15th first class half century. There's no reason why he should not get there.
No reason. There's no reason. Lovely day, nice pitch. Bowling, no devil in the bowling. Just sit there and enjoy yourself. You know, put runs on the board. Be selective in your shot play.
I was making a point earlier this morning that the first 2 rounds in this tournament is going to be very important to the players. As you watch Mohammed again. 2 fours in the over, and that's the end of 29. 106 for the loss of 4. Ambrose is on 46. Greaves yet to face a ball, yet to get off the mark.
I played Ambrose, well bowled. You know, so application again. You know, we got to keep it building. So let's hope that Justin can have a look, and then Ambrose can put him on the right track, and they can build a nice innings here now and a nice partnership between themselves.
So after the first 2 rounds, they will have a break, and then they will come back in March to complete the tournament. Then they will have 2 sides that will be selected to form the George Headley team, then the Everton Wicks side as well. And those 2 teams will be joined by the Academy, West Indies Academy, to play a tri-series, each team playing each other once. So lots of cricket this season. So they want to give a good impression this first part of the tournament, this segment of the tournament, to see if they're going to be selected not only for the the last 3 matches, but also for those best of best matches, so to speak. Charles starts a new over, beats the bat of Justin Greaves immediately.
Justin looks a bit late on that delivery there. You know, you gotta have a look.
While this first class season is going to be on, West Indies will be touring Africa. They're in Zimbabwe at the moment. First test is set to start on the 4th of February in Bulawayo. The second test on the 12th. Then they'll head over to South Africa.
So you said before, lots of opportunities here for the players to have put on a good show for this couple of rounds. There's opportunity to be selected on the test team, you know. So lots of opportunities. I hope that the players can grab the opportunities with both hands.
In South Africa, West Indies will play 2 test matches, 3 one internationals, and 2 T20s.
Lots of cricket, lots of opportunities.
Here's Brian Charles looking for his 100th wicket at the first class level. Greaves solid in defense.
As you can see, what a wicket can do for you with bowling. He's very confident in his bowling now at the moment. You know, so and he has a landmark to meet. So I guess he's very, very confident at the moment.
The last match of 2022 season, Justin Greaves was with the defending champions, Barbados Pride. Came over to the Volcanoes this season.
I think he's a very good addition to the Volcanoes. He's a very professional guy. You know, he's very professional in what he's doing.
first innings, picked up 1 wicket. When he batted 3 not out, that's Justin Greaves. But then that game was really badly affected by rain at the Diego Martins Sporting Complex in Trinidad and Tobago. End of the 30th over, 106 now for a loss of 4. Made Nova completed by Brian Charles. He's now bowled 5 overs, picking up 1 for 11 so far.
Well bowled by Brian Charles. He's a bowler with his tail is in the air now. He's very, very confident. And you can see he's really enjoying it. He's really into his bowling and really, really enjoying his bowling at the moment.
Uthman Mohammed is going to continue. Still looking for his first wicket. Started in 2015, Uthman Mohammed. Had a few games, then went off, came back.
So yeah, I guess I wonder why the reason why he was off for a while.
I guess form, and then Shannon Gabriel, Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seals and so on probably burst on the scene, kept him out.
Guess he had to wait his turn. I was just wondering, where's Anderson Phillip with this team? Is he away? Is he on tour?
I think he's with the West Indies Test side.
West Indies Test side, okay, I was wondering.
Jaden
Yeah.
Seals injured.
Injured at the moment.
But Trinidad and Tobago, I saw in the CPL and in the Super 50 as well, some young fast bowlers coming through. Sharon Lewis, then there's James from Tobago. I haven't seen them around. Not hearing much about these guys as well.
Let's hope that we can see or hear a bit of them for the benefit of West Indies cricket.
Yeah. But it also goes to show that in some of the territories, the fast bowling stocks are there again. Remember, there was one time when we were searching for fast bowlers and we just couldn't find any.
And good to see they're coming back again, because we need that. We need that. We know as a West Indian, we know all we know is bowling fast.
Yeah. And to be fair to Terence Hines and Tian Webster, they're medium pacers. But like we saw earlier today, they're the only wicket takers this morning. Uthman Mohammed, who's obviously much faster, not in the wickets column, not having that control like Terence Hines and Tian Webster had earlier.
Yeah, that's why you see fast bowling these days, you need to have a bit of skill.
Yeah.
You know, you have to do something with the ball. It can't be we just run up and bowl fast. You have to be able to swing it away, swing it in, you know, keep the batters thinking. Probably he can work on his craft as time goes on.
Yeah. That is the hope.
That is the hope.
Worked into the onside nicely by Justin Greaves to get off the mark. Just a single. Imran Khan, the substitute, is on the field. Former captain. Strange enough, former captain last year. This year, not in the starting 11.
Wow, amazing. That tells you about the depth in Trinidad cricket.
Yeah. And there's still Yannick Carrier, who can actually bowl some leg spin. And he's been picked recently at the international level for his ability to bowl leg spin. We haven't seen him given the ball as yet.
Yeah, he's over there. I'm looking forward to that aspect of the Trinidad bowling attack. I'm a big fan of leg spin bowling, right arm leg spin bowling. I'm a big fan of that. So I'm looking forward to that.
I guess that's why Ra Lewis's name is next to yours on the big stand. This one's cut away nicely by Ambrose. Can he bring up his half century with this shot? No, it's going to be cut off by Carrie Pear. So just a single.
Yeah, well played by Ambrose. Take him off with 49. Sean ball outside the off stump, went back, cut down to deep third man for single. So looking pretty good, Ambrose. He look to notch up another first class half century. Yeah, so we'll hope he can continue.
Have to wait a little bit longer because he's at a non-strikers end now. He's on 48, Greaves on 1. Driven nicely, beats the fielder at short extra cover in Jason Mohammed. Will get very close to the boundary. Captain Bravo is after it. It used to be 1 for the throw, but this time you get 1 for the overthrow. I felt the third was always on that occasion there, Junior.
Well played by Justin, well played. A bit of a mix up in the field, a bit of a rugged feel in there by Trinidad and Tobago. You know, at least 3 runs to Justin. looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over. Greaves moves up to 4. Ambrose on 48. With Mohammed 7 over is very expensive so far, 43. Imran Khan is going to make his way off the field. Terence Hines back on the field. So Brian Charles continues from the River Road end, the southern end of the ground here at the Grenada National Stadium. The sun comes out even a bit brighter today. This is the midday sun. Welcome for the very first time, Clyde John replacing Junior Murray. Nice flighty delivery to begin with. And here is Brian Charles looking for his 100th first class wicket. Hello Clyde, how are you?
Good afternoon, John, and I'm really well. Just trying to get peace with what is taking place out here as Amber's just that's Graves looking to turn that ball down to the leg side, straight to the fielder. I'm good. I'm just trying to, enjoy the cricket. Nice conditions outside, looking really good. Charles in on the line of the off stump, and Graves pushes out to the man at square.
So it's a milestone approaching for the young man. He's on 99 first class wickets. That should be something very good if you get to the 100.
Well, I think Graves and Ambrose really needs to put on a partnership to at least see how they can, keep him at bay. Because I do believe he will be gunning for that 100, because it's a big milestone, yeah?
Sometimes these players do not know that they're on a milestone as well, or they're approaching. So I'm not sure if the players out there realize that he's on 99 wickets now, or even himself if he realizes that he's on 99 wickets.
Well, I hope that at least somebody would have told him, during the lunch break that he's so close.
We'll have to get an update on Vikash Mohan. This one is driven down towards mid-on. Feel that long on the boundary will come around. And will bring back, it's the end of the over, so he will keep the strike at the start of the new over.
Yeah, and it's good to see Graves in the Windward setup. I looked at him during the A-team tour. They had a couple of games here, and he looked pretty good. A good all-round player. Was able to assist the A-team in terms of really challenging a few of the teams that came to the Caribbean, and so we look forward to him really doing what we know he can do here in the Windward setup.
Uthman Mohammed, after 2 overs from the Darbo end, has been replaced now by Terence Hines. Hines, 2 spells in the opening session this morning. 2 for 14 went to lunch, but with 2 for 25, sorry. But looked the part with that new ball, getting that ball to move away from the right-handed batters and drawing both Milius and Kavim Hodge into that defensive shot. Picked the edge and it went through to the wicketkeeper, who did the rest. So he's back.
Yeah, here he is running from the Dabo end as he's in and he's delivering again.
First ball
goodness.
of a new spell. And all the talk about Justin Greaves coming back here and trying to live up to that expectation. He is clean bowled by Terence Hines upon return, and that's the fall of wicket number 5. Greaves clean bowled by Terence Hines for 5, and the Volcanoes won 13 for the loss of 5.
Well, Hines seemed to be continuing from where he left off. The early overs, he was really on point. And that one exactly on the line of the off stump. And he's able to, pick that wicket off Greaves.
We want to say it kept just a bit low because you haven't seen what Terence Hines is offering. And the ball just hitting the off stump very flush, maybe 3/4 way up. And that's the end of Justin Greaves, gone for 5. Ambrose is still there, however. He's on 5. And now with a lower middle order, with him, he really wants to bat deep. To not only get himself past 50 and perhaps get to 100, but want to get a lot of runs on the table for the Volcanoes.
Yes, definitely. the wicket, I don't think the wicket is that bad that as it looks. I think a few careless shots here and there. Hines is bowling well. He has a good lines and lengths, and so I think this is the man that they need to look out for, because he's really on point. But outside of that, I think it's a batting paradise out there, and the batsmen just need to be able to apply themselves. And once they do that, I believe runs is going to come.
So the new batsman is Tevin Walcott, also from Barbados, replacing his countryman Justin Greaves. He's the wicket-keeper of the side, Tevin Walcott. It's good to see that some of the players with the franchise system making their way around the Caribbean.
Yeah, it gives you good depth. At least you know that experience. They can bring a different experience. They can add to what experience the Windward Volcanoes players already have. They can bring a different mindset, a different mentality, and so it helps them to grow and to develop their game. So it's always good. It's a good initiative to have the franchise in.
The 28-year-old right-handed wicketkeeper batsman takes his guard from umpire Braffett, who's also from Barbados. He's now into his 13th first-class match. Tevin Walcott made his debut back in 2018, playing for Barbados against this very Windward Islands Volcano side. And before COVID, played his last game in Guyana at Providence against Guyana. Gets a very good first delivery. Terence Hines is targeting the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket. With a little bit of a way movement, making it a little bit uncomfortable for these batters.
Yeah, Walcott there was just good enough to keep that one out. I think it tailed back a little bit, pitching and tailing in. He was lucky that he was able to come down and get that bat down in time. And what I like about what I'm seeing from Hines is the fact that he's right there on the off stump, just outside the off stump, moving that ball, and that says that he has really good control of what he's doing.
2 slips and a gully going down. This time Walcott is right in behind it. So he gets his way, Terence Hines, especially to the right-handers, where you get a ball to move away and bring the slips into play. And we saw him when Athenaeus was at the crease, not having necessarily his way, a little bit more uncomfortable, maybe trying to work a little bit too hard.
Yeah, definitely. He seemed to have that mindset where he wants to be able to move that ball to Athenaeus, and I think he was just going a little too hard at trying to get these deliveries to move, where he naturally against the right-hander he gets it to move. And there he is again just on the stump, and this one a little bit middle, and Walcott seemed to be off the strike now, so
he's off the mark with a single. Ambrose is back on strike now. Ambrose not having a lot of the strike recently. Looking to get to his 15th first-class half-century.
Sunil has always, been a steady batsman. Always willing to spend time at the crease, and it's good to see that he's out there, doing what he can do best. And I believe once he's there and he can guide the more or less the tail, I think he would be able to help the Windwards.
Here he is pushing and look for the comeback for the second to complete his half-century. It was a ball that was played through mid-wicket, and the fielder had to run all the way to the boundary to retrieve. And there it is, half-century, number 15 for Sonny Lambris, coming in the very first round match against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He'll be very happy, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes were very pleased with him as well. Getting a half-century at the start of any tournament will go a very long way, not only for yourself, but for the team. Good start from him. 50 from 54 balls.
Very good there by Sunil. Very, very good. It's a good positive start. It's good that he's able to, accumulate these runs and really, it says what Ambrose knows to do, and again, we look at him being an experienced, player playing for the West Indies, and also, he has that ability to really dig deep. So we hoping and I mean, we all would be happy for him.
Yeah, he gets a short delivery now and looking to hook top edge, and it goes over the wicketkeeper head for 4. Sam Riss now not in total control of that short ball. Terence Hines really looking to dig that ball in. to see what Ambrose will do with that short ball. And it was hooking. Score at the end of the over, 120 now for the loss of 5 wickets. Hines 3 for 32.
Yeah, it's 120. I think what the Windwards would need right now is another partnership similar to that Ambrose and Atenes partnership, maybe even bigger, that could help them to steady. Because when you look at the Trinidad and Tobago lineup, you expect some batsmen to get some runs. So the more that the Windwards can stay out there and really build partnerships, I think this is what the game needs. At this level, we need our batsmen, especially, those that were willing to raise their hands. As Brian Charles in looking for his 100th wicket, and Walker just pushes out to the offside, no run. Yeah, we need to get our batsmen batting and concentrating for as long as possible. If we're going to really make an impact and help to change the fortunes of West Indies cricket, we need our batsmen to strike.
Lots of young players getting the opportunity. We saw Kimani Milius not making full use of that opportunity. Kavim Hodge, with all of his experience, no score today. Atenes, he had a start, 41. But one of the young players, once given the opportunity to go on. Ambrose, still very young, 29 in terms of cricket, is showing what you can do with international experience, coming a level down and sort of dominating. And that is what you need. The experienced players to come and dominate, and the young players, once given the opportunity, to try to make the most of it.
Yeah, most definitely. The experience need to be able to lead the inexperience and give them that sort of experience. Short ball there by Brian, and Walcott pulling through mid-on. It rolls into the boundary now, 4 runs to him. A short ball there, Brian. I think this is the first delivery that I've seen, off target for a while from Brian Charles.
Yeah, that was very short from him. And there was Walcott packing himself and pulling flat batted down towards mid-on, like you said. Went into the boundary. Just easing into the boundary ahead of Yannick Karaya.
Charles again in, right back there again, and that's what we like to see with our bowlers, the consistency. Yes, yeah. He had a bad ball, but he was able to come back right back on spot and keep the batsman, fending out and pushing out, keeping his head up, over the ball and everything. Here he is again, a faster delivery. Brian is really looking, he's searching, he's on the hunt. That 100th wicket seemed to be right there. He just needs to be patient, I would put it, just to ensure that he doesn't overdo.
Yeah, that's the end of the 34th over, 124 for the loss of 5. Walcott got his boundary, his first boundary in that over is on 5. Ambrose is on 54. So Terence Hines looking for another wicket. He has a first class 5 wicket haul, Terence Hines. Picked up 5 for 32, his best. So we're looking not only to bet to that, but looking to get his side out of the field. It's very hot out there now, Clydie.
It is very hot, and definitely I do believe he would feel comfortable, being in the shade where he can put his foot up and feel good about the wickets that he has gotten so far, and maybe even get a few more. He's really bowling well. He seems to be thereabout. I looked at him again. I often try to follow a lot of these players, and he has been bowling well outside the off stump. And Ambrose just cutting that one. Easy batting, no big problems. He just managed to stay on top of that, cut it down to backward square and get a single.
Yeah, he dropped both Kimani Milius and Kavim Hodge into playing a nothing shot really, and they were taken at the wicket. And whereas Justin Greaves was beaten the ball that was very full, and he was bowled. So those are 3 wickets for him, but he's been very much on target, trying to bowl wicket to wicket, Terence Hines. Plays in Trinidad to make lots of wind ball cricket. Outside the off stump, this one is over the slip cording as well. And will be 4 more runs to Walcott. So Walcott not afraid to play his shots. His second boundary in consecutive overs. This time leading edge, but over the slip cording and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's one that is not on the stump, and Walcott taking a full advantage of it, and swinging that one up and over. No effort to keep it down. He deliberately went up over the slip cordon, down to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, you get the impression he was looking to go through covers, but the ball actually took the leading edge. There's no third man. Fielder on the boundaries at fine leg. There's one fielder outside of what may be an inner 30-yard circle if you're in a limited overs game.
Yeah, definitely. And the Trinidad and Tobago seem to be on the attack.
On the attack, indeed. Hines now into his 9th over. Oh, very good delivery on the line of the middle and leg stump. So just a single.
Lovely Clive.
But he's not trying to be one-dimensional, Terence Hines, just mixing it up nicely.
Yeah, definitely. He has the batsman, really thinking of what is coming. That one you could definitely see that it moved it back in, and unfortunately it was not on the off stump as he was. So the batsman was able to just rotate the ball down to the fine leg region, back of the square region, and pick up an easy single. So the score moving on, it's 130 for 5.
So the TNT Red Force not necessarily having the best time with Uthman Mohammed so far. This one is in the air, cut straight to the fielder at gully. And there is Terence Hines once again, asking these batters to really concentrate hard. And this ball was outside his off stump. Ambrice, look at the cut straight to the fielder at gully at catchable height. And that's the end of Sunil Ambrice.
Yeah,
Gone for 55. It's now 130 for the loss of 6.
Not a great shot there. I really thought he would have tried to get over it a bit more and really get it down a little faster. But again, the length and the line that Hines has been bowling has been asking these questions, and I think this is what has brought the downfall there of Ambrice. He was asking him to, play somewhere outside of what he normally has delivered to him so far. And there it is. He picks up Ambrice's wicket.
So Ryan John is going to be making his way into the middle. So Ryan John, a late replacement for Nicholas Redhead, who was very impressive leading up to this start of this tournament, but did not recover from a hamstring injury in time. And Ryan John, a late replacement, getting his opportunity, and I'm hoping from a Windward Island standpoint that Ryan John can really take full advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I think he needs to put his hand up right here and right now, and stake a claim to really be in. I often recall the West Indies of old, when somebody got injured and that person got their opportunity, they would grab it, and you would have somebody who was, more or less a first pick, always looking to play for their place. So if we can have that happening, and John, raising his hand, we know him as a good all-round cricketer, can bat well, but has not really delivered for the Windward Volcanoes as expected. So we're hoping that he can deliver here today, because they're in what I would consider to be some trouble. Having good conditions like this, sun is out, no devils in the wicket, there's nothing, no much sideways movement, except for what Terence Hines is doing. So it says that there's a recipe for good cricket, put on a score.
So with the new batsman about to take his first delivery, Trinidad and Tobago going all out on the attack. 3 slips on the gully now. Sunil Ambrice last dismissed, caught by Charles and gully. Cutting to Terence Hines to give him his 4th wicket. Ambrice gone for 55, 7 4s and 2 6s. From a position of 86 for 3 at lunch, now 130 for 6. Good judgment, good temperament being shown by Ryan John.
Yeah, and I think this is, looking at him play this, left alone, I think this is what we would have needed from the likes of Milius and Hodge, if they can have left these balls alone, as opening batsmen. So John, I think he knows and understands what he needs to do. Let's see how he applies, himself to this innings. Hines is definitely going to bring the test to him, and it would be a good measure to see how he copes with the line and length of Terrence Hines and the movement that he's getting.
Yeah, Hines quite deceptive, looking for a second first-class 5-wicket haul. John, remember him from the under-19 success in 2016. This one is flicked away, straying marginally down the leg side, and it's flicked away into the boundary for 4. So John is off the mark in convincing fashion. A ball that was there to be hit, and he got enough bat to get it down to fine leg. And after the over, a successful one for Hines again, 134 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, and Hines just straying there. I think he understands that John in the early part of his innings tends to get trapped LBW quite a lot. So the feet not really moving much, but he was able to get in line with that one and just push it, flick it down to the fine leg region for 4. And it's good to see him off the mark. It's good that he's able to negotiate. But what we want to see now is that 100 wicket, John.
Well, TNT Red Force persevering with Brian Charles from the River Road end. Perhaps realizing that he's on 99 and can get that one more to get into that illustrious 100 club. One slip going down.
And there he is again, bang on target, just attacking those stumps. And Walcott pushing back to him. He has bowled some 7.1 overs so far, and he has been definitely there or thereabout, having 2 maidens, 16 runs, 1 wicket.
We'll have to see the type of role that Walcott will play now as well, because he's more attacking type of batsman, Devin Walcott. Beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery, quicker one. The one that went through the arm from Brian Charles. There was Walcott beaten outside his off stump.
Yeah, and he's really mixing it up, just keeping the batsman guessing, looking, at him. Here he is, right there again. This one hitting the outside edge and just trickling down to the third man region. They cross for 1. Two deliveries remaining in that over. Let's hope John is able to keep. I don't think John would want to have that record against his name on the 100th wicket for Brian Charles, so he needs to see him off now as he's in. Bowls right there again. John pushing out. So he's really, really digging deep and looking for that 100 wicket.
So when Brian Charles started, when he burst onto the scene, was in the under-19 tournament. Went to the under-19 World Cup with the likes of Gurukesh Moti, Shimon Hetmaya, Tej Narayan Chandapal in 2014. End of the over, just a single from it. 36 gone, 135 for 6. Ryan John is on 4. Tevin Walcott is with him on 11. More from you, Clyde. Then you'll be joined by Jason Skeet.
Yeah, it's good pressure, good cricket outside there so far from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Really, putting the Windwards under some pressure. And let's hope that the remaining batsmen of the Windwards can, take advantage of the conditions. As I say, good evening or good afternoon rather to Jason. I hope you had a good lunch and you're raring to go.
Well, good lunch relative, raring to go, of course I am. Raring to go also the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and if the Windwards needed a miracle, now is the perfect time to start praying for it. They're in a huge spot of bother here, so they want to make sure that they do absolutely nothing rash and out of the way.
Yeah, definitely. Hines is bowling well. Oh my goodness.
That's a lovely drive. It's a lovely drive. Walcott was onto the front foot and just went straight down to mid-off. It was absolutely exquisite.
Yeah, he really did hit that one well. That ball again from Hines on the stump, attacking that stump. Walcott came in, pushed back at him, and it carried just a little bit to him. Fortunate for Walcott, it did not go to hand, but he needs to be in a little bit more control of that shot, although it looked as good as it did.
He needs some runs now more than ever. He's on 15, and he is ready to face up to Hines. This time he is solid in defense. The Windwards, there's a lot of runs in this wicket. A lot of runs in this wicket. Great day for cricket. Nice outfield. The outfield is quick and fast. You hold on to anything, really, it is going to travel. And I think a couple of the early batsmen missed out on some golden opportunities to score some serious runs. I was particularly bothered about the dismissal of our last wicket there, our last batsman there.
Oh, Sunil.
Sunil was particularly disappointed with that, because I thought he looked set to actually to get a really big score here today. But something else is in the making, and we are going to find out. In the meantime, Hines is on the attack.
Hines again.
And
Very good shot. Very, very good shot there by Walcott. Again, just timing, pure timing. Nothing rash about that shot. It was just a good, proper cricket shot back down the wicket, and that's rolling into the boundary. 4 more to Walcott, and Walcott seemed to be dealing in boundaries, but good-looking boundaries.
yeah, he was on the offside a while ago, 2 deliveries ago. Now he has driven it up to mid-on, and good-looking shot, well-shaped, good composure. If anybody has an advantage, he should have an advantage. He's accustomed to seeing the ball coming at him when everybody else is out in the field. As a wicket-keeper, he's able to assess the nature of this wicket a lot faster than most. So you want to think he would have some sort of advantage here that he can use.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to just keep his eye focused on that ball as much as possible, as long as possible, and play accordingly as he's doing now, and just pushing out to that man at cover there, and there is no run. He's looking good. I think the platform is there. The wicket is looking good for batting. So all he needs to do is to play no rash shots, and really compose himself, think of what he needs to do, and I believe that he can stay out there for maybe the rest of the afternoon.
All right, well, Walcott is on 19 from 19 deliveries, and Hines is in, looking to see what damage he can stir. But Walcott is solid in defense, strong in defense, looking as if, well, you've got to seriously do some work to penetrate to get to these stumps. And I think that's what the Volcanoes need, especially at this time. They surely are thinking about batting out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, they have to. The wicket is a good wicket. You do not want Trinidad to be batting on the first day, so you would want to keep them out there as long as possible, ensure that the bowlers get some overs in behind them, and make sure that you put the game in a position where you're not staring at a defeat within 2 or 3 days. So Hines again delivers on the stump again. Walcott just pushing back in defense, looking very good. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Walcott. I think once he continues to trust his defense and put away the bad ones, there's runs for him here today.
Oh, surely. The sun is blaring out from just over the Darbo Hills, and even as far as coming in on the River Road end, not a shadow on the playing area, a little bit of a shadow inside of the ground on the River Road end, but that's more directly in front of the stands. So outside there, the sun is blaring, and as a batsman, you're going to get pleasure in making sure that these fielders stay outside there and blister in this sun for as long as possible. We're looking at a new over now. We've got Brian Charles coming back into the attack. He is in searching, 17 for 1 after 8 overs for him. Now he's up to John, and John this time is circumspect into defense. No damage there. The wicketkeeper does the tidying, but the Windwards really no doubt would want to make sure and cement their position into the afternoon here now, because they're going to need everything that they can get. They're going to need everything that they can get.
Yeah, most definitely. The batsmen out there now, I do believe that they would want to, at least put their hand up and stake a claim, put their names, in selectors' mouths, as John just prods forward, keeping Charles out. Yeah, definitely, they would want to make sure that they get some runs. John, a replacement player, would want to, put up his hand to make sure that he stakes a claim on a place for the other game. As Charles again on the stump and John just pushing it back to him. I'm really, really impressed with Brian Charles as usual. I think looking at him over the few seasons, he's always been steady. He may not have had the many wickets, but as we look at a shot there from John, and this is what I know him to be. He's a no-nonsense batter. He's able to put away bad balls, and I think that one was a little too close to him. And instead of prodding forward, he decided to, stay back and hitting that one straight over the bowler's head for 6.
Yeah, well, there's not going to be much lateral movement in the wicket. So you want to cash in for as long as you can. All right, yeah, there might be some, vertical movement here and there depending on how much the bowlers bend, but very little or no lateral movement at all in this wicket.
And that's him again. Charles, after being put to the boundary, he's back to where he normally is, proving to be very steady as a bowler. He's in again to John, forces it off the back foot, just to that man at short mid-wicket. The end of the over, the score at the end of the over, 149 for 6. We've had Sunil Ambris 55, Alec Anthony's 41, Jelani Robinson 14, Kamani Milius 4, Justin Graves 5, Kavim Hodge no score, and Tevin Walcott, he's out there right now, 19 from 21 deliveries, and he's accompanied by Ryan John, who's on 10 of 10 deliveries. So Windward Volcanoes 149. I do believe that they would want to, maybe push on, get past the 200 mark, and still look to put a decent total on the board that would have the Red Force, really thinking about how they would approach.
Good afternoon to all our friends in Trinidad and Tobago, from Scarborough straight down to Chagaramas, from St. James all the way down to Point Fortin, wherever you are. Good afternoon to you. And just in case, we're at the National Stadium in Grenada, a stadium that has produced some of the region's best cricketers, some of the Windward Islands' best cricketers, and some of West Indies' greats, in the likes of Junior Murray, Raw Lewis, Devon Smith, and some really top-class regional players as well. Here, a couple of these players for the Windward Islands are looking to make their mark, take full advantage of the opportunity. A couple of new faces in as well, a couple of opportunities here for the taking, as Webster is in. He is in for his 5th over. Tion Webster, that is, and he is facing up to Walcott. Walcott remains on 19 after 22, and Ryan John is on 10. The Windwards in a spot of bother, needing a miracle now more than ever.
Yeah, they really need to dig deep and really look to capitalize on good conditions for batting. We could continue to say this. We know that the National Stadium here in Grenada is a batsman-friendly wicket. Once you apply yourself, you will get runs. A
good shot.
Good shot there by Walcott. He just cut that one for the square, and they good running, very good running. They were able to complete 3 runs. Very good running by the pair. Cutting that one for the square and finding the gap, running very close to the boundary, and so he has moved on to 22. Looking pretty comfortable out there, looking very good. I believe once he keeps his head and does the basics right and put away the bad balls, there is a good score for him out there.
All right, well, no doubt the Windward Islands volcanoes are setting themselves some small targets as they move forward in search of a huge target, and this one is left alone outside the line of the off stump. Webster not troubling Ryan John of any sort. He holds his composure. But the Windwards are probably thinking at the end of the day they want to get to about 250, 270, hoping that the lower half of this batting order could produce at least 100, 120 runs.
Yeah, right now they've just crossed 150. They're 152, so definitely if they can get another 120, that would put them in a pretty good spot. If you get anything over 270, it's a plus. It means that you can attack a bit more when you're at the bowling crease. So it means that these batsmen would have to really dig deep, and as we say, the wicket is good, so it should be easy pickings once they apply.
This time Webster is bowling more Midland leg line, and John just defends it up to short mid-on. So no stress there, no bother. He stays on 10. Walcott remains on 22, and Tion Webster is nearing the completion of his 5th over. He's looking to pick up a 2nd wicket. He has already had 1 scalp. He has had the scalp of Robbins. And similar delivery, similar stroke, and a similar result.
Yeah, I am looking at the field, and I'm seeing that Bravo is keeping that attacking field, a similar field to what he had for Terence Hines, and he's asking his bowler to be right there and about outside the off stump. And so far he's doing a pretty good job.
All right, Webster now for the final ball of his 5th over, and Webster, John that is nice in defense, no bother. The ball rolls out to short point, and that brings the total, keeps the total actually at 152 for 6 after 39 overs, and John is on 10 and Tevin Walcott is on 22.
So it's good cricket, good conditions for cricket. Again, we're still looking for that batsman that is going to put his hand up, and dominate the conditions outside there, which is batsman friendly. I think, as we all know, it takes a really good bowler to really do something special, as Hines has been doing. Outside of that, the wicket is really good for batting. So we're hoping that we will see maybe somebody going on to get 100 here today.
Hines has shown that he has been holding the ball with an upright seam, and you could have seen Darren Bravo and a couple others working on a side, getting the shine to one side, and so Hines is using that shine and whatever little bit of a atmospheric advantage that he can have here, he's been using it to advantage. But this time it is Brian Charles. He's in search of something great. And Walcott does not want to be the victim of that.
At all. Charles is looking for his 100th wicket. And definitely, if I am Walcott, I would not want it to be against my name. So I would, play him as circumspect as possible.
In the midst of playing circumspect, you also want to make sure that you keep the scoreboard active. And at this stage, it's the situation for the Windwards as Walcott drives well up to long off and picks up a single. Nice flowing drive.
Yeah, and as you were saying, definitely you want to keep the scoreboard, ticking, and so he has just done that. As he's in again, bowling to John. That one.
The appeal goes up, but nothing really. John was just forward. We might see something on the replay, but nothing. The umpire was not even bothered by it, really. So nothing to jump and shout about. I think Trinidad and Tobago was just trying to instill some sort of confusion in the minds of the batsmen, which is normal. It's cricket. Mind games are being played left, right, and center. Use it to your advantage as much as possible, and hope for the desired result.
Yeah, Charles in again on the line of the stump and just asking John to keep that one out as he does. Pushing it to the offside, and there's no run. Definitely you would want to if you were in John's position, you would want to ensure that you keep Brian Charles at bay and help the Windwards to get a score that is going to, really look impressive at the end of the day as he comes to the end of the over. Yet another over completed. So Brian Charles has completed 10 overs. We see now that they're going to have a drinks break.
Well, just one coming off of that Brian Charles over. And the Windward Island Volcanoes are 153 for 6 after 40. Looking for somewhere within the vicinity of about maybe 300, 320. Anything above that, well, they can count their blessings. But I think that 300 is probably well in reach with some good application.
Yeah, most definitely. I would love to see, them put their skills to use and really stay there and bat. The conditions are there for good enough for batting. All it needs is just a bit of application and a bit of concentration. And this is what we would need to bring our cricket forward. And I keep saying that because, you look at our players, and our players don't like to spend time at the crease. So if somebody is able to put their hand up and really, stay out there and work, it shows that they understand the role of batsmen in the game of cricket.
Well, that's important, and that's the reason why we have the West Indies Cricket Board has now introduced Brian Charles Lara as their performance mentor. I think that is primarily to get players into the state of applying themselves and making sure that they stay outside there and tough it out and, make sure you get into the habit of going the distance, doing the grind. We can develop some more Brian Laras and some more Chanda Pauls and some more Jimmy Adams and some classy Carl Hoopers and whatnot, and even some of our late greats like the one who passed recently, Irving Shillingford. Speaking about greats, not late but present great, I've been joined by my good friend Junior Murray, who sits next to me now. You would love to bat on a wicket like this, wouldn't you?
Good to be back with you again, Jason. I think it's a lovely batting pitch out there. It bring back memories of the good old days. Sitting out there and bat. I think the women and batters need to apply themselves a bit more, be a bit more responsible, and put a bit more value on the wicket. At this opportunity, to grab with both hands out there, and the only way you're going to get opportunities to put runs on the board. So I think it's a lovely opportunity, a lovely day. The sun is hot, flat pitch. Let's get batters go ahead and enjoy themselves. Don't just give away hands. Put some value on your wicket.
I think Darren Bravo, with his hunt of trying to get back into the West Indies team, would be looking at this wicket and saying, you know what, when the time comes, he would probably want to stay outside there and apply himself and get some serious runs because the wicket is well prepared for it. Tevin Walcott is not out on 23 after 26 deliveries, and Ryan John, he's on 10 after 17. We've still got McSween, Denbar, and Martin to come, but that's very much down to the end of the Windward Islands batting order, so a lot really and truly rests squarely on the shoulders of Walcott and John. If the Windwards are to get to 300 or anything near 300, this pair right here, the wicket now, Walcott and John, a lot will depend heavily on them.
Yeah, personally I think so. I think these are two aggressive batters at the wicket at the moment. Walcott is a wicket keeper. We know what comes from wicket keepers. We tend to be a bit aggressive. Ryan John.
You would know.
I would know very well. Ryan John been around the circuit for a very long time. We need to see Ryan, produce the goods. We need to see him get some runs on the board, be responsible. He has been around the setup for a very long time. We want to see him produce some runs on the board and put some value on your wicket. And go there and put your body in the line for Women Islands cricket at this moment.
All right. Well, Terence Hines is on the attack again, and he is looking for wicket number 5. He's in search of a 5-wicket haul for the opening match. Nothing could be more satisfying than that, really, as a bowler. First match on somewhat of a placid turf to pick up a 5-wicket haul. That in itself is going to be something remarkable. He's in now and he's facing up to Walcott, and Walcott is thinking about playing and changing his mind, and eventually all's well that ends well.
Yeah, I think the bowler is Webster now at the moment. I think he's continuous, consistent line outside the off stump, keeping the batters thinking. And once you keep doing that, I think the batsman will uh, make a probably play a rush shot and probably get him out. So I think he's doing a fantastic job at the moment.
Well, here comes Webster. He's in search. Oh, good shot, well played eventually, but required a little bit of a work there. Walcott moves on to 24 of 28 deliveries, just kind of punching that one into the extra cover boundary.
I like the look of Walcott. You know, he look very composed. He look very confident, and you can see he's a free scoring batsman, and he keep the scoreboard ticking.
If you're Webster now, what are your thoughts as a bowler on a wicket like this, looking for your second wicket? Well, what are your thoughts if you're a Tion Webster now?
Well, just keep doing the right thing. Just keep bowling in the areas, frustrate the batsman. And once you keep doing that, at least the batsman will make the mistake. So once you keep bowling the right lines outside the off stump, bowl to your field, I think he's doing that at the moment. So it's up to the batsmen now to apply themselves and don't get carried away.
All right, well, Darren Bravo has his attacking field all set, and this one is jumping, catching John by surprise for a little bit, having to pull away the bottom hand quickly, but just kind of drops down and rolls out to point, and no damage there. The scoreboard isn't troubled in any way, but Darren Bravo is on the attack here, just man down on the square leg boundary, the fine leg boundary that is. There's a mid-on who is pretty much short up, and everything else is packed on the offside.
Yeah, he has a plan, and the bowlers are making his job very easy. They're sticking with the plan.
Nice delivery again, well played. Walcott, John actually seems as though he understands the task that is before him. Sunshiny day in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. Good day for cricket. If you are viewing, it would be so nice to have you down here. Don't forget, it's free entry. And so even if you don't get the opportunity to come today, make some time to come and see some of our future West Indies stars in action. To our friends listening via the internet who are out of state, you can't be here, but that's why we've got this technology available for you. Good delivery again. Pushing up to mid-off. Nothing bothered. And that brings us to the end of the over. The Windward Island Volcanoes are 154 for 6 after 41, with Walcott on 24. And he seems to be the man who will have the mammoth task of seeing this Windward Islands Volcanoes team through to the very end of the innings.
Yeah, good bowling at the moment, and the batsmen seem to understand what's happening now. They need to apply themselves. Partnership of 24 so far, so at least they need to stay there, build a partnership, and I hope that we can finish the day with a proper score on the board. So they just got to keep working hard, apply themselves, and be very selective with the shots.
All right, Brian Charles is back into the attack for Trinidad and Tobago, and Walcott shows him the full face of the bat.
I think he's very consistent with his length and line. He's bowling. He's keeping the batsman thinking.
Looking to sweep. Didn't go exactly what he was thinking, but eventually he picks up a boundary down on the fine leg area and runs on the board. A slight miscue in his sweep shot there, ballooned a little bit, but there's a slight chance, but no one near, so to really bother him. So he gets 4 runs, and he moves on to 28.
Nice shot there by Walcott. Sweeping around the corner for another boundary. Very confident in himself. I can see keep the scoreboard ticking, rotating the strike. Think he's doing a good job so far.
Yeah, I was kind of bothered about Ambris and I was kind of disappointed in Ambrose, not cashing in as much as he should have. I think this wicket is tailor-made for a batsman like Ambrose, but he's not here, and a lot rests on the shoulders of Walcott and John.
Well, these things happen. He was batting pretty well, very confident. I think he just didn't execute a shot the way it should be, but these things happen. So we got to move on and hope that these 2 years now can keep a partnership going.
This time he's looking to sweep. A loud appeal goes up. The umpire is not interested. It's difficult for us to see from this end. We're going to have to depend on the replay to see what really transpired there. But what's important is that he is there to fight along.
To me, I think it was drifted on the leg side a bit. You can see that from here.
So that's the end of the 42nd over. The Windwards 158 for 6 in search of something huge. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, well, they're hoping to pick up another 3 or 4 wickets busy within the next hour at least, so that they can have a crack of this pitch. Junior Murray, we saw cricket taking place yesterday as well. The domestic cricket, the schools cricket. I know you were part of that, making sure that
these part of the Ministry of Sport and making sure that the youngsters, they haven't had it for a couple of years now. So it's good to see school cricket is back. And we had a game in Tantin yesterday on PBC versus Karakupili Martinique. So
who won that game?
I wasn't aware of who won the game, but I hope that probably as time goes on I can get the scores and see who won the game. But it's good to see school cricket back, and the kids are loving themselves and enjoying the cricket.
Well, if PPC is involved in cricket, I am in full support of them. And Webster is wide outside the line of the off stump. Did well to not be called a wide there. I think in another format of the game he surely would have been penalized. But this time around he escapes. Don't want to be bowling outside there too often. It's not going to do well. You want to, stay closer to the batsman. But so far, these bowlers from Trinidad and Tobago's Red Force, they've been pretty much disciplined, bowling to their field, and Darren Bravo should be very elated about that.
Yeah, I think I'm very, very impressed with that. They're very consistent with the lengths and the lines.
For the most part of the day, he has kept a predominantly offside field. Even when he's in defense mode, he probably defends with about 3 people on the onside, really and truly. So the bowlers are sticking to the plan, and that's important. When you've got bowlers that can stick to the plan, they're showing some discipline and some consistency. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking to see what inroads they can make into the lower half of this batting order.
I think they're doing a fantastic job. I think the captain believes in his bowlers. He's sticking with his plan. And I think as a bowler or a fast bowler, I think once you're doing this for a period of time, you should be able to do it and be able to do it to the best of your ability. So I think they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. Keeping the working the batters thinking.
All right, so Tion Webster is into his 7th over, and this one is lifting onto the batsman. John equal to the task, getting on top of it and playing it down to cover. No bother there for anybody.
John is looking pretty good at the moment. John, he has an opportunity now to go with it both hands. He was out of the team. He's in the team because of the injury to Nicholas Whitehead. So he got a chance now to show the selectors the reason why he should be in the team. So let's hope he grab the opportunity.
Wouldn't be a better place to do that than now. This one is pitched up and driven nicely straight down to extra cover. It could run away to the boundary. There's a chase on here, and the ball wins, and John picks up 4. So, as you say, good opportunity for him to cash in and show what he's made of. He lent it into it nicely, didn't waste any time, was onto it in a flash and cracked it all the way through. The outfield has some pace attached to it, so anything that's firmly struck will run away.
Lovely shot by Ryan John. As you can say, the best shot in cricket is a cover drive. Bent his front knee, head over, hands follow through. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, the bowlers, you don't want to pitch up. Webster, you don't want to pitch up at all, especially to an attacking batsman. Not here. Not on this National Cricket Stadium ground in St. George's, Grenada. You want to just stay back a little bit. Oh, guess what? Another opportunity missed here because Webster pitched up again, and this time John was looking for the hard-hitting drive, got a thick edge and over second slip.
A lucky break for Ryan John there. It looks like ball pitched up. I think he got carried away. He wanted to hit it straight over to the out of the stadium. I
Yeah.
think he went over the second slip, but it looked like the second slip probably didn't see the ball, so it went straight through his hands. It looked like, and Ryan John lived to fight another day. Hope that he can tighten up his screws, and grab his opportunity. Don't get carried away too much.
Well, as we said, if the Windward Islands are praying for a miracle, then what we just saw was evidence of the prayer. The prayers are being answered. They will need a whole lot much more of that to get through the rest of the afternoon.
At least the batsmen are scoring in boundaries. At least they're very aggressive. As I said before, they're two aggressive batters. I think you need to see a bit more rotation of a strike. Keep the bowlers thinking. Once we do that, I think we can upset the rhythm of the bowlers.
Yeah. Junior, you played a lot of cricket on this ground, even at the club level and all of that. And this ground has basically told the same story for decades.
It's a lovely batting pitch. First hour, you might get a bit of bounce and a bit of pace. After the first hour, and it's all flat out, you can sit there, enjoy yourself, bat as long as possible, and just put some runs on the board. Have fun out there.
Come on, Correa. Go, Correa. Start, create, start.
No problem.
Go, Correa. There go, boys. There go, boys.
Yeah, well, Yannick Carrier got the treatment. It's a welcome gift for Yannick Carrier, first delivery, and he was greeted by Tevin Walcott. This time he's back and a better delivery.
It's good to see Carrier in the attack now. He's a West Indies T20 bowler. He was selected for the World Cup. Let's see what he can do here with his red ball here now. I think the batter need to have a look at him. Don't get too carried away.
Oh, good shot again. Walcott just playing it up to mid-off. Good shot. Looking confident. Yannick Carrier greeted first ball, going the distance. Welcome to the National Stadium, Yannick. So says Tevin Walcott. Now John is on strike.
I think Walcott is batting with the man in charge. He look as he's in full control over the innings over there. He's full control, so let's hope that he can carry on and bat as long as possible and deep into the innings.
He has to be the man in charge. In the meantime, John is on strike and he's on 16. And Yannick is preventing what surely would have been at least 2 runs with the ball driven into the pitch and back up to him.
I think Ryan has to be a bit careful here now. He don't want to get too carried away. He don't want to throw his hands away. Have a look, apply himself, and take it from there.
Tough here for a leg break bowler like Yannick Carrier. I mean, there's very little lateral movement, as we said, in this wicket. So I think what the spinners are going to be aiming to do at some point is look for the rough areas and hope that you get some kind of magic coming out of there. But outside of that, a nice line and length tight, and hope for the best.
Yeah, you gotta be just be very consistent with your lines and lengths, and and hope that the batsman will make the mistakes. Just keep a noggin length and keep prodding away, and hope that the batsman make the mistake.
Yeah. So Yannick Carrier going for 7 in his first over, a 6 off the first ball, and a single up in the middle. Tevin Walcott is on 35 off 37, and Ryan John is at the non-strikers end. He's on 16. And the Windwards are 171 for 6 after 44.
I think they're building nice like a partnership here. Partnership of 41 so far. So let's hope that they can continue for as long as possible. I know once these two battles stays there, the score is going to keep on ticking for as long as possible.
Yeah, the Windward Island Volcanoes will need them to do that. Tion Webster is into over number 8. He's 26 for 1. Had the lone wicket of Robbins. That was earlier on up in the morning. Now he's looking for wicket number 2. Didn't put much into that one. We saw it dying way before it got to the wicketkeeper.
It's a typical National Stadium wicket. You know what? As the day goes on, it's going to get flatter and flatter, and it's going to be a batting paradise. But what I can see Webster is keeping his consistent length and line, hoping that the batsman can make the mistake.
Yep. That's what's needed. In the meantime, the Windwards need to score, and they need to preserve their wickets for as long as possible. Playing each ball on its merit, that has to be the thought pattern of the Windward Islands batsmen now. Playing each ball on its merit, nothing rash. You've got time. You've got time on your hands, and you've got a flat wicket in front of you.
Very impressive bowling. Batsmen apply themselves.
I think Webster probably looks a little bit jaded now. Bravo would probably want to consider giving him a rest, and maybe he can, bring back maybe a peer or somebody, because I think he looks a little bit jaded now. I'm not too sure if he had a heavy lunch, but this is not the kind of fire we saw from him prior to the lunch break. But he's maintained his line and his length, and the batsmen have found it slightly difficult to score with the average delivery. They would put away the loose ones. Yes, they have done that. But with the even deliveries, they have not jumped onto it and dominated the even deliveries. The bowlers are winning the battle with the even delivery, so to speak.
I think the bowlers are they're very consistent with the length and line and doing a fantastic job. So we just got to be a bit patient.
Just the one. A lot of chatter in the field from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
I think the batter got to think about tea now. It's a few minutes away from tea, but we still got to keep our wickets in hand and keep scoreboard ticking at the moment.
Oh. And his eyes opened wide, but he was nowhere near it. And that brings us to the end of the over number 45. Walcott is on 36 and John is on 16, and in comes John.
second best partnership of the innings developing here now. 42 runs
Yeah,
for
they're
the
doing,
seventh wicket. Yeah.
they're doing a good job so far. Let's hope that they can continue.
Devin Walcott looking good. 36. Ryan John with him on 16, giving good support. And I'm sure you're very pleased that a wicketkeeper batsman taking this opportunity with both hands, literally.
Very, very pleased. I love the way he's batting. He's aggressive. He's, he seems to be a man on a mission. We keep the scoreboard ticking. So let's see, hope we can continue doing that.
So the leggy getting his second over. I think very belatedly introduced into the attack, and now this one is very wide and cut away for 4. So bad bowling from Yannick Karaya. Just gifting a loose delivery there to Walcott, and he capitalized.
Short wide aside the off stump. Walcott wouldn't miss out on this one. I think he's very confident over there. Man on a mission. Let's hope that he can continue the mission for as long as possible.
Yeah, I was looking at Carrier bowl his first over. Just look a bit stiff. I'm not certain what's happening. Maybe a lot of gym work. When you do a lot of gym work, you tend to get a bit buff.
I think probably he think he waited too long to come into the attack. See, he was not loose.
Maybe. Then a few overs ago, that one that flew off the edge, he was a bit late to react and it went over his head.
I guess he need to wake up.
Yeah, need to wake up a little bit. But he's on the radar, so to speak. They're looking at him, Junior Murray.
Hope he can have a good series here and probably can get into the team, because we at least need to have some good performances.
He's more known for his batting, really, which is that his leg spin is an asset. Yannick Raya.
But not much leg spinners around, so he should be taking that opportunity.
Oh yes.
To do some more bowling and get some more wickets and have his selectors thinking.
But a track, not necessarily the best for spin bowling at the moment.
Yeah, not much offering there, not turning a bit, no more turn out bungs. So you just got to keep consistent. Just keep knocking away on the line of lengths and hope that the batsman make the mistake.
That was short. Pulled away. Runs again for Tevin Walcott. He'll get to 44 with that boundary. Loose delivery again from Yannick Karaya. 7th boundary now for Tevin Walcott. 7-4 in fact to go with his 1-6. So he's dealing in boundaries, 180 for 6. And the 5th partnership coming up. 6-7 deliveries, 7 4s and 2 6s.
Well batted Tevin Walcott so far. He wouldn't miss out on a bad ball. Nice partnership building here with him on Ryan John there. So looking good so far. I hope that they can keep their heads on and keep doing it for as long as possible. We need them to.
Karaya, 30 years of age. Continues. So just 2 overs from him and been very expensive in the context of the game. 2 overs cost 15 runs, and after 46 overs overall, Walcott is on 44. Ryan John 16, 180 for 6.
Looking good so far. I think overall, I think the team should be looking to bat once in the innings here. We need to get a total of at least 300 plus on this very flat pitch here at the National Stadium. So we need some application. We need the batsmen to be more selective. And once we do that, I think we can bat as long as possible. We need to bat out today. We don't want to get out today. We need to bat out all of today. We don't want to be behind the 8 ball at all.
Tian Webster will continue. One of the successful bowlers for TNT Red Force today. He's also picked mainly for his batting, but is an asset with the ball.
I was a bit surprised that he's a bowler. Going for his batting.
He's actually trying to bowl to a plan as well, just outside the off stump, and maybe putting too much pressure on himself and pushing it too wide at times off the off stump of these right-handed batters.
But what I can say, I think he's sticking with the plan. He might be a drift here and there, but I think he's sticking with the plan. Have the batsmen thinking and hoping that they can make the mistake.
Now it is 9th over, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Got a wicket of Jelani Robinson.
But another good ball again. I love his consistency. I love how we have the batsman thinking. I just hope the batsman don't fall in that trap. That let him bowl there all day.
Mm.
Let him come to you.
So Trinidad and Tobago as well, they're in the middle of starting a new tournament. Premier League One, which will be 3 days of cricket. This one is chipped in the air. Fielder coming around. Bravo cannot get there. It was high in the air. Good
High.
connection that was made with the bat. Ryan John looking to go over mid-off, but it went high in the air, and Bravo running around to his left just could not get there in time. And John survives.
John survived. At least his second time he survived. I think he got to be a bit more selective. Relax a bit. Don't get carried away with the ball pitched up to him. I know he's always a free flowing batter. So he need to think it over again. Don't give them another chance. Grab the opportunity.
Moves on to 18. Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board will be having their Premier League One beginning on the 3rd of February. 3 days cricket, bringing back the longer version of cricket outside the off stump. And that will be Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday. They want to give players the opportunity of playing a longer version of cricket. So when they come to the regional 4-day level, they're already accustomed to batting long, being in the field for long periods of time and so on. I think that is a step in the right direction.
Step in the right direction. Fantastic idea. I think we need to get back that batting long. We need to get back our test cricket back up on where it used to be before. So I think that's a fantastic idea by the Trinidad Cricket Board, and then I hope that it works out well for them and for West Indies cricket.
So Webster looking for his second wicket. John looks good in this innings so far.
Looks pretty well, apart from the two last shot, but
Yeah.
I think he looks pretty well, at least. As I said before, his opportunity. So he got to grab his opportunity now. He were not in the squad. They got opportunity now. So let's, give selectors something to think about.
So when I think about it, with all that he has brought to the table over the years, and he's not in the squad as a first pick, it means that the guy who was ahead of him, Nicholas Redhead, must be impressive.
I think Nicholas Vedder came a very long way. At least I've seen him. I've been around him. I've seen him. He's a very, very hard worker. He wants the cricket and he wants to do well. I will continue on Nicholas as time goes on.
Is Nicholas from Grenada?
Yes, he's from Grenada.
Oh, nice.
He's a product of my cricket club, Upsetters Cricket Club. So I know him for a very long time. He wants the cricket, and as I said before, he wants it very bad. He works pretty hard night and day. Work on his fitness. Keep himself healthy and strong. And, I'm so happy to see him in the squad. I'm so sad to see him out of the team. So I hope that he don't really take it at heart, and his turn will come. And when his turn comes around now, he just gotta grab it with both hands and show the selectors the reason why they selected him.
Webster, 4 runs in the last over, completing his 9th. And now Carey Pear is going to pick up the attack, replacing Yannick Karaya, who did not look the part. 2 overs, none for 15, looked a bit stiff, like we said. And now Carey Pear is back into the attack. Pear started this morning with a new ball, just 1 over with a new ball. Overall, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. Maybe it's a good time to bring him back.
I think so. I think this is going to be a very interesting in spell of bowling here by Carey Pear. The batters, they have to be very, very more selective. I don't think Carey Pear will give you too many loose balls. So you got to be on top of your game, be selective with your short play, and, just wait for the bad balls. Don't rush him too much, just wait for the bad balls, and you're going to get a few bad balls here and there.
So you mentioned Nicholas Redhead from the Upsetters Cricket Club. Maybe very upset that he's missing out today.
I know him. I know he's taking it very hard, but his turn will come.
Yeah.
He's a good buddy of mine, good friend of mine. So I try and keep him on the straight and narrow. Keep talking to him, and he's around good people, good family, and everything. So he's stable.
Pear starts a new spell, bowls on the line of the stump. Very good start from the left arm spinner.
Good start from Carey. He'd been very consistent in his spells before, so been very good. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to this spell of bowling here now from Caribbean.
So I actually, on my break moments ago, took a walk on the outside. It's very hot, mind you.
Very very hot. Very very hot.
There's some activities going on at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium next door. And then I managed to get a word on Vikash Mohan.
Right.
This morning, the first ball of the match was a loose delivery from Terence Hines. Kimani Milias cut and cut hard, straight into the hands of Vikash Mohan, but it took his thumb and he suffered a little bit. So you got a cut in that mid webbing
Yeah,
area.
the web cut in. Okay.
Yeah. So it's heavily strapped at the moment. And he is a right-hander, and it was on his right hand.
Wow.
So that's going to be very uncomfortable. We didn't see him back on the field since. So chances are... Oh, this one is hit back over the head of the bowler, and will be another boundary for Tevin Walcott. Will be 4. I thought it was, for a moment, would have been 6 to get to his half century. But 4 nonetheless. And now that's his 8-4 to go at 1-6 to take him on to 48. Good hit.
Good hit by Tevin Walcott. I think the Kaiper came a bit in the slot and he got hit back over his head. So and Walker would have missed it on those deliveries. So let's hope that he can get a 50.
So let's see. This one is punched down the ground too long on. Will not come back for the second. Will not be so anxious again. He's now playing his 13th first class match.
Well played by Wally there. He's doing pretty well so far. I love his attitude at the crease. I love he's very positive. You know, any opportunity to score, we're gonna try and score. You know, so let's hope that they can continue.
So Pierre completed his 9th over, none for 22. You see the other bowlers used. So Tevin Walcott, despite playing 12 first class matches before this, is making his Volcanoes debut at this level. So 50 on debut will do him very well, and will show the franchise as well that you're getting value for the dollar so far.
So far, good value so far. I hope that he can continue. Can continue. We need him. We need him to continue. You know, he needs to be there at the end of the day. He needs to bat long, get a good 50, get a big 100, and you know, it's a lovely batting pitch. So let's try and make use of the opportunity. It's your home venue. You train here every day. You live here, so it's your time of day.
So here's Webster. Drives beautifully down towards the cover, will get the single needed to get to his half century, and that is a very well played half century from Tevin Walker. The 28-year-old gets to 50 from 54 deliveries with 8 fours and 1 6. Well played.
Well played, Tevin Walcott. Lovely cover drive to get onto his 50. You know, job well done. Just continue. You just started. You're going to be back on 0 again now, and just continue to get onto a big 100. You got to start. Let's continue.
So that's a good investment. I want to say good afternoon to Dr. Kishore Shallow, President of the Windward Islands Cricket Board, and also to the Vice President, Dwayne Gill, doing a very good job right here with the Grenada Cricket Association as well.
Yes, good afternoon to the men in charge.
To the men in charge.
Yeah, men in charge, you know. The two main men, Dr. Shallow and Mr. Dwayne Gill, you know. I think they love the cricket. They're very passionate about the cricket, and I hope that they will do whatever they can to make sure that West Indies cricket and Windward cricket get back to where it used to be at the top of the ladder again.
So I'm sure they were thinking that yes, good investment so far in Walcott. And they brought back Ryan John now, so he's on strike. He's adding good support to Walcott.
Looking pretty good at the moment. He's batting very well. I know him as a very aggressive batsman, but I think he has made some changes in his attitude towards the cricket, towards his batting. You know, so as we can see it here now, we can see he's trying to bat as long as possible, be more selective in a short play, and we can see we can get some value from that.
So his previous high, well, his highest so far in first class cricket is 28. Pulled away, and will get a boundary. It was wide of the field at mid-on, and it will go into the boundary now. 4 runs signaled by umpire Brathwaite. So Ryan John goes to 24, and the total getting closer to 200. It's 194 now for 6.
Slightly short by Webster. Ryan John would have missed out on a bad ball. Went back on his back foot. Pulled him through a wicket for 4. Well played, Ryan.
Yeah, so his highest score at this level is 28. He's on course not only to equal that, but also to go further, to better that.
We need him to perform. I think with his talent and his ability, I think he should be doing much better. So I hope that this opportunity here now we're going to get with it both hands and really perform and really put some runs on the board. You have enough time, lovely condition, lovely wicket, right time to do it.
Is he part of the Upsetters Cricket Club as well?
Yeah, he's part of it.
Wait is the call, pushed firmly to Jason Mohammed, one of the experienced players in this Red 4 side. Jason Mohammed also can bowl some off spin, so that is another option available to Darren Bravo.
Good to see Jason in the squad. I know he's been around for ages. I know he brings a bit of value with both bat and ball. He can bowl also, so probably another option for the skipper.
Uthman Mohammed not having a good day with ball. 7 overs, none for 43. He's out of the attack. Webster finishing now his 10th over. So that's the end of 49 overall. 194 for the loss of 6. A good stability now to the innings. Partnership of 6 to 4. The best of the innings between Walcott, the wicketkeeper, and Ryan John, the all-rounder.
Good stability. Good to see we're doing a fantastic job of building back the innings. And we need them to continue. We don't want them to get too carried away. We got to keep them rotate. They got to keep rotating the strike, be selective in the short play, and hope that we can keep that partnership for as long as possible. Look at T now. T should be about 10-15 minutes away, so we should be looking at T, and then after T, we take it till the end of the day.
Remember they took lunch at 86 for the loss of 3. Then they lost 3 quick wickets after lunch. At lunch, Alec Atene is the captain, was on 39. Sunil Ambrose was on 28. And right after lunch, we saw Atene is going down, caught by Hines off the bowling of Charles for 41. Then Ambrose followed 55. He was caught by Charles off the bowling of Hines. And then Justin Greaves bowled by Terence Hines for 5. So wickets going down after lunch, and 4 for 98, 5 for 113, 6 for 130. But a nice partnership so far between Walcott and Ryan John, pulling things back to make it a bit even again. Pretty much similar to what happened in the first session when the Red Force picked up 3 early wickets. Then there was a fight back.
I think this session should be our session. I think the batters are doing a fantastic job at building back the innings now. So I hope that they can continue the good job they're doing.
109 runs already scored in the session. Still more than 10 minutes to go to T.
And once these 2 batters are out there, we weren't gonna score because they're 2 free scoring batsmen. So any bad ball is going to be going to the boundary.
Appeal for a leg before, umpire Duguid is unmoved. And there's Carrier gesticulating that he should go for the television review. It's all part of banter sometimes.
All part of it, all part of the game right now.
Yeah. Felt he had his man there, Carrier. Let's have a look at it.
Just outside, I think he's all hit just outside.
Just outside. Searching for his first wicket, Carrier. Very steady left arm spinner. There's no Akil Hussain. Akil Hussain is actually playing T20 cricket in Dubai.
And no Akil Hussain at the moment.
This one is punched down the ground. So Carrier, last time he played first class cricket would have been before COVID. 2020. So he's back now.
Back now, been a long time. So I guess he's been playing more T20s.
Yeah, lots of white ball
Lots
cricket.
of white ball cricket.
End of the over. That's the end of 50 overs. So 196 now for the loss of 6. Yeah, and that's the cricketing calendar now for you. Back in the days, maybe in your time, you'd say that in the Caribbean. We know cricket starts in January. Then your visiting teams will start coming in from March, April, and we go until May, sometimes June. But now cricket is played all year round now.
There's so much different, so much changes now. The
Yeah.
cricket right through the year now. Everything is so different now. But it's really good to see the 4-day cricket. I guess we wish that it could be for a longer period of time. Because I think we
Yes.
need to get back to that part of our cricket. We need to get back a long version of our cricket back in, so batters can apply themselves and bat as long as possible. Our test team need to be on top of the game again, so we need that long version of the cricket back again. Hope it can be sooner than later.
So the most successful bowler is back into the attack, Terence Hines, 4 for 50 from 10 overs before this. Here he is bowling to Ryan John, full delivery, right up the Yorker, well bowled.
Well bowled, he's hunting for his 5th wicket. Ryan John was equal to the task. I think he's having a good day out. His first game for the season. I think he's bowling pretty well. One of the good things about what I like about him is he do something with the ball. You can see that he's bowling in swingers, out swingers. He doing something with the ball. So I think the batters have to be on the P's and Q's here, have a look at him, watch what he's doing with the ball, and be very, very selective.
He'll be very watchful indeed. Looking for a second first-class 5-4. Extra bounce. But John is equal to the task and he goes to 26.
Well played, Ryan John. Looking pretty good at the moment. I'm seeing a different Ryan John at the moment. I'm seeing a Ryan John batting with purpose. Somebody who's hungry for the cricket now. Somebody who's hungry to move on his career. He's been around for a very, very long time. 2016 under-19 World Cup.
Yeah.
He's the World Cup winner.
Correct.
So, we need to have him in our cricket. We need to have him performing.
So the format, it's 5 preliminary round matches for each team. They'll play each other once. Matches in the first and second rounds being held in Grenada and Antigua and Barbuda. So tomorrow you'll find defending champions Barbados Pride taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Home team Leeward Islands Hurricanes against Jamaica Scorpions at Coolidge. The other 2 first round matches not starting today, will start tomorrow. This one is clipped away nicely. Runs for Tevin Walcott. He will get a boundary and he will take his personal score now on to 55 runs. 200 will be on the board as well. And he's looking the part with his 9th boundary to go at 1-6.
Well played, Tevin Walcott. Well played. At least the first 50 for Women Islands at this level. Well played, Tevin Walcott.
So
Ball pitch on his leg stump, whipped him over mid wicket for 4. He not shy. He's not shy to put away the bad balls. He's also a wicket keeper. So all that just naturally in him, to put away the bad balls, So he's looking pretty good so far.
Yes,
Just hope that he continues.
I'm hearing that loud and clear. It's the second half century of the innings with Ambrose getting the first. He got 55 before he was caught by Charles at slip off the bowling of Terence Hines. Look at the drive, delivery on the up. Now Tevin Walcott with an opportunity to go well beyond 55.
I think he's well set for 100. Yeah, nothing happened in this pitch here. I just think he's well set.
Second round will be played, like I said, in Grenada and Antigua again. In Grenada next week we'll have the Guyana Harpy Eagles taking on the home team, the Volcanoes. Then the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be hosting the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jamaica Scorpions take on Barbados Pride at Coolidge. Those are the second round matches. Then we'll have a break in the tournament, which will resume on the 15th of March in Trinidad and Tobago. All matches will be played in Trinidad and Tobago according to Cricket West Indies. 15th to 18th, 22nd to 25th, 29th of March to 1st of April. And then that'll be the end of the preliminary phase of this tournament. Champions will be crowned. And then we'll have the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. This one is cut away nicely. 4 more runs. And Tevin Walcott is looking the part. He's holding that pose there for you. 59 he goes, the end of the over. John is with him on 26, sorry, and it's now 205 for a loss of 6.
Well played, Tevin Walker. Short wide outside the off stump. Went back. Square cut him for 4. Lovely shot. He's really in good. He's looking pretty good. He's in good form. He's very confident. You can see he believes in himself. He's really enjoying. You can see he's really enjoying his batting.
Yeah, 9 runs from that comeback over from Terence Hines. Not the type of over he was very accustomed to. But this is cricket. He's bowling to a man that's pumped up, Devin Walcott. Yeah, I was saying that Headley Weeks Tri-Series will begin on the 19th of April, 19th to 22nd, with Team Headley against West Indies Academy. And 26th to the 29th of April, Team Weeks will take on West Indies Academy. And the final match will be May 3 to 6 with Team Weeks against Team Headley. And Team Weeks and Team Headley will be coming from this very tournament. Teams will be selected to form those teams to play that tri-series. So it's a lots of cricket. Despite 5 rounds of playing against the territories, they have 3 more matches in that tri-series which will go until May.
Lots of cricket, lots of opportunities. So the guys have something to play for. So let's hope that they can grab opportunities. Unfortunately, we just saw Terence Hines leaving the field. Probably with a bit of injury. I think he's limping off, probably a bit of groin or hamstring injury, not too sure. So probably we can update you as time goes on where that is concerned.
So it's going to be Brian Charles into the attack, replacing Carrie Pear, who bowled from the River Road end. So the spinners are trying to operate from the far end, the southern end of the ground.
I see him as a pacer up on the other end. So.
Correct. So, dead ball. Did not deliver. You tend to, if you can hear the conversations over
there. They tend to
really
rush the batter.
Yeah. So Brian Charles wearing number 6 on his back. Shivnarayan Chandapal wore number 6 his whole career for West Indies.
Great, the legend.
The legend. What was your shirt number?
16.
16.
I love my 16.
Yeah,
no special reason. I gotta love 16. No special reason.
Carl Hooper was number 4. I remember that clearly.
My very good friend, Carl Hooper, Courtly Ambrose.
That one jumped on John just a little bit. Handled it very well in the end.
I think it's close to T now. I think the batter should be looking to play into T now and
goes up sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be a bit tighter around this time now and see what happens after T.
It's a good session for the Volcanoes. Anytime you score more than 100 in a session, you tend to be in control. They've lost 3 wickets. Captain Athenaeus 41, Ambrose 55, and Justin Greaves 5s.
Very good session. I just think that we need probably these 2 carry us to T, and we come back out after T. That we need to be even tighter because we tend to lose the wickets quickly after a session, So and then we tend to build again, So hope that we can look into that and hope we took a carry us in T and come back out and keep it tight again, keep it going.
So Hines left the field with a little bit of discomfort. Now Carrie Pear switching in. He's going to be coming from the top end, the Darbo Road and Darbo end.
Darbo end.
So it's not a good sign really for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with 2 substitute fielders on the field. Jad Ghuli from the very second delivery of the match, and now Imran Khan.
It's the first day of the season, first day of your first class season.
Yeah.
2 are injured, So let's hope that they can be back soon, look after the injury and be back pretty soon. We don't like to see anyone getting injured, So I hope that they can bounce back very soon.
Carry Pierre. With a silly mid wicket in place now, Jason Mohammed going under the bat.
There's a bit of chat on the there now. There's putting a bit of pressure on the batsman now, trying to get into the batsman's head.
Slip in play as well. So looking to get a breakthrough before tea. And the Volcanoes batters looking to keep them out.
I think they have to keep them out. We don't want to lose a wicket now to go into tea now. We want to bat as long as possible.
So 121 runs already in the session, which is a very good session for the Volcanoes.
Partnership of 77 so far.
And the best bowler in terms of picking up wickets, Terence Hines, is not only out of the attack, he's off the field.
That's a big blow for the TNT. So let's hope that we can cash in here now, and bat deep into the day, or even bat it all the way for the day.
Swept away, runs again. This time Walcott getting another boundary. He moves up to 64. And a total 211 now for 6. That's a very loose delivery from Pierre.
Very loose. Walker grabbed his opportunity, way down the leg side, swept him around. 4 runs. I just love looking at Walker bat, and he's exciting me up here at the moment, He's any opportunity to score, he scores. Plays the ball in the merit, bad ball, he scores. Very positive batting.
This time on the line of the off stump. Tevin Walcott enjoying his time here at the Volcanoes so far. His highest score at first class level, 66. So now he's on 64. The over is completed, so that's the end of another over. And the players are walking off. So that's tea on day number 1. This match, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against home team, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Umpires Nigel Duguid and Gregory Brathwaite lifting bails to say, gentlemen, let's have some tea. 211 for 6. To remember the start of the session with the Volcanoes 86 for the loss of 3, with Captain Athenaeus on 39 and Cyril Ambrose on 28. Both have been dismissed. Athenaeus was forced to go, caught by Hines off the bowling of Brian Charles for 41 at 4 for 98. Then Justin Greaves bowled by Terence Hines for 5 at 5 for 113. Then Cyril Ambrose, after getting to his half century, was caught at slip off the bowling of Terence Hines for 55. Since then, it's been a very good partnership between Tevin Walcott, the wicketkeeper, who's brought up another half century at this level, his first for the Volcanoes, because he's making his Volcanoes debut, and Ryan John approaching a career best. So 2 batters have been looking very good in a 81 run partnership for the 7th wicket, and they've brought this game now, putting themselves ahead of the Red Force at T 211 for 6, Judy Murray.
Shaky start to the session, but it's good to see that the Volcanoes bounce back nicely with a partnership with Ryan John and Tevin Walker with over 100 runs. So good to see that the batters are fighting, and take us into tea, and hoping that we get back from tea, we can continue in that same vein, and hope that we can keep the trainer players out there for as long as possible. Our aim is to be able to battle the day, and hope that we can do it and bat full 90 out for the day. So looking forward to the next session, and I hope that we can continue in the same vein.
So 125 runs in the session and 3 wickets going down. So after 53 overs of batting, the Volcanoes 211 for 6, 27 runs bowled in the second session. So they scored 125 at a very good clip, and that is the position at tea. We'll take a break as well. We'll have some tea, and we come back in about 15 minutes to bring you the final session on day number 1 of this gripping match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Good afternoon again, and we're back live at the National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada, beautiful St. George's, Grenada. Sunshiny Tuesday afternoon. It is just about 3 o'clock local time, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes sent in to bat after Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss this morning. And at tea, there were 200. There are 211 for 6 after 53 overs, the final session of the day's play coming up in just a little bit. Round 1 of the West Indies 4-day tournament. And what a lovely day of cricket it has been.
Yes, it has been a really good day for cricket. I enjoyed the ebb and flow of the game. You know, the early wickets were lost. The batsmen came back. They built partnerships. Then you lost a couple other wickets, and then now you have another partnership. So it's good to see that the day is going pretty good for cricket.
Yeah, the Windward Islands lost a couple of early wickets this morning, and carelessly so, I would add. The ball, yes, earlier on there was a lot of lift something in the wicket, but it required a little bit of better negotiations from the batsmen. But nonetheless, they fell in cheap form, I would say, based on what we normally get from this ground here at the Grenada National Stadium. We had Milius, who went for 4. He could have done a whole lot better of the bowling of Hines, and also Robbins. Yeah, Robbins went for 14. Much to the surprise of everybody, Hodge went without scoring this morning. He will be kicking himself and looking to make up on that if he does in fact get the opportunity to go out in the middle again. He'll be looking to cash in on an opportunity missed. But some good batting from Athanase, the captain. He was out on 41. Should have done a whole lot more, but nonetheless got to a respectable total. And Sunil Ambrose, who was looking very comfortable as well, former captain, and he got out on 55. Went to the bowling of Hines, caught by Charles. And that's it basically. As it is now, things stand now. The star of the day, so to speak, Walcott on 64, and Ryan John on 27. Play has resumed, and we're back out in the middle. 212 for 6 after 53.1, and Charles is operating from the River Road end.
Yeah, it's good to see that play has resumed. We hoping that the batsmen will, keep their heads, keep the focus, not lose early wickets, and continue from where they left off.
Neat bit of working there from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. Looking for a stumping, but the batsman was safe in ground. So Brian Charles looking again to see if he can get to the magical number, and Walcott is denying him of that and pushing this one out into the offside. No run. Looking for wicket number 100.
Yeah, he's bowled well. They're outside the off stump and thereabout. So if he continues, he definitely will get to that magical 100. Good conditions as we see the wicket has flattened out a bit, and so it's good for batting. The batsmen, if they can just hold their composure as Charles feels to his bowling. Yeah, if they can hold their composure and really, keep their heads down and bat as they have batted for that partnership so far, then definitely we can see them ending the day on a very good score. And quite quickly, Charles has come to the end of his over. A good start to the Windward Volcanoes. 212 for 6. It means that the batsmen with good application, good technical song judgment, continuing from where they left off, they will definitely get up to a good challenge in total this evening.
They're going to have to. I know they're looking forward to it. They're going to have to, because
Kyrie.
that is what is going
My bro, carry.
when you look at the depth that is in this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
And it's Gary Pair. So John taking his guard. I believe he'll be looking to, bat for as long as possible and ensure that that selection, that call-up that he has gotten, he would take advantage and be a part of that team for the remaining matches.
Right, and John turns one into the onside. Just for one. Carry pair is looking to make something special happen here. 125 runs in the last session. Not too bad for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 125 in the last session. Not too bad at all.
Yeah, 125 with a partnership of some 80 odd is really good. It means that they understand what they had to do and they did it well.
Well, they were praying for a couple of miracles. They had a couple of those as well in that session. And the prayers will continue to go up from them for more miracles, because pretty much after this pair, it can get a little bit shaky for the Windward. So this pair of Walcott and John, they're going to need to stay there for a little bit. I'm quite sure Walcott is thinking he needs to bat through the entire innings now, because anything short of that is going to put his Windward Islands in a serious spot of bother.
Yes, I hope that the coaching staff has, really explained what it is that they need. If they can get there about 300 plus, it's definitely a challenging total on this wicket. Possibly early inroads into the TNT batting could see, them get a significant lead.
All right, and good afternoon as well to our friends right around the world. We have some friends listening in the United States following cricket as well, some ardent cricket fans. Winston Johnson just had a message from our tech team that you said hi and that you're there viewing along and having fun in the comfort of the cold while we are enjoying the beautiful sunshine in beautiful Spice Country. So good to have you on board. Walcott is on 65. He is no doubt eyeing something big with 3 figures. Tevin John is on 29 and he's on strike, facing up to pair, I think it was. All right, so Brian Charles is now operating from the River Road end, yeah?
Yes, it's Brian Charles from the River Road end.
And he's driving well. Good shot, beating the man at cover. Goes out to the boundary. There's a chase on here, and the ball wins. And good strike of the ball. Lent into it nicely. Gave it a good whacking. Put some power into it. And Walcott, I think it was.
Yeah, that seems to be Walcott. Yeah. Good strike towards the ball. He actually got his weight distributed really well towards the ball. That helped him to get the placement and the bit of power that it needed. Had the legs to go all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, and this outfield will give you the assistance you require once you strike the ball properly. It's pretty much even with a slant towards the ball running away. Walcott this time is in good defense, getting up onto it, on top of it, and just playing it back along the turf. And Brian Charles does his own fielding.
Yeah, the way he played that ball there suggests that if Charles is going to get his 100th wicket, it doesn't look like it's going to be Tevin Walcott at all.
Yeah, well, I'm quite sure John might be thinking the same thing too. This time he's driving again, playing it onto the onside. There's a man at square leg.
Yeah, I think I would not want him to continue with this type of batting. I think he has played the ball straight and has played well already. That cross-batted shot seemed to have a higher risk of him getting out, so I would ask him to put it away.
Yeah, definitely. I think he played it from way outside the off stump too. You don't want to do that, especially with the kind of field that Bravo has set here. Not so much an attacking field, but there are a couple of catching positions very much occupied.
Yeah, and he's looking He's looking to save the boundaries. At the same time, he still has a couple of men in attacking and hoping for a false shot.
Over.
So at the end of that over, 219 for 6. Walcott is on 70 or after 81 deliveries. And the Windwards are hoping for 300 or thereabout.
Right, boys, keep
Yeah,
going,
the
boys.
batsmen, they seem to be pretty comfortable right now. I think once they're able to keep that focus, then definitely that 300 would be on the card, and the staff of the Windward Volcanoes can count, today a very good day.
Yeah, well, it started off shaky for the Windwards, and they sort of battled themselves back nicely into a comfortable position, into a position of evenness, so to speak. Pastor Stevenson Worm, I know you're listening. We still wish you a speedy recovery. Just heard that he's not too well. He's a little bit under it, but nonetheless, while we pray for the Windwards, we're praying for a miracle for you as well. So keep listening to the cricket. I know that will bring some joy to you. This time, nice flowing drive, but only to the man at cover. Nice flowing drive. Walcott is seeing this ball as big as a breadfruit in the oil dung independent season in Grenada.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there. He's really seen it well, lining it up well. He looks very comfortable. As he played that one there, you can see the ease in which he got to the delivery and just pushing it to the man there, and they cross for the one.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice strike rate as well, even at this format of the game, a 4-day game. You don't wait too much on the strike rate, but Walcott himself, has a good rate. He's now up to 71 after 84 balls, so that's pretty much in the 90s. It speaks to the availability of runs inside this wicket.
Yeah, as we keep saying, the wicket is a good wicket for batting. The application of the batsman is what's going to make the difference in what score that the Volcanoes end up with at the end of the day.
Let's see what he does with his final delivery. Ryan John. He's back in defense and plays it along the turf, and he remains on 29 after 61 deliveries. And the Windwards are on 220 for 6.
I believe this is the type of batting that we need. Whether you're coming at the middle order, whether you're opening the innings, I think this is the type of batting, especially on wickets like these, that we need to see our batsmen apply, because it has been working. It has looked effective, playing the ball on merit, playing it as straight as possible. The bowlers have bowled well. There are one or two areas where they might have leaked some runs, but generally it's been a good contest.
It's very still, so no real wind or anything to give any assistance to the lateral movement of the delivery. It's pretty much still. The trees in just above the River Road Sanssouci area are still and as stiff as a doornail. And this time he is pulling, Walcott is pulling to square leg just for the single. He moves on to 72.
Again, I think this is a shot that, I wouldn't want to encourage too much, just because of the element of risk that is involved.
He may tell you no risk taken, no reward gained. He might just tell you that, but it all sounds good when you're at the wicket and when you're scoring. When you're back into the pavilion, well, that's a different story. This time he's driving over long off. Very good shot in the air. 1, 2, 3 bounces and into the boundary. No, it went all the way actually. It went all the way.
Yeah, good shot. He came up into that zone, and we've seen him dispatch one of Carrier earlier, and I think this is around the same area, and he just lifted it up over long off for 6. A good shot. That seems to be a man in good confidence.
Yeah, just dropping just behind the ropes, so he gets the full treatment. That causes Darren Bravo to push the man now straight back onto the boundary rope. So he's going to step over the rope to come into the circle. So just in case John tries to go the distance again in that area, it could prove difficult for him. He's on 35.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that at least this partnership is able to cause Darren Bravo to have to make some decisions, as the field placing and how he's going to contain or how he's going to get the wicket. So let's hope that they can continue.
The 100 runs on this partnership building, there are 97, and John drives out to mid-off, to long-off, sorry, and he gets one. So that takes the partnership to 98.
Yeah, and so the partnership seemed to be ticking on nicely. John and Walcott have applied themselves well. One would hope that they would continue to, keep their heads down, keep the focus on ensuring that they give the Windwards a good total.
Darren Bravo has some thinking to do now.
Yeah, you can see him in conversation there with his bowler. I guess they're looking at what possible measures they can take to somehow grab a wicket. The track has evened out somewhat, and I do believe that it's really, really extra good now for batting. We don't see not much happening unless the batsmen give away their wickets.
All right, well, we have a change of bowling coming up. We have a change of bowling here now.
Bowling in line, nice and in line.
It seems to be Carey pair again.
Nice and in line there, Carey.
So it's Carey continuing.
Couple wickets to the score, couple wickets to the score, change everything. Yeah, come on. Couple wickets to the score, Carey. Couple wickets to the score, Carey.
Carey's in his 13th over.
Yeah, bowling his 13th over. He has bowled well so far.
2 maidens for only 31. And that's what he was looking for.
Yeah,
This is what he was looking for. Another wicket.
Wow, that's a good response there from Carey. A ball on or just outside the off stump and moved away, typical left-hander's delivery. And he was just caught at slip.
He must be disappointed here, knowing that there's something really huge in this wicket for him. He must be disappointed here. That's Ryan John. Looking good. He just went over the top for 6, and looked like if he was really ready to at least get to a half century. But he fell at 36 of the bowling of Pierre, caught by Carrier.
I think he might have just lost concentration there a bit. That ball, I don't believe it had anything much in it. It was just on a good line, good length, and it forced him into that shot, and unfortunately he was caught.
Well, the hole gets deeper for the Volcanoes. They started this rebuilding process, and it looked good for a minute. The partnership was on its way to 100, and it barely got there. I think it got to about 98, I think it is. We're going to check with our stats and just bring you up to speed on it. But it was in the 90s. Could have been either 98 or 99, I think it was.
It was a good partnership. The good recovery. Looking at the fact that they just lost 2 quick wickets when the batsmen came together, and they were able to weather that storm, and eventually they've just lost the wicket. We see after the break, not much. This is what, the second or third over after the break, and they've lost another wicket. So the break doesn't seem to be working for the Windward Volcanoes.
Oh, well, here comes Pierre now.
Yes, Carey. Yes, Carey. Going, Carey. Keep going, Carey. Energy, Brian.
Kenneth Demba, yeah. What can we say about him? I mean, he's doesn't seem to be too bothered about the noise around him at the wicket. He seems to at least trying to stay within composure. He's not letting too much get to him.
I don't think he needs to do that now. The partnership before was a good one, and so I am hoping that he would, take from what he has seen and apply himself. We know that he can stick around if he wants to, even if the bowling is well. He has to trust his defense, and I think he has a good one, and so eventually he can help to put on another partnership that would bring the Windwards, some sort of total that they would really, really be happy with.
All right, a wicket maiden for Carey pair, and the Windwards are 228 for 7. And the repair job continues, but as they get closer and closer, this is the final session, and now 228 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in hunt of 3 wickets, which they may very well want to get to this evening, and maybe have a crack in the still of the evening.
Yeah, they would want to get rid of the Windward Volcanoes today and hopefully have a bat, or maybe get rid of them and by tomorrow begin to bat. The wicket is good, the moisture is out, but another 50-run partnership here would bring at least the Windwards to 279, and means that Red Force would have a job to do.
All right, in the meantime, Tevin Walcott is on 73. He's not on strike now, but he's hoping to get his 100. Demba's forward, and he's out. He's out. There's an appeal for caught behind, and he's gone. The umpire took a long time, waited, deliberated on it in his mind, and Brian Charles has gotten what he has been looking for. Yeah, he has gotten what he has been looking for. 100, his 100 wicket forward. And he got a thick outside edge, and it kind of stuck within the body and the glove of the wicketkeeper.
That's a really good delivery there, pitching
And
just
turning
on
away.
the middle stump and moving away from Demba, who went lunging forward at it and getting the outside edge. A good delivery had him playing for that delivery, feeling for it outside the off stump, and eventually Brian Charles has gotten the 100th wicket. So congratulations to Brian Charles. He has joined an elite club, the 100 club, and so I know he must be feeling really, really relieved that he has gotten it today.
Well, the wicketkeeper would feel more relieved than anything else, because what he had to go through to make sure that the ball didn't touch the ground, well, that was a whole different story. You didn't want to be responsible for Charles not getting his 100th wicket. The ball sort of went into him in a rush, and he had to do just about everything to keep it from going down. Eventually, it did. All's well that ends well, and they love it. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force celebrates, and Brian Charles, he celebrates even further with his 100th wicket.
So again, we see 2 quick wickets going down. Windward Volcanoes losing. Preston Maxwell has shown an inclination that he can, keep his end. So let's hope we're going with hope that he would stick around and help Walcott to get to his maiden 100 for the Windward Volcanoes.
Well, we're deep into the bowlers now. And Maxwell is forward nicely, looking shape, looks something like an early middle order batsman in that shot. He was forward and very circumspect, and showing that he has the capabilities. But how long he can keep it up for, that's a different story. Brian Charles again is coming up, pitching up nicely, and Maxwell is even to the task again. Showing some serious resilience here, and well, he has 2 more deliveries to negotiate in this over. Oh, look at again. He's gone. He's gone. That's it. He's gone. Preston Maxwell prodding outside of the line of the off stump. Looking to play straight down the line of defense, but the magnetic feel of the ball meeting the magnetic feel of the bat and just drawing it closer to each other. And
Yeah, another good delivery by Brian Charles going across the batsman, and as a batsman, the angle that has been created by him going around the wicket has it seemed to be posing quite a bit of challenge to the tail enders of the Windward Volcanoes. There is McSween lunging forward and right there getting an edge, and the keeper doing the rest. Again, you look at the trajectory of the ball, and I think this is what is drawing them towards the ball. They in their minds they have to play, and eventually that causes their downfall.
Well, no fault of Preston McSween there. He's a bowler by nature, batsman up the order, knowing that he got so far forward and so much outside the line of the off stump, would have left it alone. But after two good deliveries, well defended, maybe McSween thought, you know what, I like the feel of bat coming up against ball. So 3 times, it wasn't to be.
Yeah, good deliveries, good bowling there by Brian, hitting some really good areas. He's pitching in really, really good areas. Really have the batsmen looking to play, and as a bowler, you want the batsman to play, and because that's how they're gonna get out. And he has proven that he has hit some good areas, and he has reaped the reward.
Well, he has one more delivery. He might be looking to wrap it up here. In the meantime, Tevin Walcott is on 73 at the non-strikers end. He's in awe, can't do very much at this stage. But Darius Martin is the man with a headache now, who has the bat. And Brian Charles is into him, and similar delivery. But that's the end of the over. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, well, they can fight on for another over. But by the time they start the fighting in that over, I will be out and John will be in. It's not a caught behind, it's just me moving out, making way for the man behind me.
Yeah, a good bit of going there for the Red Force. They needed to break the partnership. They did that, and eventually that partnership being broken has just created 2 other wickets. So Darren Bravo will definitely feel good knowing that they're this close to getting the Windward Volcanoes off the square, and they would be looking to bat and overhaul that score.
Tevin Walcott, the career best so far, 73. We already saw Ryan John getting 36, also career best. That 98-run partnership they had for the 7th wicket. That really brought things back in line for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But the trend, like you mentioned, Clydie, 3 early wickets after the break this morning, right after lunch and right after tea.
Yeah, they definitely. I think the concentration of the batsmen whenever they have the break seem to be working against them. It's a chance to rebuild, and we've not seen them rebuilding.
Hines back into the attack. No doubt his captain looking to give him the opportunity to pick up a 5-4, 4 for 50. Left the field after bowling his last over, conceded 9 runs, but that was just before tea. And after tea came back on the field, did not get the ball right away. Here he is now with the ball.
Yeah, he's recharged. He looks refreshed, and hoping to pick up that 5-4, and I think that would be good for him. He has bowled really well for the day, again hitting good areas as we've seen, and so it would be nice for him to get that 5 wickets.
You mentioned that slide. He was taken at 211 for 6 after 125 runs came in the second session of the day from 27 overs. And after tea, saw 3 wickets going down in quick succession. Ryan John was first to go, caught that slip off Kyle Pierre to give Pierre his first wicket. Gone for 36. Demba followed shortly after. Here's Walcott now looking to cash in, looking to get as much as he can get. This is the last pair now for the Volcanoes. Kenneth Demba, like I said, did not last too long, just 4 deliveries before he was caught at a wicket by Amir Jangu of Brian Charles to give Charles his 100th first class wicket. And then Preston McSween playing down the wrong line, edge found, and also give Django another catch of the bowling of Charles. No score. So 3 batters after T, losing the wickets very early and quickly. That trend continued, but after getting to that 100 mark right away, Charles got a next wicket. So that one time, that one run, or that one wicket sometimes will take forever. And after that, that mark, walk in the park.
Yes, definitely. We've seen that happen there with him. I think he has been pitching good areas, and once he got the taste of that 100, he just seemed to be thereabout, ensuring that he got another one, to add. So he didn't just stop at the 100, but he went on to 101.
It's Preston McSween, no score, vice captain this season of the Volcanoes. A little bit of added responsibilities to him. Been around, but got a third ball ducked today. So the third batter to be dismissed without scoring, Oliver Kavim Hodge. Dismissed quite early this morning for no score as well. 230 now on the board. Hines seems to be struggling. There's a heavy strapping that he just took off from his right thigh.
Yeah, it seems he's carrying some sort of an injury. But I'm guessing that the hunt for the 5th wicket is what is driving him to continue. It says a lot about his character and his willingness to really fight for his team.
Here he is now, just ambling in. Full delivery, well played, well handled by Darius Martin.
That was a good delivery on the stump. Full pitch on his legs, middle and leg, and he got good contact, hitting it straight to mid wicket. He's really in the hunt as Hines. That 5th wicket, I think he understands, that he has a 5-wicket haul and he really would like to have another. And so he would go all out, pitch the ball in good areas and hope that he can knock over Martin.
Last season, at the start of the 2022 season, it was the Guyana Harpy Eagles that were playing against the Volcanoes in Trinidad and Tobago. The Volcanoes were replying to 300 and, in fact, they were batting first and got 339 after they were 9 for 215, with Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis putting on 124 runs for the last wicket. Preston McSween got 86, Sherman Lewis finished 31 not out. Is that a beautiful leg before umpire Gregory Bradley walks away and will give Terence Hines his hat, and that's the end of Hines's.
For a moment there, I think Hines was hoping that the umpire would just raise that finger and give him what he has been looking for all through this over. Good delivery, good areas again, making sure that he keeps it within the wicket, but it seemed a bit high, and the fact that Martin was down the track, there he is, step forward, lunging forward. He's a tall man, and definitely creating some doubt in the umpire's mind.
He had a long stride out, I can tell you that. That definitely saved him because it looked good otherwise. So umpire Gregory Bradley, very experienced.
Yeah, there we see it again, that little shape back into the batsman, and he's been getting this all day. It looks pretty good, the stride I think is what would have saved him.
Yeah, umpire Brathwaite also think he might have been hitting him just outside the off stump. So Charles will continue, 3 for 45 from 16 overs so far. Quite nagging bowler in Brian Charles, bowls lots of long spells.
Yeah, he bowled some good areas, and I think this is why he's able to continue bowling so long. Good areas, the ball gets back to him very, very quickly, so he's able to rush through his overs and really rack up a bit of bowling during the innings.
So I was saying that 124-run partnership came last year. Last pair at the crease with Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis. So Devin Walcott is there this time. He's well set on 74. Darius Martin can give him some support. You never know. You can get the team past 300.
Yeah, definitely. If they can just see off the areas where Charles is pitching now, you can see the difference in terms of the top order batsman as compared to the tail ender in terms of how he's reaching those deliveries that are coming across his body. So eventually I think Walcott would want to stay there as long as he could and not allow Martin to face the bowling of Charles.
Good stuff from Charles coming around the wicket to the right-handed Walcott. So Walcott playing his first game for the Volcanoes. Looks good. 74.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying the National Stadium wicket, which is really what we call it, a batsman's paradise.
Swept away. Runs for the wicketkeeper batsman. Jason Mohammed comes around, stops it. Just be a single. He will keep the strike at the start of the new over. 62 overs completed. Walcott is on 75. Darius Martin is yet to get off the mark. It's 231 for 9.
Yeah, Walcott seemed to have been all well set to get 100, and I still think it's there once Martin can, hold his end and together put on a partnership. I would really love to see him, for the efforts that he has given, I would like to see him get to that milestone of his first game for the Volcanoes, and he can score that first 100.
Terence Hines just off a very short run this time. No doubt struggling with some sort of niggle.
Yeah, you can definitely see after he has delivered, he's favouring that leg.
Not giving up just yet.
Says a lot about him and his character, wanting to reach milestones and to achieve the type of success that is going to maybe get the selectors to call his name.
Then you look at the rest of the seamers as well. Uthman Mohammed, 7 overs, none for 43. Just lacked control today. And Tia Webster, 10 overs, 1 for 36. Despite picking up the wicket, did not look that threatening. So Hines with 4 wickets, bowling in good areas, seems to be the one that this captain is going to get the wickets. So no doubt the workload is on him.
Yeah, the level of control that he has demonstrated, I think, is what is responsible.
This one is flicked away. So 2 more. So Walcott will be looking to not only take the strike at the start of the over, but within the over, try to face as many deliveries as possible. Go for 2s, 4s, maybe 6s.
Yeah, definitely. He has to, as we would call it, hog the strike to ensure that he gets to that maiden 100. I don't think that he would want to put too much confidence in Martin to face too many deliveries. At this point, he would want to ensure that he takes responsibility.
This one he's opening the face of the bat nicely. We guided down towards the third man. Devin Walcott is a man on a mission. He goes up to 81. He's into the 80s. 233 now for 9. That's his 13th 4. And he had 1-6 as well.
That's a good shot, good looking shot, Use the pace of the bowler. We see that Hines seemed to be struggling a bit. So his control is, not too good. He gets them there, but every now and again you get that delivery that is wayward. And once Walcott stays there, I think he's going to capitalize.
Last season, Darius Martin batted 3 times, got 10 runs in those 3 innings. Highest score of 8. But this is Walcott getting a ball down the line of leg stump, clipped away nicely, getting towards the boundary. Looks like Uthman Mohammed, the tall figure of Mohammed, comes around. Did some footballing, stopped the ball before it can get to the rope. 2 more to Walcott. He's now onto 83.
Yeah, he's doing just what is needed. I'm calculating very well. I think there's one more delivery to go, so he would be looking to ensure that he gets a single so that he gets Martin away from Brian Charles.
Yeah, but what Bravo's doing now, Bravo's bringing the field in to prevent him, trying to prevent him from getting that single, to take the strike at the start of the new over. One delivery to go. Terence Hines now into his 12th over. Also on the verge of getting his second first-class 5-wicket haul.
And good move there by Bravo.
In the air, overhead of Jason Mohammed at mid-off. Could have easily carried the hand, but that was Devin Walcott backing himself. That ball was well pitched up, and he went over the infield, got the boundary. He's now on to 87. It will be Darius Martin on strike at the start of the new over, but the score now 243 for 9.
Yeah, a good shot there by Walcott, recognizing that the field is up and using, the using that to his advantage, and showing that he gets closer and closer to that 100. Yes, it may mean that Martin would have to face, an over from Brian Charles. I think he's showing some confidence there now in him, seeing that he has been there for 2 overs so far and has faced 4 deliveries in that 3 overs. So he's backing him to do the job.
There's a big appeal for a leg before. Umpire Duguid says you're out.
Well,
Darius Martin is not quite pleased, gesticulating something to the umpire, but the umpire is in charge, the man with the final word. Darius Martin giving out leg before to Brian Charles. Charles finishing with 4 for 46, and we can have a look on the replay.
Yeah, I was just saying that he should, so it seemed like the commentator's curse has fallen on Darius. We're hoping that he would have stayed there and batted out that over. Very good work there by Charles, pitching again in good areas, going across the tail enders, and that seemed to be the trend where he has picked up the last 4 wickets.
63.1 overs. The Volcanoes batted to get 243 for 9. Darius Martin, the last batter, dismissed. Leg before to Brian Charles, no score, leaving Devin Walcott not out on 87. 13 fours and 1 6 from 101 deliveries. The hallmark or the rock of the innings of the Windward Islands Volcanoes after they were sent in today. 243 all out, 63.1 overs.
243 on this wicket on a day like today. I still think that they're a bit short. With the type of wicket that it is, and the fact that the partnerships were there, and you saw the signs that they were able to put together a good partnership. The batsmen applied themselves. I think they would feel aggrieved that they did not get a better total.
So in fact, it's 14 fours that Devin Walcott struck today. So we'll run through the scorecard for you. The Windward Islands sent in this morning by the TNT Red Force, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, started with Kimani Milius and Jelani Robinson. Milius was forced to go, nibbling at the delivery outside his off stump, was taken by the wicketkeeper off the bowling of Terence Hines for 4. Kavim Hodge, 2 overs later, similar fashion of dismissal, caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper Amir Jangu of Terence Hines for no score. Jelani Robinson caught by Charles off the bowling of T. and Webster, 14. Lunch was taken at 86 for 3, with Alec Atenay as the new captain on 39, Sunil Ambrose on 28. After lunch, Atenay was forced to go, caught by Terence Hines off the top edge, trying to pull Charles. He went for 41, followed by Justin Greaves, bowled by Terence Hines for 5. It was 113 for 5. Then it was 6 for 130 when Sunil Ambrose, after getting to a half century, caught at a gully by Brian Charles off the bowling of Terence Hines for 55. T was then taken at 211 for 6 after a nice partnership between Tevin Walcott and Ryan John. At T, Walcott was on 64, John was on 27. After T, Ryan John got to his personal best, 36, before he was dismissed, caught at first by Yannick Raya off the bowling of Carrie Pear. Then Kenneth Demba followed, caught at a wicket off Charles to give him his 100th first-class wicket for no score. It was 8 for 229, then 9 for 229 when Preston McSween, in the same over, gave Amir Django another catch caught by the wicketkeeper off Charles, no score. Darius Martin, the last man to be dismissed, leg before of the bowling of Charles, no score, leaving Tevin Walcott not out on 87 from 101 deliveries, 14 fours and 1 6, 243 all out, 63.1 overs. Bowling for TNT Red Force, Terence Hines, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 72. The pick of the bowlers, also Brian Charles, 17.1 overs, 2 overs, 4 for 46, 4 wickets each. Carry Pierre, 1 for 31 from 14 overs, and Tian Webster, 10 overs, 1 for 36. Uthman Mohammed, like I said, 7 overs, none for 43, very expensive. Yannick Raya, 2 overs, none for 15. The other bowlers used in all 63.1 overs are bowled. It means that TNT Red Force will have some batting to do this afternoon.
Yeah, the bowling there reflects, that the two key bowlers for the Red Force did a good job, in terms of keeping the pressure and really pegging the Windward's batting back as much as they can. Bowling in some really good areas, asking a lot of questions of the batsmen, and eventually the pressure of what was being done by these two bowlers have told, and so definitely they would feel that they could have gotten more. I think the persons who got starts and did not continue, they would feel like they missed out. So let's hope that whatever they do now, they can help try to restrict the Red Force from really taking advantage of the conditions that is here.
So TNT Red Force will have 24 overs to bat this evening, and they'll be batting one man down with Vikash Mohan, who's on debut, was injured this morning with the very first ball of the match when he attempted to take a catch, got a bit of his hand damaged, his right hand. Not sure what position he'll bat if needed, but TNT Red Force looking at that as a disadvantage already, and Terrence Hines, like we saw, struggling a little bit, so maybe they're looking at maybe 9.5 men.
Well, they would definitely depend on the top order, make sure that they bat for as long as possible, see off the end of this day, maybe come back tomorrow, bat as long as possible, so that these guys can have a bit of rest and recovery, and hope that they would be able to again come back and make impact into the game.
So you're not missing any cricket at the moment. They're having a 10 minutes change of innings break, and just to let you know that tomorrow will be the start of the two other first round matches in this year's tournament. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will take on defending champions Barbados Pride at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That game starts at 10 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, 9 o'clock in Jamaica. And the Jamaica Scorpions will be taking on the home team, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, at Coolidge. Also a 10 o'clock start. 2 matches in the first round, but they're starting a day later.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing, these matches. I think over the years, we've seen some good contests between the Leewards, and I think they have a pretty good team. They seem to be working hard on building their cricket. The Pride has won the tournament last year, so definitely they would be on a high and looking to capitalize on that high and try to make sure that they get another bit of silverware behind them. Then again, the Happy Eagles, who has been there and thereabout, after a early game last year where some 300 runs were scored in both, where Windward scored 300, they replied, so they seem to be in some confidence just the same. So it would mean that the matches to come would be some really intriguing ones.
So for TNT Red Force, if you look back at what happened last year, Yannick Carayo, 314 runs in the tournament, the leading run scorer for them last year, the only batter to get past 300 runs. Joshua De Silva, 249, Jeremy Solozano, 162 runs, Jason Mohammed, 152 runs, Terence Hines, 105 runs, Isaiah Raja 104, Keegan Simmons 104. So if you look at that, no Joshua De Silva, Isaiah Raja not here as well, Keegan Simmons not here. So they'll be missing some of those players for one reason or the other. With Joshua De Silva, of course, going off the test duties. Isaiah Raja, Keegan Simmons not considered this year. So the new players will have to step up to the plate for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, definitely. They will depend on the experience of Bravo. We know that. Again, Carrier with the most runs, so again, a lot would rest on his shoulders to ensure, that TNT Red Force gets off to a good start. Definitely, you would need Jason Mohammed and his experience. With all the years that he has behind him, you would want him to stick around and ensure that, they take the bulk of the work to ensure that TNT has a good season this season.
Yeah, 1/2 century to Jason Mohammed last season. Bravo played just 2 matches, got 21 runs, and then we didn't see him again. Jad Gooley, who's not playing, 1 game, just got 6 runs, and Tian Webster, also 1 game, 6 runs. So last year they had their troubles, TNT Red Force. This year, totally different unit. Let's see how things will go. There's also the new assistant coach in Riyad Emirates, who's a long-serving cricketer for TNT, and now in a different capacity as assistant coach. No doubt looking to bring a new dynamic to the side, looking for a title.
Yeah, we know of the exploits of Riyad. He may not have played much games for the West Indies, but he's been a player that you can depend on even at the franchise level and has done very well. So I think the wealth of experience that he would bring to the TNT Red Force, and the fact that he has played in many conditions, and that alone in itself would help to nurture some of the new players, mentor them, and give them something to look forward to.
So there we see the Volcanoes being led onto the field by their new captain, Alec Athanaze, becoming the 25th player in the history of first-class cricket to captain the Windward Islands side. So a bit of history for him. And now we see the openers for the TNT Red Force, Jeremy Solozano and Carrie Pear. Pear being asked to open the batting. Vikash Mohan obviously not in a position to open the batting with that injured finger. Carrie Pear with the experience of Jeremy Solozano.
Yeah, again, looking at Pear, being up there, you call for a senior player to, step up to fill the void of the other senior players who are not here. It's 24 overs they would have to negotiate, and I think looking at him being out there, it means that he's going to try to ensure that he gets a score behind him. He has enough time to do that. I guess they don't want to expose too much of the batsmen, especially the younger batsmen. So at this time, it's a good move. Solozano, we know him to be a really steady opener. Very prolific a few seasons ago in terms of the Red Force batting. So definitely they would be looking to more or less consolidate this afternoon and maybe look forward to coming back tomorrow and really take it away.
So Jeremy Solozano, the 27-year-old from Arima in Trinidad and Tobago, will take the first ball. With him is Carrie Pear, like I mentioned. Solozano had this strange start to his international career. He was in the test side, got hit on the head while West Indies were fielding, and was replaced because of that concussion rule. Did not get a chance to bat and did not feature in a test match since.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. I think many around the Caribbean was looking forward to seeing him at that level. I do recall, when he was called up, I was really happy about it because you saw the fact that he was consistently in the runs. Himself and Tejnara and Chandapal dominated the season.
Preston McSween with the first ball to Solozano. Solozano allows it to go by to the wicketkeeper. 3 slips and a gully going down. Preston McSween, left arm seamer, beginning from the Darbo end.
Yeah, again, the Darbo end seemed to be the end that the pacemen are favouring. We saw Hines start at that end and did really well. So let's hope that McSween can also start here and give the Volcanoes a good start. He has already pitched in pretty good area. So let's see what he brings to the table this afternoon.
So Solozano now in his 48th first class match. 1,890 runs with a highest score of 110, 2 centuries and 10 half centuries, averaging 23.62 in that career. First class career started in May 2013, playing for TNT Red Force against Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, definitely a talent. I would like to see the average being increased. That would really set him apart. It means that he needs to work hard and get some big scores this season to try and lift that average, that it would be in line with his ability and the fact that he's good at the opening the innings.
He has a good temperament, tend to bat for long periods. Looking to give the TNT Red Force a good start here. Replying to 243 all-out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. But batting with Carripier. Carripier can hang around. We know him to be a dogged batsman as well. But a new role, red ball. Let's see. Ball on bat for the first time as McSween getting much closer to Solozano this time. Tight in defense.
Yeah, he's getting a good shape going across the left-handed batsman. The other few balls that he bowled, it was just outside the stump. This one he moved in a little closer, hoping that it would shape away, and it did. But Solozano was solid behind it.
But it's important to use the new ball quite effectively, get the batsman to play as many deliveries as possible. You don't want to waste that new ball at all.
Yeah, most definitely. Give him a little time and let's see if we can, really hit the good spots and good areas.
First run on the board. Solozano tucks this one off the hip into the onside. The fielder at fine leg will have to run all the way to forward square, 3/4 way to the boundary, and will get off the mark with 2. TNT Red Force opening their account 2 without loss.
Yeah, that one was not really well lined, a little too much on the body down the leg side, and it was easy for Solozano just to tuck it into the square leg region and collect 2 runs.
So McSween, vice captain this season. The 27-year-old Grenadian runs away from us. Cut away nicely, runs for Solozano. This one will get close to the boundary at backward point. Goes across the rope now, and 4 runs to end the over. The opening over cost 6 runs. McSween just too short on wide on that occasion. Jeremy Solozano will not miss out.
Very good shot there by Solozano. A bad ball bowled there by McSween. Shot wide outside the off stump, moving away from him. He got on top of it and was able to get it down quickly and in the gap. And it raced across the outfield. First boundary to TNT. So McSween would need to consistently pitch in good areas, if they're going to put any sort of pressure onto these batsmen.
So this Carripier taking his guard. He's going to be receiving from the far end. Darius Martin, the tall figure of Darius Martin. Raw pace from the River Road end.
When I saw Darius for the first time, I looked at the height and I was really impressed. I expected some pace and he has not failed to deliver the pace. I think looking at him over past seasons, what we expect is a little bit more consistency on or about that off stump. And I think he will be a threatening bowler.
Oh, starts very wide of the off stump, going further away from the wicket keeper. And the first slip fielder had to stop it in Kavim Hodge. So 2 slips going down. That was what you call an erratic start.
Yeah, definitely. That ball touching down and seemed to be going further away. The keeper dived, but just couldn't reach it. Again, the pace that we were talking about, you can definitely see it. He just needs to settle and maybe begin to channel that delivery where the batsman would have to play.
Nice bounce on carry, nice lifting delivery. Carripier left-handed batter, now in his 18th first-class match. He does have 100 to his name, 106 not out, his highest score, to go with 1 half century as well. So has that batting ability at this level, Carriper. Maybe consistency is what is lacking.
Yeah, he has been out of the white ball for a bit. I think, as mentioned earlier, since before the pre-COVID is where he would have really played his red ball. So, we being away, I think this is a good challenge for him. Martin just a bit wide outside the off stump, not forcing the batsman to play. So he's just giving Pierre an opportunity to see what's happening and then, negotiate the bounce and so on. Well, I think he needs to get that ball a bit closer to him, let him have to deal with that bounce and movement of the new ball.
Darius Martin in his opening over. Last year, just played 2 matches, picked up 6 wickets in the tournament that was played in Trinidad and Tobago. 3 for 94, his best. But he really did work up some pace in those flat pitches in TNT. Added pressure now for Carriper with 3 slips on the gully going down. And it's usually a beautiful sight to look out to see. 3 slips on the gully, reminds me of the good old days of West Indies cricket with the speedster, Sir Kirtley, Cuddy Walsh, and these guys running in with Junior Murray behind the stumps, Brian Lara and the great Carl Hooper and so on just next to him.
Yeah, it does make a good sight, once you talk any form of cricket outside of the 50-over cricket, it's always a good sight to see the slips and the gullies, in play, and the bowler being able to, really challenge the batsman to play within these areas. And I think this is good for Martin if he can get it, in good areas, and really it would bring just what is needed, to the Windward Volcanoes, because they would need some early inroads.
Need to make this new ball count. Here he is. Tall figure of Martin, not getting it right and running up that hill from the river road, and can pose a little bit of a challenge sometimes.
Yeah, he seemed this is his second time aborting the run. Something just not feeling right. Maybe he needs just that bit of rhythm to really kickstart that bowling here this afternoon.
Let's see if he can get it right this time. Just too wide of the mark. Bowling to the field with that type of protection his captain is giving him. Last season, Kenneth Dembo, 15 wickets, was the leading wicket taker for the Volcanoes. Preston McSween had 14 scalps. Sherman Lewis, who's not playing, 11. Larry Edward, not here as well, 6. And like I said, Darius Martin, 6 wickets as well. So Dembo, McSween, Martin, Ryan John will have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, the Volcanoes would need to really bowl well on this type of track.
Searching for it, and he's beaten. Edge Fong taken by the wicketkeeper. Carriper, the experiment did not work. Gone without scoring. Caught out a wicket off the bowling of the impressive Darius Martin for no score. TNT Red Force replying 243 made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes in their first innings, 6 for 1.
Again, good areas. That ball pitched and left him. He was feeling for it and getting that fine edge to the keeper. And that's what we've been saying. Once he's able to get it in the right areas, use the height, use the pace that he has, he will be a threat. And he has just accounted for the scalp of Carriper. There we see it again. Good area, good bounce as it pitched, going across him, and he has no choice right there but to play. Sort of loose shot. I think maybe he could have left that ball. It is not really threatening the wicket, but it somehow just drew him into the shot, and he lost his wicket.
So the captain batting at number 3, Darren Michael Bravo, as you can see on his shirt. Michael, number 46. making his way into the middle. So that enforced change to have Gary Pear open the batting alongside Jeremy Solozano did not work, and it exposes the middle order. I'm sure the Bravo would have been maybe the number 4 batter, but now coming at number 3 to hold the innings together. Vikash Mohan injured, not batting as yet. I don't think because of the type of injury he will bat. It's very unfortunate, but that is cricket.
Yeah, I don't think Bravo wanted to be out there as yet, but it means that he would have to shoulder some responsibility and, help to guide that team and make sure that, they steady this passage of play.
New over, McSween to Solozano. Solozano will do that every single day and 2 times on the weekend. Allow it to go outside the off stump. No need to force it into the shot.
His temperament is really, really good. As I said, he reminds me a bit of Chandapal. I remember them again playing some A-team cricket, and these 2 batsmen would just be thereabout, leaving. They would be, so selective in terms of what they play and then so tight in defense. So we know that he has the temperament that he can stay out there and bat for long periods.
This one is on the line of the middle stump, but there is Solozano again. Just tucking it into the onside. So the West Indies, in terms of the opening positions, with Craig Brathwaite and Tejan Chandapal up there now. If you look at Solozano, pretty much similar in terms of technique, left-handed. There's also young Matthew Nandu, who's going to be opening tomorrow for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Then there's Tevin Imlach from Guyana, used to open the batting, but now batting in middle because of opportunities. So maybe consider the opening cover is not bare again.
Yeah, we see some good talent coming through. I think what is needing now is that these batsmen would, grasp every opportunity that they get and really be solid. Look to get the averages, as high as possible. Stay out in the wicket and ensure that they get some runs behind the belts. And once we're doing that and doing it consistently, then it means that the opening stand with someone like Craig Brathwaite is in a good place.
Very wide. Unlike some other batsmen, Solozano just allowed that to go by. Some other batsmen would have been drawn into that shot.
Yeah, he really does understand his role as an opening batsman. And McSween just a little too wide, getting that shape across him, but he's not causing him to really play at the deliveries outside the off stump. He needs to get that ball touching down closer to the stumps and forcing him, to wonder whether to play or not. That's the area.
That one was driven nicely. Full, just outside the off stump, but there's Solozano driving confidently, but can't find a gap.
Yeah, and this is the area he just needs to maybe adjust the length, pull it back a little bit, but with the shape that he's getting and the fact that he can get him to actually go after these deliveries, the chances of him getting an edge is much greater. So definitely McSween needs to settle in. Solozano, we know, has the temperament, so it would be a good contest between the bat and the ball.
Oh, that one came back in after pitching. Good variety being shown by Preston McSween. Maiden over coming to an end. 3 gone. TNT Red Force replying to 243 all out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. 6 for 1.
Good delivery there, and as we keep saying, once they get it in the areas, he could be a threatening bowler. So it would be good to see that he would get some wickets behind him. Let's hope that they can make inroads into the TNT batting. Well, for me, that would be it for me for a while. I'm going to give Junior a chance to, share his view. I know he's enjoying seeing Preston all day, so I would love to hear him.
Change in the comments position here in the commentary box. Junior Randolph Murray into the hot seat again.
Into the hot seat again. Nice to be back here, Johnny.
So the lively Darius Martin starts his second over, and this time very wide of the off stump. Just too wide.
Darius Martin, lively bowler. I think once he get the ball in the perfect area, he can trouble any batsman. So I think he got a height, he got a pace. He usually get nice bunks. So once we get that consistency, I think we in for a lovely afternoon this afternoon.
You can see some shadows coming across the outfield now. The big stands here at the Grenada National Stadium. Darius Martin with a long shadow alongside him as well. The big figure, Martin.
He's a big, tall guy, and he has a pace, So once he put a ball in some specific areas, I think that he could travel. He can trouble Darren, the skipper Bravo, a bit more often.
So Darius Martin, is he from Grenada as well?
Darius Martin from Island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Nice. Must say good afternoon to all in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one is driven beautifully. Exquisite driving from Darren Bravo to get off the mark. Shot of the day, clearly. TNT now, 10 for 1.
Lovely cover drive. This cover drive gave me goose pimples. Look at him. Bend his lightning forward, hit the ball through the extra cover region. Lovely shot. I think the ball needs just be more consistent. Stop looking for wickets. Just put the ball in specific areas, build pressure, and then once you build pressure, it's possible that the batsman will play our shots.
Bravo, 56 test matches, 122 one-day internationals, 26 T20 internationals. Quite an illustrious in terms of number of matches played.
Season campaigner, season test player,
Yeah.
first class player. So he has brought a lot to the table.
Playing his 105th first class match. And I'll tell you the similarity between yourself and Bravo after this. That's a good delivery. Perfect comeback delivery. Good to see the seamers getting the type of assistance from the new ball.
That's what we need to see. And if we are thinking the cricket now, I think we all know Captain Bravo. He doesn't like a shot. So I think if we could probably put a bat pad and try and pepper him in the rib cage, man shot behind square, and see what happens. The nice hard fresh ball. So let's utilize it now, because I think after this happens now, I think this batting on this pitch is going to be a walk in the park. So I think we need to utilize this new ball properly.
Martin certainly getting that so far. Full delivery this time. So Bravo, like I said, 105 first class matches now, 34 half centuries, 12 centuries, 6,018 runs in his career, with a highest score of 218.
Wow.
You should know that number.
Yeah, I should know that number very well. My highest first class score.
Right, so that's a similarity between yourself and Darren Bravo.
Good similarity. Good, very good.
When he's in full flight, really good on the eyes. Oh, this one is guiding it down towards third man. We get at least 2. Coming back quickly for the second. Kimani Milia's giving chase on that occasion. Just using the little bit of width and pace. Opening the face of the bat. Taking 2.
Well bowled. We can see the class of the man. And I think we still need to try and as we said, to pep him a bit with some short bowling. We need to attack him. We need to get him out this afternoon. At all costs. So I hope the captain can change his idea, change his plans, and see what can happen, because we need to get him out. Because once he settles in, we are in for a big one. We could be in for a big haul this afternoon and into tomorrow.
So Preston McSween, like I said, 14 wickets last season. We'll break into his run-up now. String on the pad. So Lozano will get a single. Come back for the second now. So this is going to be a very good partnership for TNT Red Force, because after this, Yannick Karaya still to come. Like I said, there's no Vikash Mohan, who's on debut. Jason Mohammed is there. Tian Webster. Amir Django, who is used to open the batting, played for the the Hurricanes a few seasons. Amir Jangu.
I think they bat very deep, so we need to be consistent with our bowling. We need to build some pressure.
Loud call of no. So communication is going to be very important, as always in any partnership.
Any partnership, communication is always important. I think for Preston McSween, I think you need to be a little more consistent. Once you keep the ball in line in the areas outside the off stump, but Preston have a tendency, he want wickets. I think if you build pressure, your job can be much easier. So just put the ball in the areas, be more consistent in what you're doing. I think you're going to get the result.
It's a matter of being patient as well.
Just being patient. Just being very patient.
3 slips on a Gullian player for Preston McSween, the left-arm seamer. Full and straight.
I love that. Nothing wrong with that ball. I think if we just keep it there, and the person the one that gets the ball to go away from the left hander, so I think there's a possibility of an edge. Just keep a consistency going, and you will get a result.
So Grenada, also known as the island of spice, due to the production of nutmeg and mace crops.
Very spicy island. We have the best spices here. The nutmeg, the clove, we have everything. We have all the spices here.
Short ball, ducking under it.
I love that. I love the idea of that. I think we need to be aggressive. We have a short session this afternoon, so let's go hard at the TNT players, and I hope that we can get a 2 or 3 wickets this afternoon. The Windward Island can get a couple wickets this afternoon and take it from there.
You mentioned the best spices. The island known for spices, but also known for the Billfish tournament.
Yeah, I think that is happening at the moment. I think the Billfish tournament is happening at the moment. At the Port Highway, I think it's happening at the moment. It's a lovely tournament, lovely catches. So
Sailing week is on as well. That should go until the 3rd of February.
So things are happening then.
Things are happening. So
I hope that you will enjoy.
Not only spices, not only cricket, lots of other water events.
Lots of events, independence, water events. So I think you hope that you stay here in Grenada will be a good one.
I hope it's spicy.
It will be.
Oh, that's a good delivery to end McSween's 3rd over. Ball came back after pitching. It's now 14 for 1.
Well, personally, I think that's what I'm talking about. That consistency on the off-stump line. He can bring it both out and he can bring it in. So that's hitting the areas. Very consistent. And I think that you're going to get the result.
So the highest point in Grenada is called St. Catherine, rising to about 840 meters or 2,760 feet above sea level. I guess that's really chilly up there.
Very chilly. I think I did that hike once in my life, and I don't think I'm going to go back up there anymore. I did it when it was a bit wet, so
could be dangerous.
It could be a bit dangerous, so.
Martin to continue. Bravo. Equal to the task, Titan defense. Then there's also the Mount Granby. I hope I'm Granby. I hope I'm pronouncing
Mount Granby, yes.
Yeah. And the East Mountain and the Southeast Mountain.
It's a beautiful island, so I hope that you can get a chance. I hope that we can win this game very quickly. So that Windward Islands can win this game very quickly. You can get a chance to tour the beautiful island of Grenada.
So what about if the TNT Red Force will wrap it up early? There's no tour for me.
Well, at least you can still get a tour. You can still get a tour. But I think the volcanoes, we are home in our backyard. So I think I think the volcanoes should be doing a better job, and hope that they can come out on top.
So Grenada is of volcanic origin indeed, like you mentioned, volcanoes. It is evident in its soil, mountainous interior, several explosive craters, including Lake Antoine, Grand Etang Lake, and Lavera Pond.
Very, very, very beautiful, and on the eastern side and so forth, on the western side, you can take a tour. You can take a tour. The Lavera Granatang Lake, you will go to Granatang Lake, you will see the monkeys, the Mona monkeys, if you're very popular Mona monkeys, very friendly monkeys. A lot to see.
I'm available. Nice lifting delivery again from Darius Martin. Good
Good.
bowling.
Okay, good aggression, good line, good length, good pace. Keepers catching over his head. I love to see that.
So Grenada is the main island, but there's also Carriacou and Martinique.
Carriacou and Petit Martin. Carriacou at least is in the carnival season now. They are in the carnival mode. They have their own kayak mass. It's around the same time as Trinidad. So going to Carriacou now, it's be a good idea, good fun, good activities. Petit Martinique, smaller, so it's all about fun, and hope that you can really have a look at it.
Short ball pulled away by Bravo. Not in total control. Goes into the shadows and will get very close to the boundary. It will not get to the boundary, as you can see. It'll stop and Greaves will collect. Send the return back to the keeper. 2 more to Bravo. 2 more to Red Force. 14 for 1.
I think that's pretty well bowled. I don't think Bravo have pretty much control over the shot. So I think we can come on a different plan. We can try and set him up because we need to get him out. We need to settle him this afternoon. And I hope that the captain probably might have other ideas, and I know someone senior player can advise him and see what could be done, because we need to get him out this afternoon.
So there certainly is a plan to both short deliveries to Bravo. This time he's pulling forward off square.
Well, if that's the plan, we need to set the field properly for that.
This time is full on Bravo with one hand on the bat, one hand off the bat. Gets it down towards extra cover and into the boundary for 4. So with full and given the treatment.
Well played again. But I think that's bad bowling on behalf. As a bowler, Bravo over the years, we can't afford to give Bravo too many drives. That's in his back. He's quick hitter to the boundary. 99 times out of 100. So we need to have a plan. We need to come up with something positive, and whereby we can keep the batsmen quiet, because they're very, very flowing pretty nicely now. It's a lovely pitch, and they're just enjoying themselves. So we gotta try and lock it down as quickly as possible.
Backing himself, Darren Bravo, collecting his second boundary.
He's getting the balls for it.
First match as captain, TNT Red Force, first class side. Another delivery right up into the armpit, handled very well. Darius Martin completes 3 overs now, 1 for 12. And after 6, 20 for 1.
Well bowled again. That's what I want to see. We're attacking Bravo in the armpit. We need to unsettle him. So I hope that someone can have a discussion somewhere. I hope that a player like Ambrose can have a say as a past player, and give a young captain a bit of help over there.
So hello to all of you in Carriacou, Petit Martinique. Hoping to see you soon.
He'll be coming very soon. I'll soon put him on the Osprey, send him up, so you can enjoy some of the kayak mass.
McSween to continue. Down the leg side, flicked away. That's too easy now for Solozano. He'll go into double figures as well. It's now 24 for loss of 1.
I think that's very bad bowling by Preston McSween. He's not consistent with his length and line. So we need to get a consistency from Preston. We need to stick with a plan. If we look at the TNT bowlers, I think that they did a fantastic job. They both to the field, and I hope that the captain can have awarded him, so that the Volcanoes can really get this bowling plan proper at the moment.
Here's McSween again, looking to get it right. Form push from Solozano. Half stop by Lambris.
I think that's better bowling. I think nice and angled into the batsman. I think that's better bowling. Need some consistency. That's all I'm praying for. Some consistency in our bowling, and the Volcanoes bowling.
Yeah, there's also Ryan John who can come. Justin Greaves. So they have some seam options available.
A lot of options. So I think the captain can think about it. Have a, have a go flatter this afternoon and see if we can get a couple wickets.
In terms of spin, you can look at Kenneth Demba. There's no Kotoy, there's no Bishop. Kenneth Demba. This one is played officially by Bravo. And we'll go into the boundary now. 4 runs.
Just a bit wide out there, pump Preston McSwing. Batsman just using his arms, hitting him over cover. One bounce into the boundary for 4. I think the captain here have to rethink we gotta think Preston is not getting it right. We gotta come to plan B. See what plan B is all about now. I think the TNT Red Force is scoring very, very easy. Their lives are very, very easy out there, enjoying this lovely flat pitch at the National Stadium.
Yes, much better for batting now this morning with that new ball, a little bit of moisture. We saw that the TNT Red Force opening bowlers, especially Terence Hines, got a little bit of assistance. Uthman Mohammed not to the control.
That's better from Preston. We gotta get it right. He's a vice captain of the team, a senior bowler, with leading fast bowler in the team. We need to have him bowling well. At least the Volcanoes need to have him bowling pretty well.
He's a very hard worker, Preston McSween.
Very hard worker. I think he's knocking on the door of the West Indies team. Had some good performances over the past couple of seasons, and I think his time will come. I hope that he can have a good season this year, get into the teams, and hope that he can have a chance.
27 years old, St. Andrews in Grenada.
Yeah, Bush Grove. I'll say Bush Grove. He's still young, fresh and green.
Oh,
I think that's well bowled. That's what I want to see. That's what his captain is asking for. More consistency on the off stump line. Let the batsmen think. Let them think. And Preston Maxwell is also a member of the Upsetters Cricket Club. So I think Upsetters Cricket Club produce some good cricketers.
is that a team to beat on the island?
That's a team to beat.
Very good. So my guys, I'm sure back home at the Everest Cricket Club listening, will want to have a chance at Upsetters.
We are ready anytime. We love a challenge.
So your good friend Bhaskar Yadram says hello. He also plays at the Everest when he's home in Guyana. End of the over, 29 for 1.
Afternoon to Mr. Basham. Hope to see you soon. First, at least I would like to say at least to my people in Windward Islands, St. Vincent, who's listening at the moment, Dominica, my good friend Thomas Kentish, my father figure when I was a youngster playing, all my friends St. Vincent, my female coach, Samantha Lynch.
Yeah.
Hope she's listening. My manager in St. Lucia. So I hope everybody listening and enjoying the commentary.
Yeah.
And hoping the best for Windward Islands.
Darius Martin now into his 4th over. Runs up the hill now. Outside the off stump, and this one is cut away by Jeremy Solozano. The chase is on. Milias is young. He's quick. We'll pull it up just in front of the ropes. 2 more to Solozano, but that was just too short and too wide.
Too short and too wide. We need to take a page from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, fast bowlers. They were very, very consistent. I think that the Volcanoes need to do a much better with this opening pair. I think they need to be a bit more consistent with the length and line.
So the guys at Everest dropping their message to say that they're listening. President Manzoor Nadir is there. The guys from Premier Insurance and Digicom. Good afternoon to you guys as well. I understand there's a Masters tournament that is usually played in Carriacou. Everest Masters, I'm sure, will be very enthused to join that tournament.
Yeah, I think that's a big tournament in Carriacou. At least it happens in April. Masters from St. Vincent, from Grenada, I think St. David's. is the defending champion in in that Masters tournament. It's 40 plus over.
Yeah.
I think I just recruited Devon Smith for the Masters, St.
Oh
David's
my.
Masters. So they're really looking forward to defend the tournament, and the championship.
Quick single to Solazano. So it really is about prolonging your career, even if you're not playing competitive cricket, not playing to make any representation side. But it's always good to stay active, keep the heart pumping. In Masters cricket, it's called the second innings.
Some of the Masters cricket, I think, is the third innings.
Oh, yeah, but even so.
But I think it's a good tournament. I think the guys go there and they have fun. They have teams from the US and on also. So I think it's really a big tournament, and the guys look forward to it. I think they even have a Masters tournament in Jamaica too.
Yeah.
Following that one in Carriacou. So I think the guys just love the cricket and have fun playing it.
So right now there's a tournament in Barbados that's happening. It's called Big Man Cricket, but it's over 60s. This one is short and pulled away nicely by Bravo. He's getting some loose deliveries and taking full advantage. That's the first maximum from him. 6 runs to him, and he goes up quickly to 22.
Well played, not too well bowled. I think Bravo is showing that he's in charge here. He's looking pretty well. He's seeing the ball as big as anything else, and he's enjoying it. I can see he's really enjoying his batting. He has a right to a lovely day, nice flat pitch. No reason not to enjoy your batting.
3 fours and a 6, so 18 runs coming in boundaries for Bravo. So Lozano's on 16 with 2 fours as well. So lots of boundary balls being served up early by the Volcanoes.
Need some consistency. That's what I'm praying for, some consistency with the Volcano bowlers. We need some consistency.
When you're at home, you tend to give hospitality. So maybe that's what's happening at the moment. The Volcanoes are being generous to the visiting Red Force. Short ball, look at the cut on the edge, taken by the wicketkeeper. There's a big appeal. Umpire Nigel Duguid is unmoved.
Wow, that's a very big appeal. They look very, very confident. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happens there. No, I think the ball moved pretty much right after. I don't think there's an edge there. It was a confident appeal. After the pitches, it moves.
Yeah.
Well taken by Walcott behind the stance, but unfortunately, umpire says not out.
So umpire Nigel Duguid now into his 60th first-class match. From season campaign,
season
indeed.
campaign, a season umpire.
From Guyana. Nice short lifting delivery again from Darius Martin to end his 4th over. 8 gone. 38 for 1. The Red Force replying to 243 all out made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes in their first innings. We're still in day number 1. TNT have to bat at least 24 overs today.
Another well ball delivery by Martin. I think he needs that consistency. He needs to get the ball in that specific areas. I just hope that they can keep doing that, and once we do that, we can build some pressure against the TNT bowlers.
Well, if ever there's a time for a big score that Darren Bravo is eyeing, today is probably that day. This match is probably that match. He's already up to 22. He's at the non-strikers end. Jeremy Solzano is there. He's on 16 off 23. An early experiment gone bad by Trinidad and Tobago. But they're in the hunt now for something good. Preston McSween is operating from the Dabo end, and his tail is up. Diligent worker, you say? He is looking good, looking strong, pretty much intimidating, but on a wicket as placid as this, you're going to have to bend your back to get some results. And both him and Martin, well, they've got some serious work cut out for them.
Yeah, I think Preston at least he can see get some pace there. I'd say he's enjoying his bowling. He just need to, as I said before, be more consistent with his bowling and put the ball in more specific areas.
All right. Well, Junior Murray, you would know that. You played a lot of years for the Windward Islands, former captain as well. And some big scores there. We mentioned the 218, but there were also a couple of hundreds. And You also dug the Windwards out of some very suspicious and suspect positions, but you're not out there with them today, and they are on a different mission. Good afternoon to my friend Adrian Donmore in Trinidad. He's listening. Good afternoon to Michael Bascom, sports enthusiast. He's listening out of the United States. And what you folks are missing is some good cricket, good atmosphere. Not very many people at all in the stands, but we're hoping that as we get closer into the middle of the week, and that might change. McSween is up, and a delivery that is shaping away from the batsman. He is making the batsman think, and I think once he continues along the line of making them think, digging in the short ball ever so often, giving the batsman something to think about on a wicket like this is only going to work in your favor, really.
I love this last couple of deliveries. You can see the batsmen, as I said, were thinking. They had to leave it alone, and he's hitting some lovely areas in this over here now. I hope that he can continue.
All right, well, no runs off the over as yet. He would love to have a maiden under his belt here this afternoon. Lifting again, nice carry, good bonks. Very well played, very well negotiated as well by Jeremy. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 38 for 1 after 8.4 overs. Salazano is on 16 of 27, and Darren Bravo, the ever elegant looking Darren Bravo with the bat, he is on 22, hoping for something huge from this game.
I'm loving this over from Preston. I'm really enjoying it over. I hope that he can finish it off the way he started. I love the areas he's hitting in this over, like he just waked up.
Yeah.
No!
Good delivery again, a big shout of no. Nice delivery again, coming into the batsman and sort of squaring him up, but Jeremy is equal to the task. I heard you and John speaking about taking a tour. Well, I'm quite sure the Windwards would be thinking, tour where, tour what, not now. They've got some serious cricket to play. Their backs are against the wall, so to speak. They would have loved to bat out the day, but things happen. This is cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. And when things pop up, you've just got to make the most of it. When life gives you lemon, make lemonade.
Lovely over from Preston McSween there. I think it's one of his best overs he has bowled in this spell. You know, have the batsman thinking, have the batsman leaving the ball outside the off stump. I think once he does that on a more consistent basis, I think he's going to get the result he's looking for.
All right, well, he got the Jason Skeet look there, if you ask me, because he just bowled himself a maiden. So it's good for him. The Windwards are, the Red Force, are 38 for 1. And they've got 24 overs to get through this evening. Let's see how well they can get to it, how fast they can get to it. The shadows are lengthening coming onto the field from the River Road end. There's a change in the bowling. Justin Greaves is coming on from the River Road end.
Yeah, Justin Greaves, he's from Barbados, from part of the franchise system.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he played for West Indies, I think also, and he played around with some CPL games. So he's a seasoned campaigner, and I think he bowls pretty well. He bowls consistently, you know. So let's see what he has to offer here now.
All right, well, he's got a bit of a task ahead of him, not just with this Red Force team, but also with the little incline at the bowler's end right there at the wicket. So you come up just a little bit. It has been worse than this over the years. The groundsmen did a fantastic job of evening out that whole end right there, because it was like almost a turtle back coming up there. But that has worked itself out nicely.
It's a nice smooth one up now, and also let's hope that if you look at the ball before, the ball just bowled, you know, it's dying to the wicket keeper, you know. So that's telling you something. The pitch is really flattening out at the moment.
Well, you've got to put some back into it. Let's see what he does now. Not much lift there at all, and Walcott has to stay very low to collect behind the stumps.
Well, I like the area, you know. It's nice area. The batsmen, you know, not too many balls to hit, not too many, you know, freebies, as we say, you know. So let's hope that he can continue in that vein and take a page from the Trinidad and Tobago box. I think the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers bowl pretty well.
Yeah. The Windwards didn't do themselves much favors at all by losing some early wickets as well.
Have that area again. Well, bowler. That is something that Justin Graves will do all day, all night. He builds pressure. I hope that the batsman will make the mistake.
Staying just wide of Bravo and trying to encourage Bravo into some kind of loose action, for want of a better phrase. The balls are coming in very much straight, not doing much shaping away. He is angling the ball outside the line of the left-hander. So pretty much similar again, trying to lure Bravo into playing a shot outside the off stump, but Bravo is intent on playing what is within his reach.
I think Justin is doing a great job there. You know, he's a bowler that enjoys his bowling, enjoys. You know, he's a true professional. You know, he does his work properly, and I think he's doing a really good job here at the moment.
All right, and for those of you listening in Trinidad and Tobago and the other Windward Islands, good evening, good afternoon, I should say. Local time is just heading up to 5 o'clock. Sunshine in Grenada. We've been in and out of rain here and there over the last couple of days, so it's good to see we've got a full day of sunshine today, and looking forward to some good weather for the next few days to carry us through this game.
Yeah, I think the weather has been very genuine, at least to us. I think it's very funny these days. You know, sometimes it rains early in the morning, and then the sun comes out hot in the day. The weather is cold. You know, it's funny.
All right, and Greaves is into Bravo, and Bravo is allowing that one to go by outside the line of the leg stump.
Not a good delivery there.
That's
One down the leg side.
The end of the over, a maiden for Justin Greaves, and the Windwards holding Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on 38 for 1 after 10 overs. Pretty much an okay position. They wouldn't mind being 38 for 1 after 10 with a failed experiment.
Not bad at all. I think they're building a nice partnership here. A partnership of 32. They're doing pretty well. You know, so I just hope that the captain up there of the Volcanoes can see what he can do. To try and break his partnership as quickly as possible. Because these two batters look very settled.
Yeah.
And once they're settled, I think we can. At least the Volcano players can have a long day out there, rest of the day and into tomorrow.
McSween is into his 6th over with 2 maidens under his belt already, and he is looking pretty good. Only 17 runs coming off his first 5 overs. Not bad at all. At this stage of the game, not bad at all. Preston McSween, he has been around for some time, so he understands the task ahead. He understands what is required of him, and no doubt his captain is always going to be in his ear, making sure that he gets it right. He's a vice captain as well, so he knows what is required. He's into Jeremy, and Jeremy's on the back foot, punching it nicely, but just into the offside, no run.
Well bowled by Preston McSween so far. Seems to be getting it right now. He seems to be a bit more consistent now with line and lengths here. And he's looking pretty good. He's building some pressure here now. So let's hope that the batsman, Solano, who's looking very good. I love the look of Solano. He's looking very organized batter. I hope that person can make a mistake pretty soon.
Salazano is faced with a good opportunity here to get some runs. He's leaving that one outside the off stump. Obviously, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force there possibly would be one batter down because Moharan, first game, opening bat, first ball of the match, got his right hand damaged. So he is still very much suspect. No final word on his condition just yet, but he's very much suspect whether or not he will go out into the middle. Very much unfortunate. Went for a catch off a loose delivery, first ball of the game, and got his right hand damaged in the process. And since then, he has been off the field.
Very unfortunate. Well ball again by Preston. seems to be getting it all right here now, and he's looking pretty good, very, very dangerous. Let's hope he don't try anything different, just hope he can just stick with the plan and keep that pressure on. Hope that the batsman will make.
Well, his
Make a
captain has
mistake.
given him a very attacking feel. His captain has given him just one man at short mid wicket and a man down on the fine leg boundary. So he has there's a mid on as well. So only 3 on the onside and everybody else is on the offside, and he's pitching up just outside the line of the off stump. So he's been consistent with the field that his captain has provided for him. And this one is lifting and no threat to the batsman, who just allows it to go by to the wicketkeeper.
Well, ball again by Preston. Seems to be getting it right now, and he seems to be really enjoying the spell of bowling, I love what I'm seeing.
It's good cricket. Back in your days, hard hitting with the pitch looking like this, folks would say you would have made the most of it. But I'm quite sure you would argue that the bowlers back then was just as evenly keeled. Back then, your regional challenges would have been against the likes of Kenny Benjamin and
And then the Courtney Ambrose, Sir Courtney
Courtney
Ambrose,
Ambrose and-
Courtney Walsh. I think is a water break now.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think back then, I think the fast bowling attack used to be very deadly.
Mm-hmm.
When you had to face the likes of Patrick Patterson and all those guys, I think it wasn't an easy job.
I remember facing him once in club cricket, and I never liked him after that. Patrick, if you're listening,
I wonder if you're dreaming.
no, it was Patterson Thompson. It was Patterson Thompson, I think it was.
Patterson Thompson is from Barbados.
Barbados, yes.
Quick fast
Barbados,
bowler.
Patterson
Yes,
Thompson.
Patterson
I remember
Thompson.
facing Patterson Thompson at a club championship at the Tempe playing field. Got one nice shot in, gloated, and after that left with pain in the rib cage. But those were the good old days, and those were some good stories. Yeah,
I guess it was a fun game.
yeah.
So you were just enjoying yourself.
It was no fun for me, I can tell you that much. Another Patrick went to the grade beyond. He left us, but it was Patterson.
Patterson Thompson, or Patrick Patterson.
Yeah.
No, he's around. He's alive. He's around and alive in Jamaica.
Oh, Patrick Patterson's around.
Yeah, he's around. He's around and alive in Jamaica still. So they're all around.
Okay. Well, and Walsh is working with the women's
Head coach of the women's team. Yes.
Lara is been employed as the performance mentor to the West Indies. Very good move by the West Indies cricket. You need to
Great
be able to
move.
get into the minds of your players to show them how to settle down and how to tough out the situations.
I was wondering why he was not involved in Western cricket for so long. I think he's our greatest player, one of our greatest player, one of our best batsman. So why wasn't he being around? But at least nothing happened before its time, and I hope that they make good use of him. I think he's a great guy. He's
Why he wasn't around is a different story for a different day. My mind was going to Malcolm Marshall. That's where my mind was
Oh,
heading. Malcolm
Malcolm
Marshall.
Marshall, okay,
When we were
right.
speaking of fast bowlers, my
Right.
mind was heading to Malcolm Marshall.
Okay then.
So yeah, I mean, back in your days, you had some serious bowling to face up to at the regional level, and at the international level, it wasn't any different really.
No, at least those days I think fast bowling was different.
Lethal,
All the guys knew were just bowling fast and wanted to knock your head off.
lethal.
So when you look at the first class cricket now, as I said before, man, fast ball have a new ball in his hand, 5.5 ounces, nice and hard and new and shiny. Where is the bat pad?
Yeah.
We need to get the ball up in the batsman rib cage. We need to get that going again. But as I said, time has changed. Everyone looking to swing the ball away, looking to carry him into slips now. But I think it's a part of our game we need to get back. We need to get back that urgency, that killer instinct.
Yep.
Fast bowlers again.
Well, the Australians surely has it, and the Sri Lankans, they have it as well. The English, they have it. Even Zimbabwe, they're showing that killer instinct as well. even from their regional, their domestic level cricket. So it is transcending into their international squad. The Red Force are 38 for 1 after 11 overs. Darren Bravo, he's on strike now, he's on 22. And Jeremy Salazano is on 16 after 35 deliveries. Bravo came in at the fall of the first wicket, at the fall of Pierre, and he's there on strike now.
Obviously, Graves back in attack from Graves. He's keeping his consistency going. Yeah, knocking away on the off stump. In that in between length, so he's doing a good job there, building some pressure on the batters.
Yeah, well, Bravo has shown that he is up to the task as well. He seems as though he is not prepared to take any unnecessary chances. But cricket is a different kind of game. Can change in a minute. Things can change in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, well, ball again. Bravo looked very, very determined. He looks like a hungry batsman on a mission. He looks like he want to get back into that test team. I love a look at that. I think he's good enough to get back there. He just needs to get some good performances out on a consistent basis. And once you do that, I think selectors have no choice.
All right, John, when you're at it, while you're at it, and you get a chance, visit the Grand Etang Lake, as Junior said. Livera National Park, that's a wonderful site as well. You can't afford to miss it. And for those of you vacationing in Grenada, especially those of you listening to cricket right now, catch some of the local sites and see what's in store. You're going to have a whole lot of treats, especially around this time. As we mentioned earlier, it is independence season, so just about everywhere you go, you're going to see the national colors. Red, green, and yellow. You're going to see flags and buntings just all over the place. Grenadians are very huge on independence celebrations, very patriotic. Grenadians not just here at home, but around the world as well. So whatever you do, be a part of that celebration. Wear something red, green, or yellow. Bravo is onto this one that swung back into him sharply, turned it into a short mid-wicket, so to speak, and he gets a single. He moves on to 23.
Well played by Bravo again. Ball on his leg stump, just walk us into the wicket. I walk it around to the vacant mid-wicket for another single. At least he's rotating the strike with Solano. They're doing a good job at the moment. And they seem like they're very, very busy this afternoon, looking to get some runs on the board this afternoon to build some pressure against the Volcanoes.
Yeah. Salazano has to negotiate 2 from Justin Greaves. Greaves is an attacking bowler of some sort. He doesn't like to play the waiting game. He comes at you. This one is shaping away from the batsman. He's probing just outside the line of the off stump, hoping that the batsman could be lured into something, foolish. But Salazano is equal to the task, just allowing it to go by, saying, no, not today, I'm not tempted.
Well, ball again by Justin, keeping his length in line, going, building pressure. And we need to get one of those batters out this afternoon. I think these are the 2 leading batters in the team, so I think Volcano need to get these batters, one of them out this afternoon.
This one straightening just a little bit. And as the end of the over, the Trinidad Red Force after 39 for 1 after 12. 39 for 1 after 12 with Darren Bravo on 23 and Jeremy Salazano on 16.
Well, ball again by Graves. Just outside the off stump, batsman leaving alone, keeping that pressure going. Nice bounce, nice pace. I think we need to go hard this afternoon. We need to get some wicket. The Volcanoes need to get some wicket this afternoon, and I hope that, we can find a way. The Volcanoes can find a way whereby they can break that partnership.
Oh, you're hearing the we a lot from Junior Murray. That's because his loyalty is embedded within this Windward Islands Volcanoes team. He has been a former Windward Islands captain for a number of years, probably the longest serving Windward Islands captain. So he has played a whole lot of cricket for the Windwards. Huge records here and there all over the Windward Islands. So that's why you're hearing the loyalty in abundance from him. But that's all right. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would probably have other ideas. time a wild swing from Darren Bravo. He was nowhere near that. Didn't need to play that shot really. He rehearsed it, but I think he only rehearsed it after the shot because he just wished that he held on to it. But it's not the kind of shot that you want to play. Not now, actually. Not this time of the afternoon.
I see the captain made a change in Ryan John, who's on now. We replacing Preston McSween. Have you on Ryan John, genuine all rounder, for the Volcanoes. He's a swing bowler. I hope that he can utilize his chances here very much.
Well, he's probably hoping for something in the afternoon atmosphere, hoping that he can get some assistance, but the ball is still fairly new. It's only into the 13th over, so it still has some life into it. Bend your back and dig it in, and you're going to get something. But it's more of a batsman's paradise, as you folks have been saying, but there is something in it for the bowlers once they apply themselves and put some back into it.
I think Ryan he can do that. He's a hard worker. He loves his bowling. I think that he's going to give it his all.
Well. Let's see how he goes. So far, his first over has not cost him anything just yet.
So far, I think he's consistent with his length and line. I think he will. That's what he brings to the table. Is his consistency. So he's the kind of bowler that likes to build pressure, and then hoping that the batsman make a mistake.
Oh, he's steering Bravo straight down the middle, and here he comes again. Bravo is borderless really, just allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper. He's not going to be tempted, not now, not today.
Ryan looking pretty well. He looks a bit much leaner than I've seen. So he's leaner and fitter. Looking after himself, looking after his body. To go through the wear and tear of the fast bowling. So I think he's up for the task, up for the opportunity that he has been given in this game. He was out of a team and he's in now because of the injury of Nicholas with that. So he's up to the task.
If at this stage of the game you had the opportunity to be on the field with them, what message would you be sending to the bowler now? Would you just continue on the attack and give the bowler some more incentive, putting one or two men closer to the bat, or would you just leave it like that? What sort of tactic do you think is good at this stage?
To be honest with you, I would have tried a few things. Try something different, try a couple of short balls here and there, change the field here and there, and see what happens. Because we just doing one thing over and over.
All right, so that brings the over to an end. Another maiden over. The first one from Ryan John, a maiden over. The Red Force remains on 39 for 1 after 13. Darren Bravo is on 23 and Jeremy Salazano is on 16.
I know it's a very flat pitch, but I think we need to be a bit more. I think the Volcanoes need to be a bit more creative. Try something different. And see what happens. You could even try a spinner now and see what happens. Take him off. If you don't work, you take him off and then see what happens. Just keep the batsman thinking. Because the new captain have different ideas. So let's see what happens.
All right, Justin Greaves is going to continue from the River Road end. He has a mountain to climb in front of him. And he's shaping nicely. Just outside the line of the off stump, as John would say, prodding around that fourth stump.
Yes, I love it. I love his consistency outside the off stump, to that full hunting over outside that full stump area. Nice pace, nice character to the wicketkeeper. And he's looking pretty well so far.
Just think he needs to bring it back in a little bit now to the left-hander. Make him really want to play. I don't think he's making the batsman really want to play. The batsman is content more like that. Something more like that. Bringing it into him and making him want to play. If you're going to be bowling and drifting outside the line of the fourth stump, the batsman really and truly has nothing much to really think about.
Good idea. But I think Solo, he look at a very organized as batter. He knows what he's about. And I think that he knows the ball to leave, the one to play at. So I think Justin have different ideas now.
This time he's back into the batsman again. Very good delivery this time. He's always coming. This time he's pitching on a fuller length and swinging into the batsman, making the batsman really want to play. You have to make him want to play, and he's done a good job of that in this over to this point.
So far, so good. Let's hope that he can continue doing that. Build that pressure. That is because the TNT Red Force players, they want to score, they want to rotate the strike. So let's keep that pressure on.
All right, well, the field is still pretty much attacking. 2 slips, a gully. And there's a man at point, a cover, mid-off. And just 3 on the onside. Fine leg, mid-on, and mid-wicket. Yeah, just those 3 on the onside.
Yes. So he's sticking with the plan. At least they should have a plan out there, sticking with the plan, and he's doing a fantastic job at the moment, making the captain job very easy.
Better delivery again, having the batsman in 2 minds really, and the batsman opting to leave alone at the very last moment. That's what you want to keep on doing, making sure that you put some sort of confusion in the mind of the batsman. So he's done pretty well there inside this over to this point.
Well bowled again by Justin Graves, hitting at areas consistently, that in-between length where the batsman don't know if to come to play forward or come back. I think he's doing a good job at it at the moment, and I hope that he can continue with the momentum.
Good over, maiden over from Justin Greaves. The score remains on 39 for 1 after 14, and the Red Force are holding steady, but the Windwards are attacking, and well, the Red Force are holding off the attack, so to speak.
So far, so good by the Volcanoes. They're keeping it a bit tighter here now. So at least it seems like they're working with a good plan. I think Ryan John and Justin Gibb are doing a fantastic job at the moment. They're building pressure, and I hope that we keep building pressure, that the TNT Red Force players can just make a simple mistake, and we can send back one of the batters in the hut this afternoon.
Well, it's a good contest building here because Ryan John is no slouch, and he is bringing the ball up. He has some nice pace. He's generating some nice pace, getting some very minuscule lateral movement because whatever lateral movement is there in the wicket, he's extracting it, and that's good. But he is going in up to Darren Bravo, who is no rabbit by any chance at all. And this time he is leaving it outside the line of the off stump. Again, Ryan John, you want to make sure you get the batsman into action. If the ball doesn't go to the bat, then there's a very slim chance at all of anything happening. You want the ball to get to the point where the batsman has to consider whether or not he really wants to play a shot.
Probably Ryan John has a plan. Probably he's trying to get the batter thinking. Probably have bring a couple away, and then probably might get sneak back in something, inside. So let's have a wait and see what happens.
All that's perfect. All that is absolutely perfect. This time he's a little bit closer, but Bravo is very watchful, understanding that we're nearing the end of the day's play. He doesn't really want to do anything too rash to put his team under pressure. He himself is under pressure. He might not say it, he might not show it, but I think he's under a little bit of pressure here to make sure and get a huge total in both innings here, at least if not in the first one alone. Get a huge total so he can make the selectors continue to look at him again.
I'm loving this contest here now. I'm really loving this contest here with Ryan and Darren.
Yeah, so more shadows onto the ground. You can see that now from your vantage point. It's getting a little bit closer into the wicket. We're just about 5 o'clock, just a little bit after 5 o'clock local time at the National Stadium. We're in St. George's, Grenada. And for those of you finding us on YouTube and wherever you're viewing, Good afternoon from beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. You heard the guys speaking about spices. Yep, well, home of the spice, pure Grenada. There's so many things you can do with these spices.
Lots of things, Jason. Lots of things. You can see Ryan continuing the good job he's doing at the moment. Just need to get a little bit closer to the batter. Let him play a bit. He tends to be going further and further away.
You think he should probably change his angle?
Could be a good idea. You can try a couple around the wicket and see what happens. Let's try something different.
Because if he comes around the wicket, he might get it to angle into the batsman just a little bit, and that could put the batsman into more action.
Let's
might lure him into something different.
Let's hope he thinks about it.
Because Bravo is very much content to just allow him to go outside the line of the off stump and watch it go by to Walcott. Comes around, he can probably angle one or two into the left-handers and see what happens. But let's see.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea. Let's see what happens. Let's hope that probably next over, we can see a different tactic, a different plan. You can do it for a couple overs. If it doesn't work, you change. You go back to your normal stuff.
That's it. The maiden over again from Ryan John. 2 overs, 2 maidens. None for Ryan John, but the Red Force are 39 for 1 after 15. And we're just after 5 o'clock, just about 6.5 minutes after 5 o'clock this evening. And it's going to get dark pretty quickly when it does start to get dark. So no doubt the umpires are going to be watching that. They're going to be paying attention to the shadows coming onto the field. More of the shadows are coming from the River Road end and the side to the Caribbean Sea. Still from the Dabo end, there's a whole lot of sunshine blistering. So the umpires are going to be paying close attention to that as well.
Yeah, I think it's 90 overs in the day, so I think we in for a few more overs to bowl, for the day. So let's hope that we can get it through. I think, Jason, I'm going to leave you for a bit. It was a pleasure.
Well,
and see my other co-commentator, Mr. John.
Don't say it as if it was a pleasure, as if we're not going to see again. I mean, we might be just drifting off for a little bit, but so Junior Murray makes his way out of the commentary booth, and in comes my good friend John. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm hoping that the Volcanoes can get at least a wicket before the play ends for the day. It seemed like the pair of Graves and John have settled in on a line and a length, and so they have restricted the free scoring that Bravo and Solizano had earlier. It means that from looking at their body language, you see that they look set, they look in. Concentration is really up there, so somebody needs to get a breakthrough somewhere.
All right, it might just require trying something different. Let's see what Graves is going to do now. He's good Yorker length, full, but just drifting down the leg side. And there's one coming from the fine leg area, just one. First run in a long time.
Yeah, a good change, from being outside the off stump as much as possible and then spearing in that Yorker. The only thing it was on the line of the leg stump, so it was easy pickings for Solizano as he got it down to the fine leg region.
It angled back into him nicely, sharply, got some movement out of the air. It was very much on a fuller length. And let's see what he's going to do now. He's coming up. Bravo is on strike. Bravo is on 23. Good shot. Typical Darren Bravo shot. Good shot, flowing through and removing the bottom hand and let the top hand continue with the flow of the bat, and that goes out to extra cover for 4.
Yeah, a good shot. In the end, he I guess he wanted to get a little closer to it. Looking at the replay, he took the hand off it just to kind of keep the control so that he doesn't spoon it in the air, and eventually hitting the gap and going to the boundary for 4.
He's a talented guy, and once he keeps his head down, he can really do well.
So the attack seemed to be outside that off stump. They're looking to maybe create some sort of doubt, get a false shot somewhere from one of these batsmen. But I think they would need to tighten it a little bit more. They can get it in, that it would threaten the stump, so he has to decide whether to leave or whether to play. Then I think that would be much better bowling.
All right, well, let's see what's the matter with Justin Greaves here. He's got one more delivery inside the over, but something happened to him on his run-up and that delivery. So we're going to see what happened. He signaled to the dressing room. He pointed to his feet. So maybe he's asking for a change of footwear, but we're going to see how and what is the real issue there with him. 44 for 1. Bravo is on 27 and Salazano is on 17. And the Red Force looking comfortable.
Yeah, they seem very comfortable. They are two of the more experienced batsmen in the Red Force lineup, and once they're looking like this, it's ominous signs. It means that somewhere somehow somebody's looking for a big score. So it means that Windward, they have their work cut out in order to ensure that they get some inroads into this pair.
5 off the over, and that's the end of the 16th. Darren Bravo is on 27. Jeremy Salazano is on 17. It's day 1, match 1, first round of the West Indies 4-day tournament, the Volcanoes versus the Red Force. And good action here at the National Stadium in Grenada.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see that, you know, the concentration of the batsmen from the TNT Red Force seem to be really in place. It's making hard work for the bowlers. I'm looking at the lines and lengths that John has been bowling. He has been, you know, doing a good job in terms of the length. I'm seeing the carry. So the wicket is still playing good. It has something for the bowlers. They just need to touch the areas a little bit more. You know, getting the batsmen really thinking about playing or whether they should leave. I think a little too many of the deliveries, they're able to leave it alone without, you know, any threat.
Yeah, that's important. You want to make sure you get the batsmen in action playing, get them thinking. Here comes John.
Again, good area. You know, the Bravo has that option to leave that. I see that it's a tactical move. John is trying to be as patient as possible, you know, keeping that length, keeping that line, and it is a contest to see who first would give in. So let's look and anticipate to see who first would give in.
Oh, so it's going to be lethal here. It's going to be a challenge here and a good opportunity for a run out, but it didn't happen. Salazano got some good contact to it, called for the single quickly, was almost halfway down the wicket, but was sent back by Darren Bravo. And it could have been very costly here for the Red Force, but that didn't happen. Shy of the stumps went begging.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying. The fact that they've been put under that pressure by John. Salazano looking to get off the strike, played that one straight to the man there at the cover region, extra cover region, and took off, being sent back. That was a good opportunity had the fielder hit.
This time a more circumspect Salazano watching it, allowing it to go by. But as you rightfully say, it has to get to the point now where you want to make these batsmen play. Too many deliveries are just angling along to the fourth stump area, and the batsmen are very comfortable now just leaving it alone. you want to get them into action. So you're looking to see if you can drop one a little further back that might straighten. You probably want to try going around the wicket, change your line a little bit, see what you can pick up, see
Well-
how you can get the batsman thinking.
Well, at this point, I don't think there's much need for it. What is coming to the end of the day's play. Yes, we would want them to play, but I think just the fact that John is hitting consistently, it means that the batsman would need to do something in order to get that total moving. So it's a game of patience. Who can move, the king first would decide what happens.
Okay, I get you. Table tennis was my strong point, so I'm not going to argue with you there. My cricketing career was a very short one.
And that is what we're talking about. It's a really good areas from John. That one actually going over the stump, the length of the delivery was really good. If we'll go back to the Windward's Volcano innings, I think just about that length is where Milius and Hodge would have made their mistakes, pushing at what they should not. But there you see Solizano and his temperament. He understands that he can leave these alone because it's not really threatening the wicket.
All right, Ryan John, final delivery of his third over, hoping for something magical. Also, we're in the athletic sporting season in Grenada, so a lot of these secondary schools are having the athletic sports meet. So we're in the hunt for some more Kirani James and some more Kurt Felix and some more Anderson Peters. The secondary school games is the ground for where the superstars are really born. Kirani James and Rondell Bartholomew, a lot of these guys made their mark really at this level, and this is where some of the scouts would come and have a look at them when they come together for the intercollegiate games, where all the secondary schools come together and the best of the best are on show. So they would come and you would see some good track and field. While you're here, Johnny, you can also check out a couple. Most of the events would happen at the other side of the stadium, named after Kirani James, so you can have a look at that as well. But yeah, most of the secondary schools are having their sports meet around this time, going back to all the way down to maybe mid-April. So you can catch some action as well. And intercore games are coming up as well. So some serious bragging rights and some serious athletics on show right there. But today's cricket, Greaves is into Bravo. And Bravo is allowing it to just go by without any bother.
Again, a good length. The delivery seemed to be pitching on the stump and just moving across Bravo a bit. Not forcing him to play, but it's there. The question is in his mind: should he go after it? I think there just may be, a wicket for the Volcano. So I think this is a good test for Bravo. He needs some time in the wicket just to prove that he is able to play up at that level, And so that's good to see that he's there still. He's not looked impatient. He seems to be playing ball on merit, and he's looking good.
Even the last delivery under normal circumstances, you would have had a go of that and probably try to carve it through the offside somewhere in the cover, the extra cover region, but he is more comfortable at this stage of the game this evening, allowing it to go by. But under normal circumstances, he would have a go at something like that, the last delivery. You try that at him 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, well, that's a different story.
And definitely, I think he has settled in. He's just looking to ensure that there is no further loss of wickets, and so they're consolidating as much as possible. The Windwards, they would need to do something different to maybe just have him have a go at maybe something short. Just try to create something to get at least one wicket down before the close of play.
Well, he doesn't favor the short delivery too much, but he doesn't really have much of that to worry about on this surface. Very rare that's going to happen. See we go again, carving it through the offside, but only for a single.
Yeah, that one was a little bit fuller in length, so it was easy for him to get close to it and just push it through the gap, and they trod through for a single. So he seemed to have shut up shop. Maybe, as you was rightly saying, if it's 10 o'clock in the morning, he might have spanged that a bit harder through the cover region, but he's just looking to shut down and maybe just ensure that they're there to come back tomorrow morning. Getting outside the off stump, just a little bit wider this time from Graves, hoping that Bravo would be enticed into that lovely drive that he has. It means that Bravo is not taking that bait at all.
Oh, Salazano's on strike now. He's another lefty.
Oh.
He's on 17 or 53, so he's been there for a while. He's comfortable looking at it now. He's seeing the ball very huge. He's back and just angling the bat and turning it into a square leg. Picks up a quick single, and that ends the 18th over. In reply to the 243 made by the Windwards, the TNT Red Force of 46 for 1.
So Graves has just completed his 5th over. You look at his figures, 5 overs, 8 runs. It says that he has been, keeping the scoreboard really, I wouldn't even say ticking. It seems like it has halted with the partnership of Graves and John. But it means that Windwards need to do something. It means that Red Force is going to, just continue to play that way and ensure that they see off the attack from the bowlers.
So Ryan John will continue from the Dabo end. You could hear him putting some effort into it.
Yeah, a very hard worker. He puts his all into his game. As I often say to him, sometimes he just needs to back himself and not try to do too much. And I'm seeing that, he's just there trying to be consistent, because sometimes you try to put so much that you begin to, bowl bad balls and so on. So once you remain composed and focused on what your task is, then it's easy for you to perform at a higher level. And I think he's doing that right now.
All right, just over 5 overs remaining in the day's play. Hope that we get it through. The light seemingly holding up. That will allow us to get through these next few overs. So the Windwards, of course, probably looking for a wicket before they get to the end of the day. Maybe a wicket or two would do them very well. They would love that. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force obviously trying to hold off and stave off this attack. Still a pretty much attacking field here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Still 3 on the onside, mid-wicket, mid-on, and man down on the fine leg boundary. Everything else is really packed onto the offside. 2 slips, a gully. There's a man at extra cover, a mid-off, and a man at someone else on the box. No.
Yeah, so they're looking to keep the pressure up. There's no one out on the boundary. Everybody in saving the singles. Just looking for some false shot from these 2 batsmen, but with 5 overs to go, I'm not sure you're going to get that happening unless it's a really peach of a delivery bowled by one of these bowlers.
Well, Ryan John has now decided to bring the ball a little closer to the batsman. The fielders are in saving the singles, so now in this over, instead of the ball drifting and going outside the line of the 4th stump, we have the delivery cutting back in now and straightening on the batsman. And he has brought the batsman into playing some more now, and hoping that he can lure him into something really false. But everyone is inside now looking to save the single. So this is where the real pressure is building.
Yeah, the line in that over has been a bit straighter. So far, Bravo has played at everything that has been served up at him. Yeah, and so he's now looking. I know that there's always that feel when you want to feel the bat, hitting the ball, striking the ball. So eventually, Salozano, who's at the end, would have to ensure that he remains composed.
All right, so Ryan John has decided now to change his line of attack. So maybe someone is listening to the commentary and sent him, relayed the message. So he's changed his line of attack and he's going to be going into the left-hander.
Again, getting a little bit of shape on that delivery. You can see that delivery, it pitched and it moved away from the left-hander a bit. I mean, not exaggerated movement, but as it pitched, it left him. And so if John can get one to, go in and then leave him after pitching, that would be the delivery that would be needed, that they can capture a wicket.
It would be what you had referred to as an ideal shot, so to speak. He needs the ideal shot of just straightening up, coming close and straightening onto the batsman, something like this.
Yeah, much better bowling.
So the Red Force are 46 for 1 in reply to the Volcanoes 243. And John and John sounds like a company, but anyhow, they're going to carry us through until the end of the day.
So it's another tactical move by Atenes. You can see a change in the bowling. It seemed to be Kenneth Demba coming into the attack from the River Road end. And hopefully, he's hoping that he can produce that magic that would give the Volcanoes a breakthrough going into the close of the day. So John is here, and I know that he's looking forward to seeing what is going to happen as we see the change in the bowling.
I thought you were going to say I'm looking forward to some oil down. It's oil down season,
Yeah, well, definitely. Once you're in Grenada, and especially around these times, you will have a taste of the oil down.
Denver, the first sight of spin for the Volcanoes, coming in over number 20. In fading light, for me, I would expect spin would have been brought in a bit earlier, but it is what it is. New captain Alec Hattany is deciding to bring Denver in from the southern end of the ground. Bravo well set now on 28. 4 fours, 1 6 from 51 deliveries. Solozano 18 from 60 balls, 2 fours. They've shut up shop, however. Playing for tomorrow, playing for time.
Definitely playing for time. You see the approach that they're using, just prodding, just pushing, just ensuring that they keep the deliveries out. No rash shot is being played. I don't think that they're even concerned about the scoreboard not really moving.
Ryan John, 4 overs, 4 consecutive maidens. And then Justin Greaves, 5 overs, 2 of which are maidens. There's 8 runs from the other 3. So, someone looking out may say it's very tight bowling. But the TNT Red Force batters, they're just playing for time. And it's very smart as well, because remember Vikash Mohan is not necessarily fit. Terence Hines, the all-rounder, not necessarily fit as well. So you want to give them some time to heal a little bit.
Yeah, and hence I think when we saw the wicket of Caripe, we understood.
Look at that shot. That's a beautiful shot from Bravo. Breaking the shackles to some extent. Getting a loose delivery, very full. Served up by Demba in his first over. And that would be the 50 for the TNT Red Force. Coming after the 21st over. Red Force 50 for 1, Bravo 32, Solozano 18.
Yeah, brilliant shot there by Bravo. He just, in typical Bravo fashion, swooped on that stone, driving it hard through the covers. There you go. Through the covers, the fielders just had to turn and retrieve. There's no way he could have stopped that.
So even with the Red Force playing for time, even in fading light, once a half volley is there, Bravo will hit that anyway, anytime, any day.
Yeah, a ball pitch like that has to be given the treatment. It's not good bowling. Once you pitch it in his arc like that, he would not, hesitate to pounce.
So Ryan John will continue. Like I said, 4 overs before this for him, all maidens. And do remember he's a replacement bowler. Nicholas Redhead pulled out at the last moment really. And Ryan John from right here in Grenada got his opportunity. And here he is, about to start his 5th over. So 3 matches last year for the Volcanoes, just 3 wickets for Ryan John. While Demba, the spinner, 15 wickets from all 5 matches. So different ends of the spectrum there.
Yeah, Denver has been on the ball more or less over the last season, and hoping that this season he can, continue from where he left off.
And now the entire ground is covered in what is called shadows because the sun is still up, but no sight of sun on the entire outfield here at the National Stadium. Still not bad for cricket.
Yeah, the light is still pretty good, although the sun has gone behind the cloud there. The conditions are good, the sky is clear. So definitely you can have cricket going on.
While I was off, I was trying to pay attention to what was happening as well to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Seems to be really heating up across there. Lots of excitement from the public address announcer. So I guess it's coming down towards the end of the day as well over there.
Yeah, the sporting activities of the different schools, COVID has dealt a blow to sports, and I think persons are just happy that they can be out again, in the stands cheering and supporting and so on. So there is going to be some excitement. I know lots of persons have been waiting for this.
So there's a good shot looking down towards where we are, and behind us is the Darbo Hill or mountain.
In the Dabo Hills.
The Darbo Hills. So that's the Devon Smith Players Pavilion where the players are. To the left of your screen, the home side of Windward Islands Volcanoes. Then there's a little bit of a space there, and then the TNT Red Force. We are just above the big white sight screen. Here is Ryan John again. And Solozano not forced into the shot, but this time John coming over the wicket. He was previously round the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, that 6-stump line is what he's employed. I'm hoping that Solozano would, maybe flare at one out there and get caught. But the more that the batsmen seem to be in, I don't think that this is going to happen.
Yeah, that's what we call wishful thinking, maybe.
It definitely has to be. It would take something really crazy from Solozano now.
So scoring rate 2.42. Not something that the Red Force should be worried about at all. This is just the opening day of this 4-day encounter. Match number 1 in round number 1. The 2 other matches scheduled will begin tomorrow in Antigua. The two-time defending champions Barbados Pride taking on former champions, 5-time champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And then home side, the Hurricanes will be taking on the Scorpions at Coolidge. So lots of action in Antigua tomorrow. That's the end of the 21st over. 5 overs from Ryan John, all 5 maidens. Red Force 50 for 1.
Yeah, and that over seemed to have signaled the end of the day's play. And so I think the experiment of Carripe opening didn't work, but Solozano and Bravo showed their maturity, showed that, the experience that they have. They were able to come out, capitalize on some pretty poor opening bowling, and then shut shop down just to ensure that they do not lose any further wickets to end day 1. And they seem to be showing what the Windward Volcanoes did not show.
So it is stumps on day number 1 indeed. with a TNT Red Force 50 for a loss of 1, replying to 243 made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. So they're trailing by 193 runs with 9 wickets in hand. So they're asked to bat 24 overs today, or up to 5:30, whichever comes first. And it's now 5:30 here in Grenada and in this Eastern Caribbean. 50 for a loss of 1 in reply to 243. It's basically an enforced move to have Kari Pair open the batting because Vikash Mohan was unable to take up that position. There's another option maybe of the wicket keeper Amir Jangu, but he was out there for 63 overs and 1 ball. He opted for some rest, but in the end it was Kari Pair who was given that opportunity to open the batting alongside the established opener Solozano, and he went very early, caught at a wicket off the bowling of the lively Darius Martin for no score. It was 6 for 1 at that point in the second over of the game, and of the innings. And at that point in time, the Windward Islands Volcanoes perhaps were thinking to pick up a few more wickets before stumps. It was not to be. A good partnership of 44 between the captain Bravo and the opening batsman Solozano, really putting things into perspective for this match. Really, it is stumps on day number 1. Let's recap what happened today. The TNT Red Force won the toss this morning and opted to bowl first. And after 63.1 overs, the Volcanoes 243 all out. Highlight of the innings: Tevin Walcott, first half century, first opportunity playing for the Volcanoes, got 87 not out, third first class half century overall, first on debut of course for the Volcanoes, 14 fours, 1 6, supported nicely by Sunil Ambris, former captain, at 55, current captain Alec Attanese made 41. Bowling for the TNT Red Force, a pick of the bowlers, 4 for 46 from Brian Charles, who picked up his 100th first class wicket in the process, and Terence Hines with the new ball did the damage in the end. 4 for 72 from 13 overs. The two best bowlers on show. Kari Pair 1 for 31 and Tion Webster 1 for 36. The other bowlers to pick up wickets. Uthman Mohammed did not look the part today. None for 43 from 7 overs. And Yannick Karaya, who looked a bit stiff as well. 2 overs, none for 15. The other bowlers used. And like I said in reply, TNT Red Force 50 for 1 at stumps. 21 overs in all they batted. Kari Pair, the only batsman to be dismissed, caught at the wicket off the bowling of Martin. No score, 1 for 6 at that stage. And then Solozano 18 from 66 balls with 2 fours, and Darren Bravo 32 from 54 balls, 5 fours and a 6, consolidating to bring up the 50 at stumps. TNT Red Force trailing by 193. All to play for tomorrow. We have some thoughts from you, Clyde, and then we wrap things up.
Yeah, so it's interesting the position of the game. With these two set batsmen out, I believe that they would want to come out, and put a statement on the board, show that their experience and the fact that they've played at that upper level before. They would want to stamp their authority on what seems to be a younger Windward Volcano, young captain. He would have to respond, come out to ensure that they can be tactical in picking up wickets. They need to ensure that the bowlers continue to bowl good areas. I know it would be a different mode come tomorrow morning from Bravo. So it's excitement. We're waiting to see, because I think a lot is expected of him as he seeks to get back his place on the West Indies squad. So I know he will be gunning for some runs this season.
So that's the match summary. In fact, that's the Volcanoes innings, 243 all out, 63.1 overs. The highlight, like I said, 87 not out from Tevin Walcott, 55 from Sunil Ambris, 41 from Alec Attanese. Bowling, Hines 4 for 63 and Charles 4 for 46. A wicket apiece for Webster and Kari Pair.
Yeah, a number of batsmen would have gotten starts, and so we hoped that they would have carried on. They did not, but we will look forward to see how the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would really apply themselves on what seemed to be a really good wicket.
Yeah, good batting lineup there by the Red Force, barring the injuries to Vikash Mohan and to some extent Terence Hines. So the bowling of the Volcanoes, just 1 wicket. Darius Martin, 4 overs, 1 for 21. And the other bowlers, because of the fact that TNT Red Force lock up shot very early, very economical figures. So that's the end of coverage on day number 1 in this opening match of Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Tournament. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 243 all out. In reply, the Red Force 50 for 1, trailing by 193 runs on first innings. My name is John Ramsing on behalf of Clyde, John, Junior Murray, and Jason Skeet. Until tomorrow, goodbye.